Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these 2 horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, my focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with, and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the number one area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationships with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusions, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read, and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David Comel and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019.
Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. We'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, "I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence."
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan. This was the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article.
Did anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I was on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So you just deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk?
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something, and it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Millays were no longer at that residence, and we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened, and he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up, but they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home. They were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What did that mean? They weren't at the they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too. And a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe they stepped out for the night. And I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence.
Right.
It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up, saying, "Oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys." So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did she use the phrase, and why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro though.
Thank you. Because he's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You'd need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape. I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is.
But
if he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
It sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have looked at him and made eye contact and visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back? because it's got to go.
Right.
Forward.
How did he know that
How did
David
he
saw
know?
him back? Did he wave and be like, good night, or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got like really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what he
saw, that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner and he saw someone standing there, that it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else, though.
Well, that's so dangerous, though, in a case like this, to assume anything.
Correct, exactly.
Assuming is what happened, like that's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that, the police department hid this.
Yeah,
and said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart, because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on. And, I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of My Cousin Vinny. That part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that, and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around serious crimes that, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. It doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-ups to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out, a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense, because, why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David. I can tell David's walk or something like that. I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
The other
you can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Millet's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Millet to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision, that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop. That's
right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that was David there? Let's go and find out. And she went to, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, it seems they've moved. They're not there. Can I go do this? And the higher-up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. We got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case, to not be digging in to anything further. And then Tara Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher-up not to do it. Don't waste your time. and let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands in a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I
also,
didn't.
yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the that was one of the good theories. Was that maybe there was some timer? Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would.
And
make
I also
sense.
have an issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, a fourth of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
unless it was.
That's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is, Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no, like, serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, and I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes, and the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned. Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to. Hickson's account really doesn't give us give us anything. Now the Shepherd, if we can move on to the Shepherd, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now, when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking a quarter of an inch, something very, very small. Shepherd's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than a quarter of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open a quarter inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something, would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty...
Right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual, and she didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just a quarter of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody, even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe...
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Not closed it all the way, and wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends, saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point. Yeah. They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed. So if they can do that,
forced entry.
Right. So the door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well, so, David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider? I'm just not buying that either.
That's
especially
a good point too.
With the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd once she gets back. Were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but then like Christmas, nobody.
That's what leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone for Christmas. What was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mhm.
That's pretty much
from the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that could be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here.
I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks, did not know the family very well, and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No. Never followed up on.
So why are all these neighbors accounts not matching up. Like, they say the lights were off, and the other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepherd, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw them? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepherd didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in the front are.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things, like the blood on the wall, and I don't know, who knows what all they did. Who knows what all, maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves. You know, who knows?
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with, like, the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and, like, stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw, and then, you know, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, you know, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. You know, start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. They'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupes family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all, not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, a very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did. And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact. and it's something to do with guns or gun control. Also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with a contract. That's huge.
How was this like? How did it get brought up? Like between him and David is what I would ask.
Don't
like
know.
That's not something that, you know, if you've got a relationship with a neighbor where you just wave, that you'd be telling them, yeah, I'm
Correct.
working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about, why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is that he did. So
Right.
that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep.
That's,
He did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right.
And he didn't walk away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
And then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting.
Yeah.
I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering
the daughter
if they
saying,
maybe...
I don't want a babysitter, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get that response?
Like leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And
do we know how old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, oh, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but they don't readily just, you know, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, you know, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
they could have said, like if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, like, you know, it was something against you, or, like, what was the situation? You know, plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
Yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hasn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David, or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't you think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, like intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And
So-
we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's
Right.
adults that babysit.
Where I live,
Only-
you can actually go and take classes and get certified, like in CPR and whatnot. To be, you've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old?
No, not even a 5-year-old.
No.
I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't like been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's
mean-
see. Unless you have anything else on this
I've got
point.
one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember
Mhm.
seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Hasn't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if you
Right.
were
Yeah.
a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that
Quite
was planted,
specific.
once again, just to plant that
Mhm.
seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago, and a teenage, they probably they're not thinking too much. Probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically like important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence,
And that
I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's like an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she had seen whatever activity at the Crowley house to remember that date specifically.
Yeah, and that would also be in the police
Yeah.
report. My cat died that day. That was why I remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Something, and nothing else was in there. So it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
Yeah.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know.
Not
It's kind of
really.
like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's
Not
one of the
really.
dates I would remember. No, I always look forward to that. It was always a Friday.
Well,
This was a Friday.
I agree. She would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997?
Right.
Would you remember?
No.
Like right off the top of your
No.
Nobody
But that
would.
part-
They'd have
but
to
that
sit
part
and
here-
think about it.
Correct.
So
But that
think
part,
about a month ago.
Right. But
A month ago
this
from
date,
today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative
Like it was
writing.
put in there to
Creative
kind of
writing, yeah.
build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right. So yeah, I don't know. That's all I'll say on
Well,
that.
they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is in fact just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, it probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out, and that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go to write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right. That's
well,
all
not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too, while right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
And is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door, so maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information? I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or?
Speculation, I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that's just my question, my thought. Mm-hmm. I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. And that's why I I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff, as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing, and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. and it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open, because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from somewhere outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this, Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase certainly were gunshots, leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though, and it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data, regardless, if it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions, and he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off, even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any other questions to it. At least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some suspicious activity. So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's?
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
And
but then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, there was a lot more than just 3.
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, or double homicide suicide, with 3
right, because who's
fired.
To say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it's kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge. If there were 2 separate shootings. Now we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Kamel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing, but I think it's relevant because of the time.
Right.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So
and the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
he thinks it's between the 2nd and the 19th, and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys, so that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement, so a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value, and he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know, like, what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct. Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later, for instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, "No, I got it, thanks," in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie,
like
are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S. And we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
you're going to get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there were some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain. But there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing you did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway that you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that. If there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota, that would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
You wouldn't really...
There was 0.08 of an inch of rain and 0.03 of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100th of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was he? There's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct.
Is he blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone, possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way
Yeah.
as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Kamel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how
Right.
it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide, and that the dog ate these bodies. So,
But she's not
They're
suspicious.
gonna need
She's
that
not
credibility.
suspicious like that.
they're gonna,
No, just us people
Apparently
are
not.
suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder suicide if you're not
Yeah,
you
well-
can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
It's weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
for sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start, and we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? On the early morning of January 17, 2015, Paleo's barking attracted the attention of Colin Prochnow. Colin indicated that he heard and saw the dog inside of the Crowley residence, Officer Becker reported, early this morning, and thought it unusual since he had not seen anyone come and go from the Crowley residence. Mr. Prochnow returned home to discuss the situation with his wife, Judy. Judy asked her husband if there were Christmas presents still on the front door stoop of the Crowley house. The Prochnows first noticed Christmas presents on January 10, 2015. Colin then went back to the Crowley home and saw Christmas presents scattered near the front door. Colin was going to collect the gifts and bring them home, but he decided to stack them up by the front door of the Crowley residence instead. That's when the dog attacked the front window, according to Judy Prochnow. Early media reports stated Dan Crowley Jr., David's older brother, dropped off a stack of Christmas presents and several miscellaneous items on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, the police report clearly states Dan Jr. dropped off the items on December 28. Dan Jr. saw Paleo in the front window but stated he did not knock on the front door and did not look through the front window. Items Dan Crowley left in front of the Crowley home included a $50 invoice for general services rendered by the Lamin Abdel Law Firm. The invoice was dated October 31, 2014 and billed David Crowley for services related to negotiations with the Michael Entertainment Group. David Crowley and MEG were going to pitch the Gray State Project as a television series. The $50 invoice was originally mailed to Hothead Productions, LLC, to David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Another item discovered on the front stoop was a $14,000 check for David given by his father. The existence of this check was not widely known to the public at first. Early media reports led me to believe David and Camille were struggling financially. Detective Brian Bone filled out a search warrant application in order to see if there was a financial motive for the crime. Through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Based on my training and experience, Detective Bone continued, money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of homicide.
Due to the circumstances of the couple's death, I am requesting a search warrant for each of the banks and with AAA credit screening to obtain records of all known accounts, to verify the financial state of the couple, and to verify their financial state at the time of their death. In reviewing the records from Wells Fargo, Detective Brian Bone later concluded, I found that the Crowleys had money in the bank but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July 2014 and January 2015. With a $14,000 check on David's front doorstep and a working deal to make Gray State a television series, it's easy to understand why a financial motive was never found. Had it not been for the Christmas presents near the front door and the barking dog inside the Crowley residence, Colin Prochnow might not have discovered the bodies on January 17th. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin stated that he now knows that they were the bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home to explain what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017. And the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in. Without heads and things like that, you just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Kamel and Ra and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and then I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the 3 bodies were David, Kamel, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Prochnow then went home and dialed 911. Police and fire dispatch received her call at 12:56 p.m. Yes, this is Judy Prochnow and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive, yes. Judy then told dispatch, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door. Years later, when I asked Judy why she used the words murder or suicide during that 911 call, the response was not what I expected. I'm not one of you, Judy told me. I'm not suspicious if someone dies, I don't automatically assume they were murdered. Yet Judy specifically mentioned murder or suicide to the dispatch operator. I meant murdered as in Kamel and the baby, Judy clarified. It just jumped in my head because they were all dead. That was the only way I could think of that they would be dead, is that he murdered them and then committed suicide because there was a gun next to him. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher, and one like the head is eaten off. Oh no, the dispatcher responded. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast, episode number 2, Finding the Bodies. I'm Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are joined by Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Anne. Today's topic will cover what we just read, Finding the Bodies, from my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. You can download that right now if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com. You can download it for free. Don't forget to join the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you haven't already, a group that Dan Hennon started, and we're almost at 3,000 members. That's awesome. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for everything that you do. God bless you all. Let's get to the show.
Can I ask everybody, who else goes over and rearranges their neighbors' doorsteps?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
especially with all the packages that go missing, you're likely to, somebody would think you're trying to steal the packages off your porch if they were over there messing with them.
Yeah, I live in an apartment complex, and the people right across from us were on vacation for 2 weeks during Christmas, and one of their HelloFresh boxes was out there I didn't touch it because, I let the manager know about it for the apartment complex, but I didn't touch it because you just don't know.
You don't know what could be in it. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know anything at that point.
And, I just didn't want to get blamed for anything that happened. So I think the apartment complex sent them an email, but that was about it. And it stayed there. They were very lucky that it stayed there.
Colin Prochnow sees them scattered, stacks them up. Do they look like they've been there for 3 weeks?
It looked like they had been there for a few days, especially because one of them looked rather damp. The one that was wrapped, that looked pretty damp. The paper looked warped. So, to me, it looked like a few days, but 3 weeks? No.
I mean, they're not noticed until January 10th.
I don't see that paper bag not being just completely saturated if they were there for that long.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the paper bag stayed on that doorstep. If it had been windy and knocked those packages everywhere, I could see that taking it down the block if something wasn't weighted on top of it.
I was going to say that walkway wasn't plowed or shoveled. There was snow accumulated on that. So it must have taken some effort to get from the driveway, which was plowed, to the front door, and then to make the effort to rearrange all the packages. If they really thought, hey, why are these packages sitting here? I haven't seen my neighbors. Why wouldn't you just call the police and do a safety check?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Okay, so Dan Jr. dropped these gifts off on December 28th. You only have one person, really, who sees them January 10th. I don't think any of the other neighbors mentioned seeing any gifts aside from that day. And then, of course, you have the $14,000 check, too.
Which I find is odd because Dan Crowley Sr. wasn't calling to say, hey, how come you haven't cashed this? There's no mention of any emails or text messages, from Dan Sr. I think that out of everything, that would have been a major key to reach out and ask about.
I think that check being there is what really made me go, wait, what? Because, if it's just like little presents that don't really have much value, yeah, if I was going to leave presents, I probably would, but not a check that big. A check that big, I would never leave on anybody's doorstep. I don't care how rich you are, you're not going to leave that much money on a doorstep and not at least contact the person or knock on the door or something, like either when you're doing it or shortly after you've left them there, to make sure that, they got that check.
Here's what I would say about the check, because this has come up over the last 5 years. So the concept is this: the size of the check is huge, and some say it's really large, some say it's not, and we found out that it's the tax amount that's I think the maximum you can give someone on a tax year for tax reasons to consider it as a gift. And so if Dan Crowley Sr. did this for each one of his 3 children, it would make sense. Now I also think that he gave that paper bag and along with some gifts, because he's 45 minutes away, Dan Jr. probably offered to say, I'll drop the gifts off at David's house on the way through to my house, which is where he was living on the way to St. Paul at the time. And so that part makes sense, which we have to assume that if Dan Jr. dropped the gifts off, is more than likely 100% true. Dan Sr. wouldn't have known that he wouldn't have stopped over, opened the door, dropped, given a hand-to-hand to David. We hear a lot of, why would the check be left there? Number one, Dan Jr. didn't know a $14,000 check was in that bag, more than likely, and he was probably mortified when he found out later that Dan Jr. just dropped everything off on the steps and left. So I don't believe it was intended on purpose that it was left out like that. Now, the other thing is what I have brought up myself right after we found out this information. I would be cognizant of the fact if I gave someone a $14,000 check to check with that person to see assuming they would have cashed it right away. That's the intent, that's the purpose of the whole thing. And after a week went by and it still hadn't cleared, you don't have to wait for the bank statement to come. You can certainly log on and see that it still hadn't been cashed. And so 3 weeks later raises my eyebrows that he didn't check. Now, what Sophia said, we don't see text evidence or phone calls that Dan Sr. was calling David to say, hey, what's that check? How come we didn't cash it? It's still, sitting out there outstanding as if it hadn't been cashed. But I don't think Dan, the dad, knew that it was sitting on the front stoop for 3 weeks. Even if it wasn't sitting on, maybe it was only sitting there for a week, I still think that he took all that stuff from Christmas when he left the residence from celebrating Christmas, and maybe he hung on to it for a couple of weeks and then dropped it off on January 10th or so. As far as that's the first evidence that we see of any of the neighbors physically seeing gifts on the step. But I do believe that Dan Jr. had all this stuff in his possession the whole time. The gifts, the honest-to-goodness gifts from the family, some of the gifts from himself, and a package from his father that was just in a paper bag that I believe was stapled shut. So I don't think Dan Jr. knew the content of what was in the bag. If he did, he probably would have signed over that check for himself, I guess. But I don't want to assume anything. But the last thing on that, too, is if Dan Sr. was in on this scheme, it certainly makes him look good, like a caring father, giving cash to his son. Well, we know they were on bad terms and they weren't speaking, and David wasn't telling him the truth of what was really going on in his life. If Dan Sr. was in on it, that's a great alibi here. A big sizable check there, knowing that the recipient would never cash it. It's only going to make him look good when the investigators get there. So that was also tossed about as an option, that he left it on purpose, that amount, that huge amount, as a gift at Christmas time as a loving dad and a doting father to his son and wife and granddaughter. That could also be the case, because that's what alerted me when I saw the amount and the size of that check. I thought that's very convenient, because who's going to blame or even want to point a finger at Dan Sr. by being such a nice, caring, doting dad? But if he did that on purpose, knowing that it would never be cashed, I'm surprised he didn't write a check for $50,000 or $100,000. But it was at $15,000, which means he probably did have some logic in there about that tax code. Maybe he had done this in the past. We know that Dan Sr. was on not good terms, and Dan Sr. was caught lying to authorities in the police report with his various phone calls and text messages that were not validated or supported by evidence. So who knows?
That's some really good insight. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else on the $14,000 check or the all those presents and all that stuff that was found on the front stoop?
I have. This is Dan. I have one more comment on the gifts. Some of the presents, if you did look at those photographs of the contents of the gifts that were Christmas gifts from the brother Dan, there were target and shooting practice and targets, not just of regular, simple bullseye targets, but they were all morbid and zombie type of images, and skin falling off and skeletonized kind of images, which leads one to suspect that this was planned and arranged, and he was included in the killing. Was this some type of a message sent or a code or something else? That the images in some of those of the hand, of the skin coming off the hand, and the skeletonized fingers of the dead zombies, on the shooting targets were very strange. And those were the gifts from Dan Crowley Jr., the brother of David, who dropped them off, and who was more likely connected with this case in some way, shape, or form, either directly or indirectly, connected. Did he buy those on purpose in a target practice? Very, very strange. Remember, he had been not on good talking terms since August of that year with his own brother, and whatever was said by Dan Jr. resulted in David ultimately crying, and Comel had to console him after whatever happened. So we know whatever it was pretty serious, and it caused the irreparable connection there with that they stopped talking altogether. It damaged that relationship so bad. But who knows? But then to go out and get them nice target shooting gifts and be nice to drop off the gifts there, who knows? It's very, very strange. And then to go back earlier to the dates, we know we got the dates wrong, but just to clarify, it wasn't Dan Jr. who got the dates wrong. He said to police that it was the December 28th that he dropped them off. The Star Tribune article that was quoted by another friend, Mason Hendricks, said that he thought that the brother Dan dropped him off either the 26th or the 27th. He couldn't remember. And so he may have gotten the dates wrong, or it may have been what Dan told him. But we don't have evidence that Dan Jr. Told Mason that it was the 26th or the 27th. So we don't know that Dan got it wrong. He certainly may have, but we know the Star Tribune just quoted what Mason said, and he said 26th or 27th, and that was coming right from Mason Hendricks.
Okay.
So we really don't
That's
know.
great.
It may have been on purpose once again, all to serve as a distraction, being the first 2 dates were wrong, and then we finally get the 28th, and now we find out 5 years later that the 28th more likely wasn't true either. All three of those dates could have been set as a trap, as bait, to get us focusing on what date they were dropped off, when in all reality, all three dates were wrong.
Yeah, because they have a habit of giving us wrong information.
Correct.
And I think it's just a game to them.
That was done on purpose. That could have been a misinformation. The difference between, for the newer listeners out there, the difference between misinformation and disinformation is really one word. It's the word intent. Misinformation is you honestly didn't know, you just got the dates wrong. It sounds like that's what Mason Hendricks happened here, was misinformation. But we know that Dan Crowley potentially lied to police when he did tell them it was the 28th. If those gifts weren't laying there that entire time, then that's a lie. And then all three dates would then potentially become disinformation, meaning it was done on purpose to sidetrack, to mislead, to deceive. And so that's more than likely, I think, what we're dealing with here. But we don't have anything to support that.
The only two questions I would have on that $14,000 check was, like you were saying, is this something that David's dad does for him every year? The other thing I would like to know is what date that check was dated. What date was that check signed on?
And the other thing with the $14,000, just to jump in here, is that's something that Dan Jr. or even Allison, the sister, could have come forward with either on our page or left a message or a note to say, look, Dad's been doing this for all three of us kids for 5 years, something to affect. Or, heck no, we've never heard about it. Why the heck was he giving it to David, not us? We could have given something like that. We could have been provided something like that. But then keep in mind, if they did willingly provide some kind of information like that, it would have probably been doubted or scrutinized anyway. So I think that's more of it's a horse apiece there. But the $14,000, very interested. It does seem to lend credence to the fact that the family was having trouble financially, which they also thought that David and Carmela were having financial. They were fighting off some debt. They weren't able to pay bills. And here you see this big check that kind of, to young investigators, homicide detectives like this, they probably thought, wow, they were having a hard time. So maybe he did snap. Not soon enough. He didn't open that mail soon enough to get this check. It may have changed his decision from killing his whole family. So I think it also helped to cement the fact that they were having financial problems, which to me is sketchy. The whole check is sketchy because it only favors one side of the narrative. Dan Crowley looks better for sending it. David Crowley looks worse for potentially, allegedly needing it. When in fact, if it was just a gift and no one needed it, Dan Crowley Sr., the father, was known in the Owatonna area. Neighbors and family and friends did call him a millionaire. Whether that's true or not, he did have money, he did have extra cash, and he was successful. And at the end of the year, if he wanted to get rid of some of his tax debt or tax burden and give gifts to the children to help defray that, that would certainly make sense. That does not mean to say that David Crowley needed it because he was constrained financially. And that's what I think the young detectives thought. They saw the money, they said, boy, this guy must be struggling to make ends meet, and sure enough, here's a check from his loving father, trying to help do what he can to, make the family succeed. And really, that had nothing to do with anything. It may have been just an annual event that check came that time of the year. Who knows?
That's what drives me crazy about this case, is that there are assumptions. where people are saying, oh, they were struggling. No, they weren't. They had money. Their bills were paid. They weren't in debt. They were paying for a house and stuff like that. But they didn't have negative credit or past due bills and delinquencies on their credit report, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree, Sophia. I agree, because even that narrative was pushed all the way up until we received the bank statements that they were in financial straits. They were struggling financially to try to make ends meet. Once there was bank statements from Wells Fargo and the checking account statements and the credit card statements came through, we all got to see very clearly how frugal this family was, spending very little here and there, and making bill payments on time, making the mortgage, setting aside a budget to get things done on time. We've seen in some of the notes to make sure things are paid. There was only one instance that I saw over the entire year that they were late on a payment and did get hit with a late charge. And that was it. So that was not a regular occurrence. They were very frugal, prudent people as far as young family, a young married couple with a child paying bills. That they were not behind, they were not ahead. They were, I think they were very good. They were very prudent. And after looking at that, really impacted me by looking at those statements. And it reminded me a lot as a young married person with children, the type of bookkeeping and the accounting that I myself did. Notes here and there and reminders to pay bills and things like that. So they were very, I think, honest to goodness, doing the right thing, having the bills come in and paying the bills, paying their bank statements in full, and living not outside their means at all. They were not living extravagant at all.
Didn't they have some real estate company in California that was running a credit check on him and Kamel?
Yes. It was ran 2 times, I believe, once in October or November, one of those months, and then again in January.
You know, though, if you spread the story around that they're, broke and having trouble making ends meet, and he lost his book deal, he lost his movie deal, he lost his TV deal, decided to walk from, the California deal because it didn't feel right, then it kind of makes sense why he would have killed himself. But if you look at all of the credit reports, all of the financial information, that's when that whole story falls apart, because you realize that nothing in any of their credit reports or credit history at all shows that they were struggling at all, anywhere.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Then Kamel makes 2 phone calls the very day that the payment for the house bounced. And basically that was just a automatic withdrawal from David's other account. I'm trying to remember this.
Like it was set up already.
It was a transfer into one account.
Correct. And so she just made 2 calls, and the second call was the one that transferred the money from David's account to that account, their joint, that paid for the house. So it was done very quickly and settled. And there was a rumor going around over the summer saying that their house was in foreclosure at the time of their deaths, and they were behind in their bills and struggling and everything, and that was not the case whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was in the Apple Valley Police Department report. Did they find some, like, silver bars in the basement, too? I remember seeing that.
Or gold coins?
Yes.
Yeah, something
both
like
of them.
that.
Yeah.
So
Silver.
if they were struggling financially, they could have just cashed in.
Right.
That's a really good point.
They had
They had so much in that basement.
they had so much stuff in that basement that he could have taken to a number of places and gotten enough money to make a mortgage payment. If he was really honestly struggling for the money, that is.
I'd like to, bottom of page 5, just
Yeah.
clarify two, what I would call carefully crafted statements by police, whether it was intended or not. But you do see that Detective Brian Bone says that through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Key word there is may. I think a statement like that could be written about any family they find in a murder, suicide, or a murder. It's very open-ended the way he phrased that there may have been financial difficulties. That could be with anybody. And then he goes on to say, based on my training and experience, which is very interesting to say, this is it's beefing up his credibility, a statement like that. It says money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of a homicide. That statement I would agree with 100%. That's most of your motives for crimes are that, money and debt. He's not saying anything about the Crowleys here. He just says history and training shows that money and debt can be a contributor to homicide. That's a fair statement.
Yeah.
He goes on to say that due to the circumstances of the couple's death, he's requesting, a warrant for the banks to verify the financial state at the time of their death. I think that's fair to say, and he did get that. He did get the information from Wells Fargo. Then he goes on to say, and this is the last thing, is I found the Crowleys had money in the bank, but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July to January, 2014 to 2015. That I feel is a very interesting word sentence by Detective Bone. It helps lend credibility to the fact that they were canceling and closing out everything on their way to being despondent and depressed and to kill the family. It helps push that narrative that they were decreasing their balances. Now, I've seen the bank balances and the credit card statements from every month that Brian Bone is talking about here. In some balances, they're higher. Some balances, the monthly balance is lower. There's no trend there whatsoever. So I find that very odd that he put that in there like that, making it sound that the trend was going down, that it was getting down to almost zero. It's kind of what he's alluding to here, is what he's trying to make the reader think by reading this. So I think he's planting, more seeds are being planted with a statement like that.
I found it very normal, I guess you could say, if they were planning on moving from Minnesota to another state. It, to me, almost seemed like they were just going through getting everything set and ready to move. Like they went to the dentist, which that's something I did before I moved to a different state. That way I had everything up to date, and I didn't, in case there was some time between losing one insurance and getting onto another one. But in looking at that kind of stuff, in my opinion, I didn't see anything that really said that they were desperate or hurting for money. It all seemed pretty natural with what they were doing. It didn't seem at all like they were planning a double murder, suicide, or anything like that. Because why would you care if you go to the dentist or not if in 2 weeks you're going to be blowing everybody's head off?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had, not only were looking, they were actually I believe they had a real estate agent in California that were already looking at homes for them. And so they were planning on moving, and they had already decided, which state. It wasn't just simply to move, and they had zeroed in on a location in California that they were looking at homes already and narrowing down the criteria search as far as what kind of home they would like to live in. So Detective Bone, I think, was wrong on that information. He could have done further drill down searches on this to conclude that they were not having financial problems. In fact, they were looking to move because of this contract deal.
And the other thing to consider too, they had their daughter enrolled in a very expensive school.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That is
correct. That was in Minnesota here. That type of the Montessori that she was enrolled in was no cheap school. That was a higher end learning option for her at that age. And you got to go through and they'll do a credit check and a background, and you got to qualify just to send your child to that school. So I think all this information lends with the actual evidence that lends credibility to the fact that they were not in financial dire straits. Comel had even went to this at length to say that she was writing a book and let her dietitian license in the state of Minnesota lapse. She let it expire. So that also leads to the fact that she's probably looking to re-up her license in another state.
Then we go to Officer Tara Becker, and we get to what Colin actually saw. Colin looked through the front window, and he observed what he thought to be dummies. Here's the thing. He thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. I mean, it's not only weird to just think that these were dummies, but looking at how the bodies were actually laid out, what happened to those bodies and everything, that was made, it was made so that somebody would think that they were home when they weren't.
I don't see how the way the bodies were laid out, how anybody could assume that it was purposely done, because I don't know anybody in their right mind that would lay dummies out like that.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's a great way to get somebody to call the cops and say, hey, look, you better go check that out. I do think that right there, where he thought they were dummies at first, would be what someone who is not a suspicious person would automatically jump to.
Correct. I agree with that.
Because if you're a suspicious person, your automatic response is, oh, they were murdered or they killed themselves. If you're not a suspicious person, I think this is a perfect guess onto what could possibly be going on in that house if you don't have a suspicious mindset.
Yeah, I agree, Stephanie. I think this is the telltale sign, I believe, that Colin Prochnow was an unsuspecting or unwitting victim. If Judy was part of this, he was certainly not in the know. The response and the answers that he gave were, I think, would be consistent with that of a normal person stumbling upon bodies like that. Mannequins, dummies. I think that's what most people would think. Now,
right.
The part that I agree with on Greg is I don't like the fact that he used the phrase, they were made set up to make it look like someone was home. And I don't know if that's just Colin not knowing what he said, or if he was in a state of shock when he made that quote. That doesn't make sense. It's not like they were sitting up in chairs and fully clothed, like some kind of a prank or something, or for a movie set or a prop or something. They were lying on the ground with missing limbs. I don't get that statement as far as made to look as if someone was home. But I do agree with the mannequins and dummies. I think a normal person seeing something like that would probably think that's what it was. And so I think that's when Judy, I think at that point, had to do something to get him back over there, because I feel she was in the know, and they were intended to find the bodies. And she said, no, I think you better go back. Her response is not a typical response of someone that's consistent with being shocked at what they've seen. Her 911 call was very suspicious, and this whole thing. Colin does seem to be an unwitting person here that's not in the know, is what it seems like to me. He's not acting. He has everything that he does seems to be authentic and organic. His response, his 911 phone call, he's just shocked. Judy's is more of a script or bullet points that she's reading off and rattling off to 911 dispatchers and saying, Colin, go back over there, check it out. There's no way they're mannequins. And then the neighbor wants to come over and look inside, and she says, no, don't look. It's awful. So she's the one. Judy's the one leading questions and planting seeds. Colin, I think, is just answering a normal way a grandfather would probably answer being shocked like that, not knowing. I think he would think they were mannequins or dummies. I just don't agree with that they were made to look like someone was living there. I don't understand that.
I also want to jump in and say, if you look in here, Judy tells the neighbor, don't look in the house, it's awful. But she was also one of the people who came to the justice page early on. And initially, people actually were very sympathetic towards her and felt bad at what she saw. And she went into graphic detail early in this case of the condition of the bodies. I mean, it's strange to me. She tells the neighbor not to look, but she's going to go on a public Facebook page and describe graphic details of what she saw that's not consistent. And I remember when she was doing it, it was really quite shocking and disturbing at the time.
And that was 5 years ago today.
Yeah.
Oh, she's still joking about it to this day, about the state of the bodies and the tragic deaths of David, Camille, and Ronnie. To this day, she is joking about it. It's incredibly sick.
That's just as sick as the friends online putting on public forums all the disgusting comments that they made. Like, if this is your friend and you believe that he committed this crime, why on earth would you be making a sick joke like that? Or it's not just one thing that they said. It's at least 10 different comments that several of these friends made. Everybody was sympathetic to all of these friends and Judy until the comments, because those comments are what say, oh, you don't need our sympathy.
You're talking about the dog barking at the window and Jan Jr.? I was going to say, Jan Jr. said the dog attacked the window. There was somebody on the justice page, knickknacks and books, and none of the knickknacks are disturbed. There's still dust sitting on there. The books are straight up and down. How did the dog get to the window? If he was jumping on the shelf, shouldn't the objects on top of it be falling to the floor or something?
That's a very good point, is they should have fallen if he was viciously attacking the window like it was said.
Yeah, and those, for the newer listeners, newer members of the group, it was not a sturdy bookcase there in front of that window. It was kind of a wobbly, flimsy case there that did have books on it and some knickknacks at the top. Beside those two bookcases, I think there was two, there was a very little space in the middle for a dog to get in to jump up at the window, and there was no space on the left side of the window because that's where the Christmas tree was. The right side of the window had a little space from the bookshelf to the opening of the window that the dog could have jumped up onto the barging. But we see images from the crime scene showing that curtain was closed, overhanging that section of it. But then later on the same photos that they were taking, that curtain was subsequently wide open. So the curtain was moved, but it does allow us to see where the dog could have potentially jumped up to attack the window. But that space was very small to do so. And none of the knickknacks, like the gal said earlier, were disturbed, knocked over. If a dog jumped up there and attacked, those things could have been flying all over, all those little knickknacks, but they weren't. So it's very strange. And Judy said later on another comment before all the FOIA requests came out, she said the dog was up there because that's what the couch was. The sofa was in front of that big picture window. The dog was jumped up there and attacked the window from the sofa. And she went on pretty heavy on the comment section on the People.com, the People magazine website when the article came out, and when the story broke nationwide, she spent the best part of that afternoon on the comment section heavily trolling there and telling everyone that the dog jumped up because there was a sofa in front of that picture window. And so when the photos came out not soon after that, that showed that no sofa was even close to that front picture window, that's when some of her story started collapsing.
She's very obsessed with this case. The amount of time she spends online looking for this case on the different forums, different articles, Reddit, YouTube, everything, and then she goes into the comment sections and stuff like that. This is unhealthy.
For just somebody who was just a neighbor, it's a very unhealthy thing. To play devil's advocate, you could say fairly that, I myself have a very unhealthy fascination with this case. However, as Ann just pointed out, Colin, as Judy told everybody, Colin was having a very serious, a very troubling time trying to get over what he saw, by himself, which, that's completely understandable. But as Ann was saying, if you know that's going on with your husband, why on earth are you going to sit here 5 years later and still be one of the main people attacking people for going against the official narrative? The way that she's gone about this whole thing since day one when the bodies were found is just very, very concerning.
When she calls in, and the second thing that she says is, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door.
Mm-hmm.
She has to understand why people would start asking questions about her, jumping to conclusions so early. And it's not just that. Just like how Dan was saying, if you compare the two 911 calls, they're like night and day. Looking through the same window, the exact same window. These are two people that have lived together for a very long time. Looking through the same window, one sees dummies, the other sees a murder or a suicide and describes dog scavenging. It's a big, big difference. It's confusing when you have two people also calling in about the same thing that, again, live in the same house and they're not even on the same page about who's going to call 911. They both end up doing it.
And that gets back into the misinformation or disinformation. Was that done on purpose to, all this chaos we had? Was that all planted to create that, to confuse on purpose? My first request, before I requested the FOIA for the police log, was the audio transcript, the audio of Judy's 911 call. At that point, I didn't know Colin made a call. I didn't know two people made a call. I asked for the audio. I was quickly shut down by saying, we can't send the audio, but we can send you a transcript of what was said. And I said, that sounds good. So that was odd. Is that a common thing that they will not send out the actual 911 phone call in audio format? I think that would be very telling by the inflection of the voice and how it was stated by Judy. I think that would be very, very telling.
With the other case that I received from Apple Valley, we received the audio recordings for that case. I'm not sure if we received the 911 call, but we got the interviews, and that was very enlightening, wasn't it, Greg?
Yeah.
I think that in the future, if this case was to be reopened or reinvestigated, the thing we should get is the audio of that 911 call and the interview videos of the interviews police held on surveillance, and they were captured on audio and video, I think, of the interviews. and also the dash cam of Tara Becker's squad car that was positioned at the scene of the house that was aimed, the camera was aimed directly at that front door and was left on, I believe, for 4 straight hours. Dash cam video does exist. And that'd be able to pick up the movements and the actions, I guess, of the first responders. But this 911 call would be interesting, just to hear it in the voice of someone, and then be able to give that to someone that does language a breakdown, if that's someone lying or being authentic or organic or reading from a script or planting seeds. I think that'd be a good one to get to do a test on the actual audio of that 911 call. That may also be the reason that it was also been held back. If they don't want that to get out, because you can tell so much from a person's voice on that call, might be the first reason that they shut that first thing down right away by saying we're not going to release that.
Good point. Now there's 2, so we want both of those calls, right? From Judy Ann calling.
And I have requested them. I was just shut down by.
Did they give any reason or anything, or?
Mm-mm.
I mean, is
no, I wasn't
worth?
Ever given a reason. They just.
I don't see why they won't just
redacted.
Yeah, they just hand out the same thing, almost as if, okay, well, if somebody asks for this, just send them this. But I mean, they should at least give us a reason. Maybe we should press them on that a little bit. There should be a reason for that.
Because I had made a very detailed list and specifically requested like the dash cam and that footage from Tara Becker, from that vehicle, and everything was ignored. Every single thing that I asked for was ignored. So, and Dan, I'm happy to give you a copy of that FOIA so that you can see exactly what I had requested.
Yeah, a screenshot of that, or just a one page of that particular request would be good. You can shoot that over on an email or something. I do think that they're not going to provide that for sure. But and I had also requested on an official transcript that dash cam recording of Officer Tara Becker's car, that squad car, that they said in the police report the note was on, the video was on, and the note said it was recording. I think it was, if memory serves, I think it was 4 hours straight that thing was on. That would have been interesting just to see, not from the Judy Collins perspective, but to see the actions of and how they were going about, who was going in, who was going out. It wouldn't have captured anything in the backyard, but it would have been just the front, kind of more of the scene.
Yeah.
But that was rejected as well.
I don't see why it would be an issue, though. I mean, it's just playing it at the house.
Correct. There should be that should be the first thing being able to receive. And I said in my note too, if there's a cost, for making a DVD or burning a CD, and something like that, I'll gladly reimburse you the costs of what it would take to put the time and effort into transferring that to the 4-hour recording. And nope, that was still shut down. So I think by this time, when the FOIA started coming through, I think at this time, one can conclude that the higher up in the Apple Valley Police Department already were given the order to start limiting what's coming out in this case, or one could call it the cover-up on the aftermath of all this, because what we got versus what we didn't get was already censored right at the beginning, what we were getting and what we were told.
Right.
And that's it was after that point is when I went to the Apple Valley Police Department Facebook page and gave them a 1-star review saying the detectives handled this case very poorly, and it wasn't done in bad taste. I didn't use foul language or go in there yelling and screaming. I just left a note saying that 1 out of 5 stars that the investigators handled this case poorly. And it wasn't but a couple of weeks later that it was that comment was removed. And then I asked who removed the comment and why. That's the whole purpose of having ratings and comments, much like Yelp for a restaurant review. You want to see the good and the bad. And I had nothing written poorly or in distaste. It was an honest feeling that I have to this day. It's a 1 star out of 5 of how the detectives handled that case. And they never got back to me as far as why it was removed who removed it, and for what reason would they take out a review on their Facebook page. So all these things lead back to the suppression of information started at the very beginning with these folks. And that's not to say they were involved in the murder. That just lends, I would say, it supports the evidence. It supports the fact that they were somehow covering up in the aftermath of this event.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up unless anybody else has anything else on the 911 call. I think that's a great place to kind of end it. We'll end it on page 9.
I'd like to make a quick comment about the 911 call, and that's if you were looking in your window of your neighbor's house and seeing these horrific scenes, you have no idea what happened or if there's a danger in your neighborhood. Why would you leave your spouse and make 2 separate 911 calls? If it was me, I wouldn't let go of my spouse. I'd want to keep that person in eyesight and be safe. I just thought that was bizarre. And then they didn't seem to realize the other was calling.
Around this time, Colin Prochnow called 911, but before he did, Colin went one house east of David's and spoke with Tuppy. Now, Officer Tara Becker reported what happened next. Tuppy stated that the Crowleys were brought to her attention today when her other neighbor, Colin Prochnow, came over and asked if she knew where the Crowleys might be. Tuppy stated she thought they had possibly gone to Texas for the holidays and just weren't back yet. So she called David's landline. Is that the landline number? The 0461? I thought it was a cell phone number.
They have a landline.
I didn't think they had a landline either.
Okay. And that's possible that she just got that wrong or that...
I thought maybe Mr. Alam, wasn't he paying for their cell phone lines at one point and then he stopped so they had to get new numbers? I just kind of thought that was the reason that the call didn't go through, but I agree. It's odd that it's almost like Judy had to race Colin to the phone, and then the 911 operators, the way he spoke to Colin, I thought that was really rather odd, because wouldn't you be wanting to, right, wouldn't you be trying to get as much information as you can, you know? Like, it's almost like they were like, listen, we already talked to your wife, so why are you calling? Like, it's wrong that he was calling, which, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only want one person to call to report a crime, and that's it. The way they don't have to track down as much. Who knows? If you looked in your neighbor's window and saw this, why are you leaving your husband at all? You don't know if there's somebody still stalking around coming to do the same thing to you next. Like in every other 911 call I've listened to, it's, okay, hold on, stay on the line with us, help is on the way, not, okay, goodbye, get off the phone.
I think the only other thing that I want to get everybody's thoughts on are this gun, because if you read the 911 transcript, it's not clear by that if Judy saw this gun. Just in this call. If we're just looking at this call here, she's saying that Colin saw it. She never really says that she saw it. And that kind of bothered me because I wanted some type of statement in this thing. She's so clear about all of these things, it should be clear whether she saw that gun or whether she didn't. But she's asked, and she says, yes, my husband saw it. She doesn't say, yes, I saw it.
Okay, so right before they ask him what his name is, so he says, yeah, it's 10:51. Would somebody like to come over and, what is it, do a welfare or well check or something like that? Mm-hmm. And the dispatcher says, okay, you said 10:51 for them? And Colin repeats 1051. The dispatcher says, okay. And then Colin says, and I looked through the front window and there's like 3 dummies on the floor. I don't think there are any bodies, but it looks like there's a gun next to one, a handgun. And then they say, okay, and what's your name again? And he spells his name, and they ask for his phone number, and they give a cell phone number, a house number, and then the dispatcher says, okay, all right, just one second. And then Colin starts explaining that, they were out of town and they saw presents. And after he gets done saying this, the dispatcher says, okay, did you already call? And Colin says, what? Yeah, we tried calling that cell number and nobody answered. And the dispatcher says, no, I mean, did you already call us? Your wife already called us. Judy just called us. And Judy says, the dispatcher says, okay, you saw the gun on the floor. And Judy says, yes, my husband saw it. He's not here right now. He's talking to the other neighbor. We hadn't seen any movement over there and all that. So Colin saw the gun. She didn't.
But it's not clear. Right. It's not clear if she did.
Right.
Right?
Right. If she did, she does not specifically say it anywhere. She does specifically say her husband saw it, but she doesn't specifically say, yes, I saw it too. Which, if she could see in such detail the fingernails, wouldn't you think she would have noticed the gun? Because that's something more recognizable. You could recognize a gun better than you can a body that's just got like a little bit of a skull and hair stuck to it.
It's kind of how you don't call 911. They should use that.
Yeah, this is the exact way you don't call us.
Don't do this. Because it's just really bad. I mean, there's nothing here that you just go, oh my, like, what are you talking about? It's way too much guessing going on.
Okay, I want to thank you all for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast number 2. I really appreciate all of you. This will be a monthly podcast. We're going to try to put out something new every month. Our goal is to try to reach as many researchers as possible to put the information in this book in the hands of as many people as possible. That is the goal of this podcast. That is the goal of the book that I wrote. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr. I'm one of many researchers looking into this case. I began looking into this case trying to prove David Crowley guilty. 5 years later, I still don't have any proof. We have a lot of speculation, but we have a lot of speculation about many different theories, including what the investigators told us. We're going to go over my book thoroughly, looking at all of the different points made in that book. And where we go from there, we'll see. This is the monthly podcast, and I want to thank everybody for joining us here. God bless you all. Let's get to it. First responders. At 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom arrived at the crime scene. There he saw Colin Prochnow standing in Lorraine Tuppy's driveway. Mr. Prochnow approached the officer stating there were bodies in the living room of the Crowley home. Sergeant Dahlstrom then approached the front window and looked inside the residence. I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window, Sergeant Dahlstrom wrote in his supplemental report. I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies. I advised dispatch of my findings, Sergeant Dahlstrom continued, and requested the channel be restricted to emergency traffic. The sergeant then informed Captain John Bermel of the situation. Officer Tara Becker was the second responder to arrive at the crime scene. Sergeant Dahlstrom advised me that there were in fact 3 deceased parties that could be seen from the large picture window at the front of the residence. Officer Becker did not report seeing the bodies in any of her supplemental reports we received. Officer John Broughton arrived third. With all 3 officers standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Officer Broughton was the first officer to check the back of the house. I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry, Broughton documented. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence and the gates were closed but not locked. Officer Broughton entered the backyard and saw fresh animal tracks in the snow. Signs of forced entry were not found on any backyard windows, but there was an open door. The rear sliding patio door was found open slightly 1/4 of an inch, wrote Broughton. I opened the door and found that it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. Paleo continued to bark as Broughton opened the rear slider. When I opened the patio door, there was an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. One light was on in the dining room, Broughton continued. The Christmas tree lights and other strings of Christmas lights were still on. After walking around the back of the house, Officer Broughton looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. They were all badly decomposed, Broughton wrote in his report. One adult body was lying on its back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. The second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. Between 2 adult bodies was the body of a small child. Officer Adam Keeler arrived fourth and helped secure the scene until Paleo was removed from the house. Once Community Service Officer Brian Booth arrived, Officer Keeler opened the rear sliding door and the officers attempted to lure Paleo outside with dog treats. Officer Keeler reported it took 5 minutes for Paleo to come outside. The dog was scared upon arrival, wrote CSO Brian Booth, but appeared to be friendly. I was able to catch the dog with a choke pull and get it into the bed of my truck where it stayed until roughly 1900 hours. CSO Booth then took Paleo to Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog but not to do anything else with it since it was part of an investigation. Next, Sergeant Dahlstrom and Keeler entered the house through the rear slider. Prior to entering the residence, wrote Sergeant Keeler, I announced officers' presence. There was no response. The 2 officers cleared the garage first, then the main level, ending with the basement. I noted the writing on the living room wall, wrote Keeler, which appeared to say Allahu Akbar. It appeared to be written in blood with fingerprints. Sergeant Dahlstrom also noticed blood writing on the living room wall. I noticed letters on the wall that appeared to be written in blood. Dahlstrom also reported seeing several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and living room. Below the wall on the living room floor lay 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. At this time, Broughton reported, the bodies are presumed to be that of the homeowners David Timothy Crowley,
born 7/7/85, and Kamel Rasul Crowley, born 11/20/86, and their daughter Rania Crowley. With all 3 levels cleared, officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. The Crowleys' mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time, wrote Becker, and handed me today's mail, which was placed inside the mailbox. An interesting note found in the BCA notes stated mail in mailbox, December 29th, /front packages 11015. Alright, so that was reading from pages 13 to pages 15 of The Gray Stage by myself, Greg Fernandez, looking at the first responders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first responders is what we're looking at here. All before the detectives arrive and all before the BCA shows up. And obviously, way before the medical examiner shows up as well. What you'll see here is some of the most important information about what happened to the Crowleys. And with that, we're going to take you right into our call with Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and of course, our good friend Ann.
We'll be covering the chapter called First Responders in tonight's show. This is basically pages 13, 14, and 15 of the book, A Gray Stage.
I think what is really important here is the first responders should all have the same story. They should all look at the same bodies and report them the exact same way. So that's what I was looking for here. People can judge that for themselves, whether all of these officers who entered that house or who showed up to the scene and looked through the front window and saw these bodies, did they all see the exact same thing?
Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom was there 1:04 p.m. He arrived, and he was the very first person. He looked in, approached the front window, and looked inside. So he was the very first responder on site. And he goes on to say that, quote, I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window. That's what he wrote in his supplemental report. And, quote, I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies.
In my opinion, I think Paleo was probably happy to see somebody alive and looking in the window. Maybe that a protective instinct also kicked up in him.
I was thinking it was more of a, like, this is my house, what are you doing looking in the window type of thing from Paleo. That's at least the feeling I got from reading all the reports when they talk about how frantic he is. But I've kind of changed my view on that a little bit. I'm not so 100% on that because of the smudge marks on the window. The window was surprisingly clean for a frantic dog being near it.
I still don't think he attacked that window the way that certain people have said it.
Yeah, these officers don't say anything like that.
Correct.
Very different. And Paleo knew them. Paleo had at least seen Colin Prochnow and Judy Prochnow at some point, I'm guessing. So Sergeant Dahlstrom then basically lets Captain John Burmel know about the situation. And then Officer Tara Becker is the second to show up at this crime scene. And what was very curious to me is that it doesn't sound like, if you read Officer Tara Becker's documents, it doesn't sound like she sees these bodies, period. Maybe I'm reading more into it than I should, but...
Should she have looked?
She had to have looked, didn't she?
Confirm what she was told? Like, shouldn't she have had to look? And
I would think so. I don't know why she wouldn't, but if she did, shouldn't it be here? Shouldn't it be in these documents?
Yeah, in her report, I saw, like the other guys put in.
Right.
Whereas with hers, it's so-and-so advised me.
She does see them later because she's taking photos. She's either taking photos or taking video, but she's in there later on, so you would think that at that point there should be some documentation from her.
And she is, I don't believe she's a tall woman. I think she's very short in stature, so she wouldn't have been able to see through that window anyway from the outside. Even being on her tiptoes, she wouldn't have been able to see in. So that would make sense. I agree that she wouldn't have seen by first responding, officer until she actually went around through the back and went into the residence. I think I agree with Stephanie. I think the dog was just frantic, running around. May have been excited to see living human beings as well, or just frantic, excited, or all of the above. I think the dog was just running around, didn't know what to think. I don't know if the first couple of squad cars came on there with their lights and sirens on and everything, and may have been very startling, or maybe they just showed up with no lights, no sirens. We don't know.
The dogs above us, every time that sirens go by our apartments, they freak out. And I don't know how Paleo was, but if they came in with sirens on, it's very possible that could have set them off too. Now, I know that like ambulances or police that go by our apartments, when they turn into a residential area, they leave their lights on, but their sirens are turned off. But we're next to a really busy boulevard, so when they're on that, they leave them on. But as soon as they turn down the residential road, they turn the sirens off, but the lights are still on. So I don't know what the procedure is in Minnesota or Apple Valley.
I mean, you would think, okay, if it's just for a welfare check, maybe not, which is what Colin, tells him that's what he wants after seeing the bodies. Just, can somebody come and do a welfare check? But listening to what Judy said, you can, it's like there's a murder or a suicide and the dog is eating bodies and there's presence out there. At this point, they don't know that there isn't a killer in that house based on her call. It's a big difference than just coming over and doing a welfare check. But the officers, they don't act like there's some impending danger or anything like that. It's more about seeing those dead bodies, and obviously they're going to clear this house at some point, but they have to get that dog out first. So at this point, do we already think that they're not worried about finding anybody in the house who might have killed these people, and they're not worried that there's presence out on the front doorsteps? That could be bombs or something. They really don't know anything at this point.
Why would they think they were bombs?
Well, because
they don't know. That's the thing. They don't know what they're walking into. They have no idea if they're about to walk into a house that's going to be, blown up any second. They don't know. But given Judy's phone call, she was who they first talked to. And from her phone call, it doesn't sound like there's kind of any imminent danger. And then, you get to Colin's part, and it's more or less like, okay, well, there's dead people in there, but there's really no threat anywhere else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember reading anything outside of the gossip from the friends that there was any suspicion of bombs. And they don't mention it in the reports, do they?
No.
Okay. I think it was only Nathan Hendricks and Sean White that mentioned that.
Correct. Now, Greg, if I could just jump in here. When the first officer came, Dahlstrom, he did see the neighbor, Colin Prochnow, standing in the driveway of the other neighbor, chatting, and then he came up and told him that the bodies are in the front in the picture window. So I think the imminent danger may have been relieved at that point when they saw the two neighbors just chatting calmly in the driveway and saying, yeah, they're inside, the bodies are inside. So maybe that led them to assume that there was no imminent danger, perhaps. I don't know.
It's just weird. Like, I guess everybody reacts to things different, so it's not really my place to judge how they responded. But when Judy's telling Lorraine Tupy,
yeah,
to don't go look in there, don't do it, don't look in there. That seems like she's very bothered by that, as anybody would be. But if Colin and her just kind of standing there chit-chatting when the cops get there, it kind of makes me wonder if there's not more to the neighbors calling and saying what they said. Like if maybe there wasn't some sort of checklist, if you will, given to them to say what they said to the officers. Just going through the reports, the things that are put in there, like the things that the police say, that the neighbors said, just weird little things that don't seem like they would be important to this case. There's no real reason why it should be there. We talked about it a little bit in the last conference call where Dan had pointed out it seems like it was just like put in there to kind of push an agenda. That idea is seeming more and more realistic to me, at least.
And I think, too, to piggyback on what Dan was saying, Judy did talk to the police at some point, and she said comments that David was acting strange in the last few months. He had a mohawk. He was wearing military-type clothing. So the police might have been given at some point the impression that there was an intruder and it was him. And it's interesting that Judy is also saying these things because she also told police that she had limited contact with the Crowleys. So how would she know if David's behavior was strange or not? She doesn't even know the family that well.
I mean, this is a woman who said that her grandkids she used to allow the grandchildren to go over and play at David's house, and then she turns around and the next comment will say, I really didn't know David that well. It's like, which is it? Do you let your grandchildren play with strangers inside of that stranger's house?
Well, she had also said that she's not the one who decided the kids couldn't play over there anymore. It was her daughter, because her daughter is the one who got the weird vibe from him. It wasn't even her. So then you've got the fact that Colin is the one who supposedly saw the gun. Judy didn't actually see the gun. It's really hard going through and separating what she actually saw versus hearsay from her daughter or her husband or another neighbor or something like that.
Well, she's even gone on the record saying that she was shown the new furniture by David.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, she put that in a comment. I have that, actually. And why would, if she barely knew him, why would he invite her inside
to see the furniture?
All right, so third to show up on the scene is Officer John Broughton. While all three officers were standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Now, Broughton he's the first person to check the back of the house. So you have three officers there. They've already looked through. Yeah, one has already looked through the front window. You have three neighbors that are hanging out, and so Broughton is told, go check the back of the house. Is that another common thing too? You have one officer in front, one officer in the back. Do you want two officers going through the back? To me, it just kind of seems like they're not that concerned about another person in that house, and they're not that concerned about this being a triple homicide. So when Broughton goes to the back, he says, I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry. That's what they're looking for here. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence, and the gates were closed but not locked. I thought that was another interesting thing too. I don't know. Over here, we don't really lock our side gates. I don't know what people in Minnesota do, or in Texas, or wherever the rest of you are.
He had a small child and a dog, though. I would think that would be like the back door not being secured, even if it was broken. That not being secured, plus the gate not being locked, you wouldn't have need to force your way into the property. You've already got a clear path. The back gate's unlocked. The back door's broken. Why would you need to break your way in?
Here's what I think here. You get these, the calls come in from dispatch, 911 dispatch, And so the people responding are just typical patrol, traffic patrol officers, and they're showing up to a scene with bodies inside and a dog running around. So I think they're mainly waiting for instruction as far as what to do and what's their role there. So they're chatting, and the house faces south, and the back of the house faces north. And so I think when they get to Broughton showing up there, the officers were at that time wandering over to the side, which is the west, and that's where they can first get the glimpse of the smell. The front door and the side doors and windows were closed. Only in the back was the door open just a little bit, that slider. So I think when they walked to the west and were about to go into that gate is when they caught the first whiff of it, which would make sense. They're getting closer to where the door is open. And Minnesota, not common to lock. You have a chain link fence like that there. There's just a clasp that closes it. There's not a lock. I don't know of any neighbors that have locks on it. And that fence, as I stood there before on the scene, was, I think it's a 4 or 3.5 foot high fence, very short. It's like just for dogs, pets, and little kids. Any adult can just basically jump over that fence or leap right over it. So it's very small, but so that would make sense. Now Broughton goes out of his way here to mention all these steps, and I think this is all just protocol. He's throwing in there, we're looking for forced entry. We're seeing if things are locked and things are not locked. Those are the kind of rhetoric that I think that's how cops speak when they enter a scene like that, or what they're instructed to say. So he's making sure that there was no forced entry, and there wasn't. And so that's, I think, that's what we're hearing a lot from his statement. The door was less than 1/4 of an inch opened slightly, and they found it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. So he goes out of his way to, clearly explain how it was seen.
It makes sense. I'm just wondering if they had found signs that somebody had forced their way into that house, would that change what they did from that point on?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they're trained in a certain way. Like when the crime scene photographers came in, all the time they spent right off the bat was taking 18 photos of the door, because that's their training, is to show was anything on the door, the jam, was it jammed, was it locked, was it pried open, how was the door open? So like Broughton here enters, the first thing he's on his mind is there any kind of forced entry? Now I think with the neighbors standing around, that I think lessened their alert for someone in the house, and the dog barking, and the first call came in saying that bodies had been here for a while, but I don't think there was any urgency that there was a threat on the scene. But they still have to go through the process of clearing the house, which is coming up on the next pages.
Well, they did a good job starting out with protocol, so what happened? Because protocol is not touching things and moving things. When you're just doing your initial picture taking, you're not supposed to be moving anything. You're documenting what is there before anything's moved. So they started out strong.
And Officer Broughton has been there a while. He's since retired. So he was a senior level. He was a veteran. He knew what was going on. You can tell by his comments and his statements and his reports that things were very well detailed. I mean, he said, I opened the door and there was, he said, quote, an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Now that would make sense for bodies being there. That is obviously what the smell would be. And he goes on to say that there's a light on in the dining room. Christmas tree lights and other strings were still on. And he walked around the back of the house and then looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. All were badly decomposed. One adult was lying on his back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. Second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. And between the 2 adult bodies was a body of a small child. So Broughton comes in and does his job, I think. Describes everything, checks, goes around the house. He does everything, like Stephanie said, the protocol was there at the first folks that showed up.
Okay, last thing on Broughton here was this overpowering odor of decaying flesh, does that help us give any indication of how long the bodies were there? Does this help show that the bodies were there for 3 weeks?
So I got family and friends that are in law enforcement. The first few days, up to a week, is when it's going to be the most horrendous. After that, the smell is still bad, but it backs off a little bit. The most overpowering is that first week, probably the first maybe days 3 through 7. And so when he says overpowering, that leads me to believe it's in that 7 to 10 day window that the bodies were sitting there. If it was 3 weeks, it would still stink, but I don't think you see the word overpowering, because by that time the stench is, for the most part, gone away. So that's the only other thing I can say on that. He does say the word overpowering, and that's the same adjective I get when talking with family and friends and law enforcement when they talk about that. Yes, it's going to smell later on as well, but if it's overpowering, it's in its first round of the whole rigor mortis. And so that's where I lean into that earlier stage, and I don't buy the 3-week stage because of Broughton's comment. And that's why I wanted to interview him. I talked to him on the phone after he resigned and retired. And I said, well, if I'd like to meet and go over the case with you, and I could meet, because I'm only 30 minutes away. And he said, well, let me run it past some people, and I'll let you know, but I'm open to, have a cup of coffee. And then he called back and says, I talked to, Gummert, and I didn't really have anything to do with the case, so I don't think we should meet. And so my answer is, these pages, Greg, here that you wrote show that he was one of the very first people on the scene, saw the dog, saw the door ajar, smelled the decay. He would be a very good interview, I think. But someone did not want him speaking to me, even though he was no longer with the force, which had nothing to do with anything. He didn't have to ask permission at that point. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to say, I completely agree with you there. That seems very odd that he would say that he didn't have much to do with it, because from just reading this, not even considering the whole police report, it sounds like he was one of the, important interviews to get. So why would somebody have told him to decline it, the interview?
Well, that's the point. That's the same thing.
By him saying that he didn't have much to do with that, that's an outright lie, because clearly he was one of the first few people there. So.
And I think the way he phrased it on the phone call was he didn't have that much to do, and he wasn't playing a big, important role in the detective in the investigation that went on months and up to a year later. And I said, I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for a first response. I wanted to get your ideas from actually being the first, third person there on the scene. That very first initial shock and the sounds and the sights that you saw and you witnessed, I think would have been very helpful for a 10-minute interview. That's all. I wasn't talking about the detective in the investigation case, but he says I didn't have much to do with the case, so I shouldn't interview you. I shouldn't be speaking with you, or something to that effect.
That's just pretty odd.
But then again, his son is now in the force at Apple Valley.
Oh.
So there's still a connection that's not out altogether. His son is on that. He's one of the patrol officers, I believe, in Apple Valley.
Was his son a part of the force when this happened?
Not that I know of. I don't believe so. He may have been a junior officer or something to that effect, but he wasn't a sworn officer at the time, I don't believe.
He was a part of the case, the Josephson case, but I don't think he was a part of this case.
John Broughton's son was part of the other case.
The other one,
looked at.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
Murder-suicide. Interesting. That happened, how long after?
November 3rd, 2016.
So we'll move on to Officer Adam Keeler, and he showed up fourth, and he helped secure the scene until the dog was removed from the house. What do we know about Community Service Officer, CSO, Brian Booth? Because he's the one who was called to help take the dog out of the house. So I guess Community Service Officer Brian Booth had some experience with dogs at this point. There was a reason why he was called to help take this dog out of this house.
I just always assumed that he was like a dog catcher or worked for the pound.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
Like, I never really thought much about it. Like, he came and got the dog, so I thought, oh, okay, so he knows about dogs. And then just further along, you just kind of forget that he was the one who came.
And he just throws Paleo in the back of the truck and leaves him there for hours.
That's a good topic, Sophia, because the phrasing here had some questions early on in the case in the Justice page, because it says that he got there, got the dog out, and put him into the bed of my truck where he stayed until roughly 1900 hours. Now, 1900 hours at 7 p.m., and that day I think it was 17 degrees outside on a January day in Minnesota in winter. So we assumed it was a pickup truck with an open bed. Later they said no, the only squad cars that were there were SUVs and like a Ford Explorer type of a thing, and that's where the dog was. And I said, here in Minnesota, you don't call that the bed unless it's a pickup truck. So why would he explain it as the CSO officer saying I took Paleo and put him in the bed of my truck? And really he just meant essentially the back seat or the way back area of an SUV. Just had him there. So the car was on, the car was running, so the car was warm, and so it put to bed any stress there was from members of the page thinking, why was Paleo, standing outside in the shivering cold in a pickup truck? So they said they had the car running, so which prompted the next question. We said he had the car running till 7 p.m. after getting there at 1, so 6 straight hours. And I think this was Judy Prochnow who was giving all the background on this, like saying, no, there was no pickup for the truck. And I said, but well, why was the truck running for 6 straight hours? It would have ran out of gas, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, maybe...
Well, I mean, maybe somebody went and made a run and brought a gas can or something.
But you're right. The paperwork shows that till 1900 hours, that dog was there. They didn't take the dog to the pound or anything. Basically, he was just quarantined with no food. They may have given him some... I don't even think they can give him any treats at that point. I think they had a bowl of water or something. They still didn't know what was in his system, so I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Yeah, they had treats to get him out. So they had some treats, but I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Then they took him to the Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog, but not to do anything else because it's part of an investigation. So that was Brian Booth and Officer Adam Keeler. But that was very strange. Some of the words that were used, the length of time that was mentioned.
See, when I think of them wording bed of truck, I think of like an F-150 with one of those hard shells on the back of it. And
oh, yes. I was thinking that too. Yep. Whether or not it was open, it could have had a topper on it or something. But we're thinking of kind of a pickup truck here in Minnesota is what we think of. F-150 with or without a topper, but still with the topper on, 17 degrees is not insulated. And with no topper on, 17 degrees is exposed. So either way, that doesn't make sense. And then I think that was at the time that Judy said that they were like all Ford Explorer type of SUV patrol cars that the dog was in. And I said, I still wouldn't say that I put the dog in the bed of my truck if it's an SUV. So I said, the terminology seems odd. But regardless, if they were there at 1 o'clock, 1700 out, 7 o'clock, that's 6 hours that the dog was sitting there doing nothing. And for all they know, he hadn't eaten for 3 weeks.
I guess they had already seen what the living room was through the front window, through the back window. Why clear the garage first?
Was it right there next to, because you come in through the back, and there's that fireplace, the kitchen. The garage is right there in that same area?
Right.
Yeah, the door leads right into the garage from that area. So if protocol would be to sweep the house going from right to left.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Sure. Whenever you come in, that would have made sense. And they both went together, so they cleared the garage first. I don't know if that's strange, Greg, or not. I didn't read too much into that. they saw the writing on the wall in blood, and then Dahlstrom, who's also in there at this time, noticed blood writing on the wall and several bloody footprints on the floor. And then he goes on to say that the living room floor laid 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. I think the word heavily is left up for debate. The Apple Valley homicide, they get one average of 1 homicide a year in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Very rarely would any of these officers even see a decaying body at all. So I think what they saw was they were decaying, but David and Kamel were bloated. The bodies were bloated at this time. So they were in, I think, that first round of decay or rigor, but not maybe heavily decomposed. That's the only thing I have to say about that. It wasn't like they were there for months or something, but he did say heavily. Now, Broden goes on to say that the body's presumed to be that of the homeowners and the daughter. All 3 levels of the house was then cleared, and officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. So the 3 went in, cleared, and then there was no threat. They began then to wait until the detectives arrived, which is also protocol, I'm assuming.
Do we have the recording of them clearing the house?
Yeah, the audio looks like it was definitely cut. So it was definitely cut for certain. I'm not sure why that audio was cut, but you can clearly see, maybe just because there's nothing happening during that time. That audio recording is very important because you can hear how they sound. You can hear their dog. That's probably one of the best ones, one of the best reasons. Is to hear what does their dog sound like during that call.
I need to listen to that again.
I was posting in the group very early on. Somebody had that audio, and I just want to thank them. Whoever you are, thank you for posting that into the group because I thought that was a big help.
The way this says they saw several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and the living room. The picture I get in my head is you can clearly see a lot of bloody footprints in that area. So when you look at the pictures, you wonder where they're talking about because the pictures that's not what I would say is several bloody footprints. I mean, it's a few, but it's just severely lacking for what you picture in your head versus what the picture shows.
Well, I mean, there's several people that have gone on the record saying that David walked around the crime scene for several days and was staging it, and it's crazy. There's possibly 2 and 1 handprint.
Yeah, there was another rumor too. Remember about how that they had proved that those were David's footprints. And we know that's not true at all.
Correct.
And I don't think that the people who told us that, I don't think that they really looked at it. I think somebody told them that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that a lot of these people, a lot of the family and friends, from what I've gathered, they have not looked at a lot of these documents. I do not believe that they have looked at these documents. And if I'm wrong, then I have no problem being wrong. Only they know what they have looked at and what they haven't. But based on the conversations that I've had with family, friends, I do not believe that they have read a lot of these documents.
Well, how could they make a documentary, or a supposed documentary, of this case?
Yeah.
But not read the documents?
Yeah, they didn't want to read them. They didn't want to look at them.
Well, I mean, that's just like the private detective.
Yeah,
he had it all. He looked at it. And it's like he just skimmed over it.
They weren't looking for anything that might stand out. It's all just speculative, and it's all based on feelings of them wanting David to be guilty, not on giving him the benefit of the doubt that we are innocent. We are supposed to be until proven guilty.
I would just say that the raw audio that you guys mentioned is on YouTube, and if anybody's interested, you can look it up and listen to for yourself. Also, if anybody's just catching on to the case, like Greg had mentioned, make sure you read the documents Greg has posted. Look through the crime scene photos and see for yourself so you can be better informed about this case.
And just to let everybody listening to this podcast, all the files pertaining to this case are located within the Justice for Crowley, or David Crowley and Family group, and it's all located at the top of the group. They've been added by different members, Greg, Dan, myself, everything from that we've received from Apple Valley and the BCA is all up there.
We still got one more paragraph here to cover. So the Crowley mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time. So this kind of gave us an idea of when the mail was being dropped off every day. Based on this, kind of assuming around 2 p.m., maybe 3 p.m. Another interesting thing is that the postman handed her David Crowley's mail. Where the mailboxes are, because this isn't like David Crowley's mailbox is at his house. It's actually towards the sidewalk with 2 other mailboxes too. And what's in those mailboxes is also another thing here, but I think that's covered later on, so I won't get too much into that. But as a mailman, as a postal service, or a postmaster, as it's written here, aren't they supposed to put the mail into the mailbox, not hand it to somebody?
My mail people won't even hand it to my kids. Like, if I ask them for it, they'll walk up to my door and still put it in my little slot. When we lived in another town where we had a mailbox, like kind of connected with the other neighbors, they still wouldn't hand it to any of my kids. They would go and put it in the box. So I'm wondering why this postmaster handed it to Officer Becker.
Maybe that's why, because she's
an officer?
She's an officer.
I've walked up to our mailman plenty of times and asked him before he's started putting mail in the mailboxes, and asked for mail for 2201, and he hands it right on over. But he drops packages off at our home all the time, so...
Well, I would think if Tara Becker, if she asked for it, I think he would give it to her, but maybe he just felt like, okay, well, she needs to have this, because she was going through David Crowley's mail right at that time, at the same time. So,
well, she talks about 2 pieces of mail, but the mailbox is about 2/3 filled. I'm looking at the photo right now.
Right, and we don't know if that photo was taken after, because after she does all this, she puts everything back in there. I do believe it's put back into the mailbox, if I remember correctly, and then it's filmed, or then it's photographed. This is from BCA 488, page 100. This is a note found in the BCA notes that states, there's mail in mailbox, and the dates are from December 29th, front packages 1/10/15. The 1/10/15 date is something that still baffles me. I don't know what that means. So if anybody wants to look that up, you can look that up in the BCA 488 PDF on page 100. Okay. Joe Cooksley writes this. So, quote, mail in mailbox December 29th / front packages 1/10/15. So the 1/10/15 is what really interests me here, because that is the first day that the packages are seen. So maybe that's what they mean by the front packages 1/10/15. It's just not really clear.
Well, the great thing about this book is it's like Dan said in the foreword. That was amazingly well the way he put that. It's not to tell you who committed this crime. It's not to tell you why you should believe the way we do. It's to give you enough information for you to go and find your own decision. It's a tool. It's like a reference guidebook, if you will, of the basic facts that you need to know of what happened so that then you can go and track it down and decide what you think happened.
Any final words here from anyone?
I wanted to say thank you again to Dan, even with all the drama that came from it. Thank you for putting up the money and hiring the private investigator. I think that was a really important step. He may not have done a great job, but the fact that you stepped up and did that, I really respect you as a person just for that fact. You know, not even considering all the work you guys have all put into this. Just that alone, you guys are all some pretty amazing people, and it really should be noted that, you know, without any horse in the race, we're all, aside from our busy lives, trying to find justice for this family.
Since 2015, I'll tell you, I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of people that I thought were real truth seekers. I really thought that these people were looking for truth, and now I don't. You know, now I think it is all about money, and it's all about fame, and it's all about them. It's not about truth, because this case is so toxic. There is no winner in this case. You know, nobody wins here. All that we can do is try to find justice and try to bring justice to this case, and that requires a certain amount of a sacrifice. And for people that are public, for people that are known, for people that have following, for people that want to get likes, people that want to have share their data and everything, want them to treat them special, wipe their feet and kiss their ass. Those people are, you know, look at this case and don't want to touch it. So how real could those people be? You know, and it's just like every day we hear, not every day, but very often I hear, well, we should get this person to look into this case. And then we get a person to look into this case, and they don't want to look into it. They don't want to touch it. You know, but yet I'm supposed to follow them. I'm supposed to think that they're this great person who is good at cracking these cases and looking at these unsolved cases and everything. They're so great at that. We give them a slam dunk case and they won't touch it. Something wrong with that.
Very much so.
If it makes you feel any better, his TV show fell through.
Yeah, that does make me feel better.
I just think, given all the things that he's got in the works, like as far as his own personal career, I really think he did not want to disagree with the police officers on this case, because if he had openly come out and said, well, yeah, you definitely got something here, Dan, then all those police officers, all the rapport that he's built up over all these years with all these people would be gone. Just from him saying, I believe these police officers didn't do the best they could have. You know, that could be a reason why he wouldn't have said that we're on the right track or anything to that effect. That could be a very good reason why he basically just told us that we're all nuts for looking into it.
And I agree with that. I mean, he doesn't want to burn those bridges with any police that he might have to work with or any deals that he has in the works.
Right, but at the same time, you're kind of pissed at him, or I am at least, because he was paid to do a job and he didn't do it.
Heck, I could have done that.
My daughter could have done a better job than he did for a whole lot less money. Like, I
could have gave
feel
you a
so
great
bad.
deal, Dan.
Like he could have, Kenneth Maines could have been, yeah, he would have had some negative blowback, but anybody who puts their name to a case where other people say something different is going to have negative blowback. David himself said that you're going to have that. He was experiencing the negative blowback on the Gray State movie. You know, there was all those people telling him that, you know, oh, you're not actually going to do this, are you, right? That's going to happen no matter what, because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't agree with what everybody else says. But in order to get this properly looked into, there has to be somebody who's willing to say, fuck it, I don't care if I lose my job. I don't care if all these officers are mad at me. If they're really going to be mad at me for telling the truth, well, then I don't need all them. Because, like Greg just said, it's a slam dunk case, but it's almost like people are afraid to put their name to it because of all the other crap that's attached to it. But these were people. These were human beings. If we're going to say that, why even have police look into murder cases? Why even have a justice system? If we don't believe that every single person on this planet matters, why do we even have laws? It's stupid. Every single person matters, no matter if you knew them or not. They were a human being. The laws are there to protect us. And if the police are not going to look into a case and investigate it to their best ability, there's something seriously wrong.
You know, Dan is a very smart guy. There's a reason why he picked Kenneth Maines. And if the guy that he picked can do such a horrible job, it was a big downer. It wasn't a setback, though. It wasn't like we had to regroup or anything like that. You know, the truth is on our side. I mean, I can show this case to family, friends. I can show this case to people who are teenagers, people who are in grade school, people who are in their 60s, in their 70s, and they get it. You're telling me a guy like Kenneth Maines, a guy like that who, you know, has lived this, has worked these cases, who is doing a show and all that on cold cases and solving cold cases. This is the biggest cold case you'll ever solve. Everything was given to him on a silver platter. All he had to do was just say, there's something wrong here. That's it. He couldn't even do that.
Well, but if you think back to what that detective said to Dan, where he said he'd be willing to talk, and then he talked to Gummert, and then he said, well, I really don't have anything, you know, much input on it, or, you know, whatever. That, to me, says there's something wrong. Just that. Because if he was on that scene first, that is important to know what he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a report. If what he had to say about what he saw when he first got there was not important, they would not have had him, they wouldn't have let him stay. They would have said, all right, buddy, go take off. They wouldn't have even had him really write a report. If it really wasn't important, why would it even be in there? But then there's other stuff that you find that is so vitally important to this that they just overlook. Like the hand, the gun, the hands, the arm, the cracked rib, all the things that do not make sense, they overlooked. But then things that they should have looked into were not. That,
like the fact that there wasn't a call placed on December 16th for the pot or a text message sent from David's phone.
Right,
or
the follow-up,
there
absolutely.
were financial issues, the unknown DNA, that kind of stuff, or the telephone still being, or his account, his AT&T account still being active as of last year. Who's paying for it? Is there identity theft? I haven't checked since to see if it's still active, but it's a little concerning that they were still active at that time.
Well, if they had gone into like witness protection or something like that,
they wouldn't have kept their phones.
Right, they wouldn't have kept their phones. They would have had to cut off all contact, completely change who they are and what they were about, everything down to their childhood, their whole life story, their name, where they're from, everything. They have to completely become a new person.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of witness protection, is so that you can be given a new identity. So if they were in something like that, those phones wouldn't have been paid.
Correct.
You wouldn't find any of the future breadcrumbs after they've died. If they did it on their own, in this day and age, that is insanely hard to actually pull off, because there are cameras everywhere. Every single, well, not every single person, but pretty much every single person on this planet has a phone with a camera and a recording device of some sort, whether it's an app or just the phone itself. They would be found.
All right, I want to thank you all for listening here. This is episode 3. I hope you enjoyed this discussion with Dan Hinnon, myself, Greg Fernandez Jr., Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Ann. So these 3 pages are from the first responders and what they saw when they first entered that house. This is what happens. This is the gray stage. Right now we're going to play the audio from when the first responders enter the house and clear this house. The 2 officers to enter the house and clear the house are Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom and Sergeant Adam Keeler. From this audio, I'm not sure which officer's voice you will hear. This is the raw audio from one of our members, Ken Pasquale.
45S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
2933 Sam 14 for suspicion, 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, copy. Sam 14, copy.
2933 additional.
Go ahead.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Received. 2920, you can put me on that call. Just 10 minutes, I'll have comments later.
Sam 14 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051.
Sam 14, I'm out.
10-4. 1305.
49 Sam 14.
29 Sam 14.
Stand by, man.
10. 2920, I'm out.
934, send me the Ramsdale Mall. 49 Sam 14.
29 Sam 14.
There's several, obviously, deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034, still on the call.
Separation.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Did you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? Very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie, 1 copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Charlie, 1 copy.
33 up 2.
33 2.
Okay, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy. 4934, 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49 Sam 14.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here near this dog.
10-4. 3311 for 3 vehicle, 1050 display and pilot. 11, I copy. And they're pulling into the gas station. 10-4. 1315.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1, go for C. Winter 20. Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring your pole over back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
You make an entry into the house.
Copy, making entry. 10-4.
49 14.
49 Sam 14.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want them in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators and we'll to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there.
45 I'll be in the area. Echo here in PDM.
10-4, 1338.
No, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
When you get BCA call, have them call the number on my login screen, please.
And what you have are people that are accusing David Crowley of this crime without the evidence. Looking through all the evidence here, as we are going to do by going through this book, is to show that there is no evidence that proves David Crowley guilty. None of this does. It's all based on feelings. It's all based on what the investigators quote unquote believe. And it doesn't mean that all of the investigators have come to the same conclusion that their superiors have. But it's very clear at some point the investigators and everybody else had to fall in line with what the official theory would be. And let's not forget how quickly that the Apple Valley Police decided David Crowley was guilty and the public was not in any danger. We're talking within 24 hours, possibly within hours. We can clearly see by the 94 pages of police reports, by the over 500 pages of BCA documents, and by the medical examiner's report, there's nothing in here that proves David Crowley guilty. They can suspect him. He might be their suspect. But being a suspect and being the perpetrator of the crime are two completely different things. Give this to people. Hand this book out. Share the information in this book. You can download all of the information for yourself right now by going to thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage and you can download all of these documents right now. A lot of these documents can also be found in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and Dan Hinnan's website, theuglytruth.info. Once again, I want to thank you all. If you have not listened to the first 2 episodes, I think it is well worth the effort, well worth the time. We try to keep these to a maximum of 1 hour, about 60 minutes, and these will be released on the 1st of every month. This is not about me, this is not about you, this is about getting justice for this family. That is the purpose here. And it's very clear. We have a slam dunk case. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It really doesn't. But it does require you to remove your personal feelings and to remove what you think happened here. Look at the documents. Look at the images. You can clearly see David Crowley is innocent until proven guilty, which can never be done for multiple reasons. Obviously, one reason being that David Crowley is dead. But let's say that he wasn't dead. Even then, based on all of this information that we have here, these authorities cannot even prove that David Crowley wrote anything in that house. They can barely prove David Crowley ever put his hand on that gun. And we know for sure that they cannot put the pen in David Crowley's hand. They cannot tie the footprints in the living room to David Crowley. They cannot tie any of the prints on the laptop in the kitchen to David Crowley, and they cannot tie the blood writing on the living room wall to David Crowley. More so, they can't even find the bullet that killed David Crowley. His blood is not on any of these bullets. That's about it, my friends. I want to thank you all. Alright, I want to thank you all again for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. This has been episode number 3. We truly appreciate all of your help. Please consider joining the group Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group created by Dan Hennon. Think about joining some of our live calls on our YouTube channel, The Gray Stage. And of course, we want to thank you again for listening to this podcast, for listening to every episode of this podcast, and for helping to spread the word to let people know justice is coming. Justice is coming. It will be coming. Don't worry about that. Until next time, episode 4 will be next month. And of course, episode 4 will be the suspicious deaths. That will cover pages 19 all the way through, it looks like pages... That will cover pages 19 to 24. And in this, we are going to finally get the detectives who show up, the BCA who shows up, and of course, the medical examiners. And what they report when they walk into the house. When they go through the house thoroughly and find everything. Oh, but 2 important things they don't find. Item 53 and item 57. Item 53 is a bullet hole that rolls out of the living room carpet a few days after the investigators leave the house. And of course, item 57 is a bullet that is found 1 month later. And that bullet is only found because investigators are told that there is a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. So again, investigators, BCA, medical examiner, cleaning crew, everybody except for some of the friends of David Crowley, everybody missed the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. How's that possible? Well, we're going to talk about that on our next show, Suspicious Deaths. We'll see you then. This is the Gray Stage Podcast. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 19th, 2020, and we'll be covering another podcast here on the book by Greg Fernandez Jr. called The Gray Stage. Today's episode is Chapter 3, Suspicious Deaths. And I think we've got 15 bullet points to go over in this chapter. If you're following along in the book, it's pages 19 through 24. And joining us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Stephanie, and Greg Fernandez Jr. himself. Hello, Greg.
Hey there. Greetings from California.
And hello, Sophia.
Hello. Greetings from South Texas.
And hello, Catherine.
Hi, everyone. And I'm here from Colorado.
And Stephanie, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm over here in Western New York.
Oh, perfect. And I am here in Minnesota, 30 miles away from the Crowley crime scene. And here we are 5 years later going through the book. Glad to have everyone here with us. It's a very interesting chapter. It talks about who arrived at the scene, what time, what their actions were, and what they did. And we've got some good things to cover. Where should we start off today, Greg? Should we start off with?
Yeah, let's start off with the first bullet point there, because the timeline, obviously the timeline of who came into the house, that's all very important. Who showed up at the scene, the timeline of who showed up at this scene, to me was very important to try to get in as many details to make it as easy as I could possibly do for people who really want to take a look at this case, who want to understand who showed up when, and who goes into the house, who doesn't go into the house, and all of that. So I think kind of breaking it up, it's kind of like a Jim Gummert timeline, because he is the lead detective in this whole case. So I kind of started there, where Jim Gummert was actually notified. Jim Gummert was notified at 2 p.m. about this case by Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. And Greg Dahlstrom is a very important person because, as we covered in the last podcast, he was the first responder. He was the first person on scene, the first person to look through the window as an investigator or as a policeman. And so I thought it was very interesting, and just that Greg Dahlstrom is kind of he's like the front man until Jim Gummert gets there. And I don't mean front man as in a bad way. I just mean he's out front. He's the first person there.
Yeah, and he gets there. He's Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. He's the first guy on the scene, and it looks like then they go on. Sergeant Gummert, lead detective, he's the sergeant of the detective unit, basically the manager of that group. And so he was notified at 2 p.m. Dahlstrom's already there as the first basically responder on the scene. And once again, this is at 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Apple Valley, Minnesota, and they're responding to essentially just bodies, suspicious deaths, bodies, and a handgun at the scene. And so this goes over when they show up, when they arrive, and what they see. Who wants to start off with this? I would like to get your take on this piece, Catherine. as far as anything notable on page 19 here on your side?
On page 19 itself, I mean, not really. I really liked this chapter, though. I thought it was very informative. I really liked how, so far, Greg, it's interesting. I've stopped off at, I ended at chapter 3. So when you said we were going to cover chapter 3, it was like, that's really good. But, you know, right now I really don't have much to say, just because I've been out of the loop for a little bit. Is it okay if I kind of take a back seat for a little bit until I can get caught up?
Oh, yes, no problem, no problem. Okay. One thing I will mention here, this is Dan, as you know, Detective Gummert arrives at the Apple Valley Police Station, and six minutes later, a search warrant was filled out by Detective Brian Bone, and already it was signed by the district court judge, Karen Aspog, already. So the bodies were found at, what was it? It was a 1 o'clock p.m., and now we're at about the 3 o'clock time frame, 2 hours later, where they're getting search warrants and whatnot. You know, the patrol officers were the first on the scene. Now the detectives are showing up, and they're getting what they need to go in, getting the warrants signed. And it says here that Gummert says that he proceeded to the residence to work with the patrol officers at the scene. And so at 3:30 p.m., and kind of goes through the timeline here, it was at that point that the police department issued the first of their 5 press releases in this case. And the very first press release that went out to the public saying that the deaths were treated as suspicious. The words murder and suicide were not even mentioned in this first one. So this was just the initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence, the first press release stated. And it said that the investigation into this matter is ongoing. So, and there also says to go on, it goes on to say that they're getting assistance from the Minnesota BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and also was assisting the Apple Valley Police Department detectives. And you know, the phrase "the apparent murder-suicide" line is not even mentioned until the following day. So that's when we first get the murder-suicide narrative. Right now, it's just suspicious deaths, 3 of them, 3 bodies, and that's why Greg's got the title here called simply "Suspicious Deaths." Sophia, what's your thoughts on this first couple of paragraphs?
Well, I kind of found it interesting that just the time frame, the breakdown of what happened after the bodies were discovered, how the detectives stayed at the station. And now I understand why they did. It was because they were waiting for the search warrants. When I first started looking at this case, I couldn't understand why they stayed there for so long. And as we get further into this chapter, I'll have more to say because we haven't touched on it yet.
And I'll go to one more section here, because to keep in mind, the Apple Valley police officers, only 2 had actually entered the home after the 911 call came in. 2 entered to essentially clear the home, make sure no one else was in there. And once they found and confirmed the bodies are there, they got a hold of the dog, got the dog out with using a catch pole, and then it turned into a detective case investigation. And so, but without that search warrant, they weren't even able to get in and do their work yet, so they were waiting on those things to be done. Now, in the meantime, they marked off the property with the yellow police crime scene tape, and Brian Booth was there controlling the entry and exit of the scene using a crime scene log. So this kind of brings us up to date as far as you know, people showing up on the scene. Greg, did you have anything to share here before I get to the next?
Yeah, just one thing. Because you have the first, okay, so Greg Dahlstrom shows up at the scene at 1:04 p.m. Jim Gummert is not actually notified until 2 p.m., 4 hours later. Or, I'm sorry, 45 minutes later. So the first question that I had is, how much did they do within that 45 minutes up until Jim Gummert was actually called? And of course, you can check that out in the first responders chapter, you can see everything that they did. As somebody who doesn't know anything about law enforcement or anything like that, I wanted to kind of document this so that people who are in law enforcement or people that know how law enforcement should treat this situation, my biggest question to make sure, the biggest question I have is to make sure that I want to know, did they follow the proper procedures through everything? And it's not because I want to play gotcha. It's not like I want to point out everything that they did wrong. I want to understand why they did what they did. Is it normal for it to take 45 minutes before the first responders notify Jim Gummert, and then they get everything signed and all of that? So that would be my first question, is how much did they also do in that 45 minutes? What did they do? So within 45 minutes, if reading these documents, if I'm correct in reading these documents, it took the first responders 45 minutes to first get the dog out and to clear that house. That's my only...
So I think that's fair to say, Greg. I also do not have a background in the detective and the investigation stuff, but I do know that because this was a Saturday, James Gummert was not working, and so he was at home that day, and so it took him a while to get to the office and to get prepared, because this is Saturday in the afternoon, so he had to just get there and show up to work. Then we have the patrol people showing up as actually the first responders to the scene, and then they determined that the bodies are there, which means now it triggers, we need detectives on the scene. So they had to call and notify them, and they also had to call the BCA. So that's a question that I've got, is what made it, this Apple Valley, they deal on average of one homicide per calendar year. And so there's 3 bodies there. Did that warrant them to say, let's get the BCA involved? Because Special Agent Beth Eilers was notified by the BCA Operations Center at 2:17 p.m. So right away they get the BCA involved. And that may be because, look, we need help, we need assistance, this is over our heads, or is that a normal thing? I don't know, but that's the only thing that really stood out for me. Anything else on this one, Greg? Or is Stephanie back?
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Yes, Catherine, thanks.
Yeah, it is normal for them to contact the BCA, which is similar to the FBI for that. I don't know if it's for the entire state of Minnesota, but yes, in this type of situation where you have a murder and then, obviously there's a murder of some sort. The suicide thing came later. So yes, it would be normal to contact BCA. But my question to you, Greg, is now, did it take them 45 minutes to call Gummert, or did it take 45 minutes for Gummert to show up?
It took 45 minutes. It took 45 minutes for them to contact Gummert. If you look at the time from when the first responder was on scene at 1:04 p.m. up until the time that Jim Gummert was actually notified at 2 p.m. So maybe about 40 minutes.
Okay. Do I have them mixed up? Should I be saying Dahlstrom instead of Gummert? But whoever it was, they were on scene for 45 minutes without contacting anyone else. Is that how I'm understanding this?
They were in contact with, based on the 911 call, right? Or not the 911 call, but the police audio. They were always in contact with the dispatch, but it doesn't sound like Jim Gummert had any contact until 2 p.m.
Okay, so, that is something that is not normal. If it would take them, even if they are speaking with the dispatch, it should not have taken them 45 minutes to determine that they needed to contact the investigators. So to have just 2 responding officers show up on scene and then talk to dispatch for 45 minutes, that is not right.
Interesting.
If I could jump in for a minute, the other murder-suicide case that I looked at, that happened in Apple Valley 18 months after this case. The BCA was not called in for that one. The detectives just collected the samples, and there weren't any tests run or anything like that. They just collected the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. On that one, Sophia, was it obvious and not to say anything's really obvious, but was it more obvious or clearer that was a murder-suicide, or were there some questions? I can't remember how that case went.
They came to that conclusion immediately.
Okay, so
almost as immediately as this case.
Yeah, and
I would
honestly.
Go ahead, Dan.
This is Dan. I was just going to jump in and say that was more, Catherine, I would call it more straightforward. They didn't have the Quran, the blood writing on the wall, dog running around, hair all over the place, and blood all over the place. There was just two dead bodies with a pistol. But maybe that's why.
Is true.
I'm not sure. But it was more straightforward is how I would call it.
Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Yes, I agree. Thanks. That helps.
Does the physical appearance of the bodies, would that have anything to do with it as well?
Personally, I think it does, because the Crowley case, it was a pretty gruesome scene.
Yeah.
What was the decomp time for that other case?
Good question. I was just thinking.
Oh, it was just about 12 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the same day, I believe.
Yeah, it happened the night before, and they discovered them in the morning time.
Yeah, they did have cats in that other case, but no dog.
Yeah, they did.
There's no evidence that cats ate on the bodies, even though some people have brought that up. The cats do, in some cases, eat on bodies. I don't know. It's a horrible thought, but it should not be what the investigators who show up at a house, that should not be one of their first thoughts, is that, the dog ate these bodies. But of course, because of Judy's 911 call, they have to take that into consideration just by default, because there is a witness there, and this is what they said.
And it's so crazy because they blame paleo for everything. And so many people, this is only because the documentary left the information out, and I believe that they did it on purpose. But the dog food is right there on the floor. And he had
2 bags, right.
He had food to eat.
That's left out of the police documents too. I don't remember reading anything about dogs that the dog had a food source.
You're correct. Yes, they did leave that out of the police reports too.
I mean, there was
the only way that we know is because of the photos.
Right. There was an open box of dog treats on the kitchen counter. I don't know if that dog could reach up there, could jump up there, but it's there.
So this is not along with what you guys are talking about, but I did figure out page 19 is not page 19 on a PDF.
Correct.
For anybody looking at the PDF, 19 is actually 36.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I was looking at 19 on that, and it's way back in the first couple chapters where we're talking about what the neighbors saw and everything, and I was trying to find where Dan was reading, and it wasn't even in there. So
that is good. I will make sure that I note that in the future, because I do expect that more people are going to be looking at the actual PDF, that free PDF that anybody can download right now.
But this all with as fast as they got that warrant to go on in, why did it take Detective Gummert longer to get there? I mean, is that just
Gummert
standard
was
that he doesn't need to come yet, or?
Well, he was on scene at 3 p.m. So at the Crowley house. He was at the Crowley house by 3 p.m. So Gummert is actually notified at 2 p.m. He goes to the Apple Valley Police Department, and by 3 p.m. Gummert is at the Crowley house. Now, the search warrant isn't filled out by Detective Brian Bone until 3:06 p.m. So he's kind of there. They're kind of almost just like how Dan was saying, they're kind of like waiting for the right, until they have that, which is good. That shows me that they were following up until now. They
standard
are
operating procedure.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's the way that I read it, anyways, and that's very important, because we have people that do not want the investigators to talk to us. They want the investigators to think that we're just here to point out everything that they did wrong. We're here not being fair towards them, and they need to understand that that's not true. There are some things, obviously, there's a lot of things that they could have, should have, and would have done, but when we're talking about just these basic things, so far, I don't know what everybody's view is on that, but so far everything looks SOP.
And I agree with you, Greg. It's like Dan was saying earlier, the best explanation as to why it took them a while, at least until 3 o'clock, to get there, and even Detective Bone to even get to the judge. I mean, it's a weekend, and it takes time to get dressed and get in the shower and get to work and then get the warrants filled out and then wait for the judge to show up. All that takes time.
Yeah, and I'm glad that was pointed out, that this is a weekend. I don't know if I pointed that out in the book either. I'll have to go back and check that, but that is a great point there. Now, the first, like Dan was saying, the first person from the BCA was notified at 2:17. So within 17 minutes, I don't know if it was Gummert that contacted the BCA to let them know that we need somebody there just in case. But we just know kind of who showed up when they were documented to show up when. So she's kind of she's the first BCA person. Jim Gummert is the first detective to be notified, and these two people are going to play a very key role in this chapter here, I think.
Well, I was wondering if anyone has anyone ever spoken with Sergeant Dahlstrom. Reading his reports, he seemed to be very on point. He didn't seem to leave anything out, but I am curious as to why, because he seemed like he was one of the more senior, my take, could be totally wrong, but he seemed to be one of the more senior officers where he had a little bit more experience. So I'm curious as to what his explanation was for waiting 45 minutes to call the next person to say, hey, we need you down here.
Right. And is that because it took them 45 minutes to clear the scene, because they first cleared the scene and then they got the dog out first and then cleared that scene? To me, that's the only thing that would make sense why at some point Greg Dahlstrom must realize, okay, we need to let Jim Gummert know, but I don't know. I think that's a valid question.
And this is Dan. I want to jump in too. I mentioned earlier that it was Dahlstrom that retired from the force. That is incorrect. It was Broughton. Officer Broughton later retired. So Dahlstrom is still there, I believe, to this day. But yeah, you're right, Greg. They get there. They do all the right steps. I believe they assigned someone to do the log of people coming in and out. The BCA crime scene specialists both show up. That's Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf. And then we've got Detective Tommy Booth on scene, Detective Brian Bone, and Special Agent from the BCA's Chris Olson. So they get in. Brian Bone smells this strong odor that he knew was decomposing bodies. Brian Bone, the detective, starts taking photographs of the crime scene. They see the Allahu Akbar written, which appeared to be in blood. They notice dog feces on the floor, and they go on to say that the front door was secure, no signs of forced entry. They check the doors and windows, all are locked, and they were intact. And they go out of their way to say the thermostat was set at 68 degrees in a hold position. And so this was January once again, so that would make sense. They noticed some Christmas tree lights were on, and they noticed an open laptop on the kitchen island. And so I think the steps that were taken when they show up all are legit in my belief. They're all doing their steps and not stepping on other things, and they're not overstepping their bounds. They're doing what they need to do, and they see the adult male lying on his back, and so we're getting some of those steps next. And I'm on to page 21 in the paperback.
Okay. Yeah, because Catherine brought up a great point about Greg Dahlstrom, and that's the thing. Is the reason why Greg Dahlstrom was the guy who contacted Jim Gummert, is he because he was senior, like a senior officer, or is it also because he was the first person who was on scene, or is it just some other issue? And maybe to a lot of people these aren't questions that we have the right to ask, but these are questions that I would ask people who are in law enforcement. How does this work? How does all of this stuff work? Because I'm trying to understand these process. This whole chapter is really just trying for me to try to understand these processes, to get people's feedback, people who are in law enforcement, people who have family, friends in law enforcement, to understand, to make sure that everything that they're doing here is proper. SOP.
In the handwritten log of who was there, it says investigator Tommy Booth, investigator Brian Bone, and then Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. So from that, I would take a very risky guess, because I don't know rank of police officers or investigators or things like that, but I would assume that he is higher than them, so they would have to ask him to come in with them, like to help them figure out how to deal with it, maybe, what to do.
Right, because Gummert is also a sergeant. He's a detective, but he's also a sergeant. So for me, who, again, doesn't understand all that stuff, it's a little confusing there.
Right.
And Dahlstrom may have been sergeant on duty at that particular time from the traffic response, from the patrol guys. He may have been the manager on duty, whereas Gummert's the manager on duty for the detectives. Dahlstrom may have been just a patrol sergeant.
Interesting.
But yeah, both of them are sergeants.
Okay.
Just one last thing about that, since you brought up the that list of who's going in or who's showing up at the scene, what times these investigators, officers, everybody shows up at the scene, what time do they leave. There are two names here that I don't know that are even mentioned in any of the documents that we have. Sheriff Brian Olson and Sheriff Thomas Jacobson. Now, I'm assuming those are deputies, not necessarily sheriffs, but they are deputy sheriffs from the Dakota County. But I don't remember them really being mentioned anywhere. And looking at the times that they show up, maybe that's, I don't know.
Well, Here's a question on that, Greg, because the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department are two separate entities. The Police Department generally takes care of things that happen within a city limits, and then the Sheriff's Department in the county limits. Has anyone done an FOI on the Sheriff's Office?
Yes. They said that they had nothing, that they did not respond to the scene, which we know is not true.
Correct. Wow.
How could they? They're here.
Well,
they're written as being here, so how could they not have responded if they were written as there? You don't just say, hey, I know this guy, let's write him being here, even though, he's across town.
Well, here's the other thing about that list, and I know people listening to this podcast can't see that list, but it is in the BCA 485. It's a PDF of 485 pages that Dan Hannon got. And if you look at the time for Jim Gummert, it is 0152. So that was another thing that threw me off, because I know that they come back. I know that Jim Gummert is there on the 18th, and they're taking the guns out of the house and stuff like that. So that to me was also weird. Why would it say? And that's what threw me off when I first read this. Is, well, if Jim Gummert doesn't arrive to the crime scene until 3 p.m., why on this sheet does it say 0152? That led me to think that this sheet is talking about when people go into the house. But so that really threw me off. A lot of that I kept out of the book because I thought it would just be, it would throw everything off. Because some of the timelines, some of the times do not match up with what this list is. But this is a very important list here. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll give you, like, for an example, when we had to show up to scenes, or calls, whatever the case may be. I was an EMT, obviously not a police officer, but when it got to a point where they were actually writing down and we had to be logged in and out of a place, it was when we entered and when we left, not necessarily when we were on scene. So whenever we entered the place, we did what we needed to do, and then when we left, then we were logged out, but we were still on scene for the entire scene. And back now to the thing with, and this is just something that popped in my head, don't know if it's true, but maybe since the sheriff's office did not respond in an official capacity, although they had two sheriff's deputies there, maybe because they weren't officially called to the scene, then they weren't required to write a report. However, it would still be interesting to see if those two gentlemen would, or the two officers, I don't know if they're male, but if they would be willing to at least give a statement, or could they give a statement?
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because they're obviously here, and if you've already had contact, Sophia, if you've already contacted them and they said that they're not involved, maybe you can go back to them and say, well, they were involved. Do we have any reports, anything from these two people that are on this list here?
Okay.
Might be a good follow-up.
Also, did Detective Gummert take the guns off the property to the Apple Valley? That might be why he had signed back in again at a different time.
Right, but he's only here once, so he should be on here at 3 p.m. January 17th, and then definitely that makes sense. The 1:52 p.m., which would probably be the early morning after the bodies are taken out. That's when they start taking the guns and everything, and then they stay until the early morning of January 18th at 4:15 a.m. The last person, it looks like that's about 4:50 a.m. January 18th. That's the last time that they were there. But some people have dual dates. They have dual times. So like Adam Keeler has 1507 to 1532, and then /1552 to 1656. So looking at this, I can see why I kept a lot of this out of the book, because I don't understand it yet, and I don't understand why these times aren't necessarily matching with the times that I have in my head. There is a logical reason for it. I just have not been able to find it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would think, this is Dan, but you would think that Officer Gummert would have a log entry sometime around 1500 hours, meaning 3 o'clock on that Saturday, and there isn't any. There's a 1:52, which is almost 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. on one of the days, but it may have been the early morning. Oh, yeah, it would have been the early morning hours, but nothing there as far as a 1500 hours entry date for Gummert.
Yeah, which is a little odd. I think that's a little odd.
And then, like that with Keeler, I think that would just be multiple times coming in and out. He would have multiple times logged. Now, Gummert is the lead detective. I'm sure he may not be wanting to log in and out every time he steps in and out of that house. He's probably busy with other things. But as far as protocol, I think you would have that. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, maybe the guy who was taking this list, which was CSO Brian Booth, AVPD CSO Brian Booth, maybe he just didn't ask Jim Gummert for that. I don't know. But his time is weird too, because he's, according to this, if you look at his time, it's from 1400 to 1507. So who is filling this out after 1507? You can get lost with some of that stuff just asking questions, and maybe it's not the most relevant thing, and I think that's another reason why I kept some of this out of the book. Just was trying to put as much just factual data in there as possible and leave out some of my speculation. Anybody else have anything on that? So we covered the first AVPD press release was at 3:30 p.m. Just mentions quote-unquote suspicious deaths. No mention of murder or suicide like Dan was talking about. That is not mentioned until the next day. And
yeah, the other thing, Greg, just to jump in here, by living in the area, I was not aware of these earlier press releases. I did not see them, in the news and the media and TV or anything. I didn't even know about the deaths until I created the page on the 19th of January. So one of these FOIAs that came back had the email correspondence back and forth showing that they have the press releases and the various press releases. So that was helpful to see the number and the variations of the press releases that went out.
Do you know where those would have been posted? To their website? I mean, because they don't even have a website. They have a sub-website of a website.
Well, the email that they use is the one that I saw is they have a common. There was 9 email addresses of news outlets, TV and radio, that were used in all of these every time they send out a press release. So they just have a group email distribution, it seems, that they insert and then send something out. And whether or not newspapers pick up the story or not, they may not publish it, print it, but that's how it looks like. In reading the Apple Valley Police Department's email logs that have sent these out, it's to the same 9 groups is what I believe.
Interesting. I wonder how I can get on that list there. So that's probably why it wasn't posted on their website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Fox, Fox 9 News was on there, and some of the local stations, of course. So they must have I think just a group email distribution that goes out for press that hits those 9 individuals at those news agencies.
Okay. Then we have the 5 people that enter the house. They're all led by BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley. He leads that way. I think it was very important to note that before the crime scene team even showed up, before they go into the house, there is a time difference of when the first BCA people show up as to when the crime scene team actually shows up. So I found that a little interesting too. And then going back through that, it looks like the BCA
let's see, BCA Beth Eilers, looks like she was there at 6:28 p.m. And then Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf and Chris Olson of the BCA get there at 16:51. So Beth Eilers is there at 16:28, and then Beth Wolf, Joe Cooksley, Chris Olson show up at 16:51, and there's another guy named Mike Phil and Gary Swanson, and they show up at 17:16. It's all over the place a little, and I was trying to understand that, why some BCA are showing up first, and then nobody's going in yet. They're kind of prepping everything, and then all of a sudden these 5 people go in. But again, the point was just to show who went in when, and comparing what the documents say and comparing it to this list, it was a big challenge. So I hope I got everything correct. That's why, if I wasn't sure, it probably did not make it into this book. This is the stuff that we're completely sure of, that there were 5 people that go into that house, led by crime scene team, the BCA crime scene team lead, Joe Cooksley, and he's accompanied by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, BCA Crime Scene Team Specialist Beth Wolf, Detective Tommy Booth, and Detective Brian Bone. We know that Brian Bone takes photos of the crime scene, and somebody from the BCA takes video, and I believe that's in the evidence document somewhere, but I believe that was Beth Eilers who takes video. So if you go back to when the AVPD first comes in, that was the other thing. When Greg Dahlstrom and Adam Keeler are clearing the house for the very first time, they're obviously not taking photos or video in there. So this must be the first time that any photo or video in the interior of the house is being taken, is when these 5 people go into that house. That's my guess. And then, just page 20 to 23 is pretty much the whole walkthrough of them, what they see. You can kind of see that who sees what, and it should match up. You have 5 people in the same house. They should all report seeing the same thing. The body is in the same way, same hands missing, same heads missing. Everything should line up. And so people, I know all of you on this call have read those documents. Does it all line up? Are they all seeing the same thing when they go into that house?
No.
If you separate, if you separate the reports by officer and read it, you'll see that it doesn't actually line up, like Catherine said. And I think that for new members coming into the group, that big report is kind of intimidating and overwhelming at the same time. Plus there's supplementals thrown into there. But if you separate the reports by officer, that tells a completely different story. And it's easier to understand. That was a tip given to me by a good friend, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Awesome. I also wonder if these 5 people were, I wouldn't say coached, but obviously they were briefed before they go into this house. I wonder if they're briefed on what they are going to see, what they should expect, because Tommy Booth is talking about how the front door was fine, there were no signs of anybody forcing their way into this house, which again to me is a big, big deal, because they're walking in through the back door that is open. Why is there so much effort put into showing that nobody forced their way into this house when we all know that wasn't even necessary? It's almost It's almost like a mute point. I don't know.
Yeah, to me that was the first hint of a pre-ordained narrative, was that right there.
Yeah. The fact that they kept going back and stating that there was no forced entry over and over when there was the back door or the backslider, that was a huge red flag.
Stephanie, anything you want to add to that?
I don't really understand why they go through the point of saying no forced entry here, no forced entry here, no forced entry here. You didn't have to force your way in. The back door was open. The sliding door was open. So there was no, I mean, they do point that out in their reports, that it wasn't secured with a lock or a bar. But you don't need to bust your way in the front door if you're going in the back. The gate wasn't locked. So, I mean, I just, that's one thing that's been bugging me since I started into all this. That you wouldn't need to have forced entry into any residence if the back door and the back gate are open. Even if the back gate wasn't open, but the door is open, if you know that back door isn't going to be locked in any way, why would you break the front door?
Well, and this to me is why I said that this part, like the rest of you, why this part is a huge red flag, because right here for me, this is where the narrative began. And the reason why I see them pushing there's no forced entry, no notice of forced entry, is because they're starting now to put together and piece together the final decision that they're going to come up with. So see, there's no forced entry, so therefore David had to have done it. He was the only one there, the only one who had access. The front door was okay. But even though we'll all briefly mention the back door's open, but we're going to document the no forced entry. And again, that's
right,
to lay the foundation for their narrative of David was guilty.
Yeah, and when you think about what is mentioned in there, like the Christmas tree lights are on, there's a single bulb from a chandelier by the rear. To me, those are things, especially the proof that they looked up, that they at some point looked up at the ceiling, the front, to find that there was a single bulb from a chandelier on. They looked at the Christmas tree. They looked at the Christmas lights. They looked at all of that stuff, but yet nobody is seeing a bullet hole in the living room ceiling.
Exactly.
Right.
All of these people that are in that house, nobody sees it. They see everything else. They see what is not there, so they report that there wasn't any doors or windows open, even though Joe Cooksley does say that there was a kitchen window with an intact screen that was open, but again, no signs of anybody forcing their way into it, which is weird. I don't know why you would need, if somebody was to force your way into a kitchen window, I don't know what that would look like. If it's unlocked, you just open it and close it. I don't, so anyways.
Well, they did point out that the screen was intact in the kitchen window.
Right. But it was unlocked.
Yeah, so I mean, what they would be looking for would be anything knocked over from the windowsill, and was anything, that's what they're looking for. So if there would be something displaced, then they could say, okay, somebody came through the window in the kitchen. But yeah, like you were stating, I find that absolutely crazy or ludicrous that they would note all of these things that they would absolutely have to specifically look at, and then they're looking up to see things, but they don't look up above the door right where they're at to see things on the tree, and then they don't see this hole. None of that makes sense at all.
Sure doesn't. It says David's hands were fully extended, almost in a crucifix position. His right hand was missing. His right forearm was purple and black. David's
mummified left hand was purple with a leathery textured appearance. They noticed a hole in David's head, in a portion of his skull next to his spine. That's what Joe Cooksley says. And Joe Cooksley also noted the hole was in the back of the skull. So the back of the skull, where would that be? Because unless they turn the body over or something, I'm having a hard time understanding when they say the back of the skull. I guess if they get really close up, you can still see the back of the skull, part of the back of the skull. It's all on the left side, right?
Well, the rest of the skull was missing, was it not? Just the only thing remained was the back of the skull. So they would have seen it without having to move or manipulate anything. But to see a small bullet hole, you would have had to have gotten close to identify that hole, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. So, I don't know. It's beyond me.
Well, and here, Greg, too, looking at the autopsy where it talks about, David and the gunshot wound of the head, it says that on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left. Oh, okay. I don't even want to get started with this. Left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound consisting of a 2 by 1 centimeter ovoid defect with irregular edges. So if you kind of are trying to measure this out, and which doctor signed this? Let me check this out. Holy cow. Was this Lewinsky? Yeah, Lewinsky. Oh my gosh. Basically, if you're going and you put your finger right in the middle of the back of your head, and if you go toward your left of approximately 4 inches, so it's maybe right between where the back of the ear and the back of the head would be. If you go about midpoint there, say the middle of the back of your head, go over a few inches, and then that's where it's going to be. So it's not quite to the back of the head, but it's not at the side of the head either.
Gotcha.
So they could see that without rolling him over.
Well, since all of the brain matter,
portion,
the front portion of the face is missing. Yes, they're going to see a hole, so to speak, and then they would turn him.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Gotcha.
Right, because his head is kind of tilted to the... I always thought his head was like facing the ceiling, but it's not.
It's almost like he's kind of turned... Like if you look at the photo, it's almost like his face is tilted towards the camera.
That's right. That's right.
Like looking at you.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is another thing that points to the bullet that went through his head was not the one that ended up in the ceiling.
Right.
There's no way, not from this position. Well, I mean, excuse me, there is a way. He would have had to have been moved, like a person moving him out of the way for that to have been his bullet. But if it was the bullet that killed him, it would have had more than touch DNA on it.
Is there any way that the dog could have moved his body there? I mean, we're not seeing any of that. There's nothing to... Even where they say the dog ate everything, there's no way that the dog eating anything could really pull David's body, and if it did, it would probably be by his left hand, is my guess, or by his left arm, and there's no evidence of that the dog did anything to David's left arm or left hand, and you can clearly see David's left hand
is in that weird hand sign, which is a whole nother issue, but that's like jerky treats for that dog. If the dog was going to go after anything, why not go after that? Why go after David's head and then randomly choose these other body parts? There's no logic to it.
Right, and there's another thing that the police failed to not only mention and also the medical examiner. If the dog had been tugging on David's clothes and on him, you would see the clothes bunched up in one area. It would be, catawampus, but his clothes are almost like they were put on. So there's nothing on those clothes and the position around the shoulder area or head area that it is indicative of a dog grabbing on and dragging a body. So to me, like you were saying, it would make no sense. There's nothing there that shows that he was moved by a dog.
One last thing on that, I guess, just looking at going over page 23 of the physical book here, is there any reason why the temperature and the stiffness and the temperature would be checked for some people and not for all of them? Why check it for just one person or two people, but for Kamel, it wasn't checked?
And they should have. That is another red flag. You don't, if you're going to check for rigor and body temperature, obviously her body temperature was going to be cool to the touch. You could tell that, but you could tell that by looking at all three of them. So they should have checked to see where her body rigor was at that point in time. But the fact that they didn't, another huge red flag.
Now, this is from Joe Cooksley's notes. So is it possible when he says temperature and stiffness wasn't checked, is he just talking about by himself, or as the crime scene lead, he's got to be talking about everybody, all 5 people in that house, right?
Well, I'm assuming and this is, we know what they say about assumption, but the fact that he's writing this, he's writing what he did, and he's not reporting on what anyone else did or didn't do, but no one else has mentioned that they checked her at all. And so the fact that he does state that he checked, I believe he checked David and Rania, but he did not check Kamel, and for someone who's coming from BCA, he knows better.
Right. We know that there was what Joe Cooksley also says, that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, the living room, and the hallway. That it can be disputed if you look at the photo evidence. He also notes that there's human hair and dog feces in the basement. There's no indication of how human hair or dog feces, or no indication of how human hair would get into that basement, unless you assume that it comes from the dog. And that's in the suspicious death chapter. That's the source number 29. So I thought that was very interesting that he would say that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, which there isn't.
Right, there are three drops of blood that we found in the photos.
Now,
right.
If he includes the kitchen island, maybe, and if he includes the kitchen laptop, okay, maybe, and there's
a cell phone,
fingerprints. Yeah, that cell phone, which I don't know if there's
the swipe on the Kleenex box.
Yeah, swipe on the Kleenex box, and maybe it's just easier to just say, well, this is where blood was, and then it just kind of leaves it open. But it just seemed weird. And in the hallway too, I don't believe there was that much. I think what you guys have talked about in the hallway is really, except aside from one fingerprint next to a hallway light, it's all just cast off blood in the hallway?
Yeah, there isn't much in the hallway at all, and I would call what was on that wall actually, oh man, I lost it. I'm sorry, I just lost the terminology, but it's transfer. Like, say someone had blood on their shoulder or on their arm, and then it's kind of rubbed against the wall. Mm-hmm. But that's really all that's in the hallway, except for at the very beginning there is some cast off, like you were saying.
Now, can you go again? I know you guys have done this for me many times. Low velocity high velocity, medium in the photos. What do we mostly see?
Medium velocity.
Agreed.
All right.
And Catherine, could you go over that again? Because for all of the new members here, they may not be familiar with the low, medium, and high. Could you give a brief overview of what those are and some examples?
Sure. Low velocity, it would be, another word for that is like passive. It's like, say, if you cut your hand and then you're dropping blood, it's kind of dripping off and it kind of lands. That's low velocity. Medium velocity comes from like blunt force trauma, anything. That would be like a bat, a club, anything that would hit a body and then produce a spatter pattern. High velocity is going to come from something with a very high projectile, guns, say a crossbow, something that's going to be shooting and flying relatively quickly is going to leave a whole different distinct pattern. That tends to be small aerosolized droplets that you will see everywhere. In the medium velocity, which generally comes from blunt force trauma, you will see what they it'll be like a little spot, like a big round spot with like a spine coming off of it. And then that also determines direction. So they are very distinct patterns. And I do not see, there may be one area that could be questionable, that it could maybe be high velocity, but I've never called it high velocity. I've always said medium because it's in with the rest of the blood in the same pattern coming from medium velocity. So a spray, an initial spray from, say, a second or third impact may produce some smaller drops, but they're not going to be aerosolized like you would see in a true high velocity impact.
Very good. And the official narrative is that everyone there in that house was shot, which would mean, from a detective standpoint, looking at it, everything should be high velocity blood spatter throughout that house. And what we're seeing is most, if not all, the blood spatter is medium velocity, which means that it means that they were beaten, tortured, or something with a blunt force instrument in that particular location of the house. Doesn't mean that it does not mean to say that they were not killed by use of a gunshot, but just not in that location. So that's where we get a discrepancy from.
Exactly. And then since you also said that, this is where I also see some what they call void patterns, because there is a lack of high velocity blood spatter in that house. They're saying that at least 4 gunshot wounds to the head occurred in that living room. And where is that blood spatter? And yet there are big, huge vacant areas. The only pooling of blood really is on the chair. And that's at the base of a chair. It's not even on the rug. And there's no pooling of blood whatsoever on the rug. And so, yes, so how can these so-called seasoned detectives, walk in and see that there are 4 holes in what's the remainder of heads, and then not realize they aren't seeing the blood pattern that goes along with those?
Any other thoughts on that, or else we're getting towards the end here, but I do want to make sure that we bring up, that we talk about these last 1, 2, 3, 4 points here really quickly. But the main one here is Joe Cooksley, is the medical examiners. The medical examiner, Dr. Jessica Lelinski, and the medical examiner investigator, Greg Spandl. When I first read them here, nothing stuck out to me at first. And then I think one of you mentioned, maybe several of you mentioned, how long there was before the investigators, before the medical examiners went into the house. And looking at some of Joe Cooksley's notes, if you look at the BCA 488 document, this is on page 106.
Joe Cooksley says that the medical examiner responded a long time ago. I think they responded around 6 p.m., but they don't go into the house until 6 hours later, until 12 a.m. on January 18th. And he says, that they waited, quote, they have waited until the living room area is ready. I don't understand that. What would it have to be ready for? Excuse me. Come on. What would the area have to be ready for? Why would the medical examiners wait? What are they waiting for? Is this proper? Is this SOP here?
Yes and no. Yes, in the fact that the medical examiner won't go in until the BCA has collected all of their samples, because you don't want the medical examiner to go in and move and possibly contaminate or, disrupt the scene. So, the BCA needs to get their samples. But here is where I have issue with the amount of time that not only the medical examiner but her investigator only stayed on scene for 45 minutes. Let me give you an example. One time I went with my friend. I told you I have a friend who's a coroner in Sacramento County. Well, was a long time ago. So I went on to a call one time. They got a call. They knew the mechanism of injury. They knew it was a murder. It was one person. It was gunshots. And so get on scene, and the person I was with, now they already knew everything. They had already arrested the person. They found who was guilty, all this other stuff. Now this person stayed on scene for 4 hours with the body. 4 hours for one person. And yet this medical examiner's office wants me to believe they walked in and stayed there for 45 minutes for 3 bodies, 4 gunshot wounds. I'm not buying it. This, again, is another situation where it's telling me they're like lining up their narrative as they go, and it just gets, it's more obvious that there is a narrative the more the case goes along.
Anyone else?
Another thing to add for the newer members and newer listeners out there. The crime took place in Dakota County, Minnesota. They do not have their own medical examiner's office, so they outsource through Hennepin County, which is where Minneapolis is. So they use the medical examiner's office from Hennepin County. So what they do then, in this case with 3 dead bodies, they've got to call that office and get someone to come on down there, which they did. And they got 2 people, one medical examiner and another person's Greg Spandl, I think. And so then they come out there, and like you said, this is a Saturday, and now it's getting later in the evening, and the technicians and everyone is finishing up, and then they get these 2 folks to come down when the scene is ready. And my question is, for someone in that background, how do they assign which medical examiner? For instance, in this case, they used Dr. Jessica Lelinski, who was very young at the time. Is that who's ever just available, or who's ever on call, or who's ever nearest to come on down there to do that? That was one of the other speculations as well. If this was some sort of a cover-up, you would get someone who would be very easy to compromise or control, therefore a younger individual rather than a seasoned veteran. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, and I can only go by with the other medical examiner's offices that I've had experience with. Now, looking at the autopsy reports, you see all 3 of the medical doctors that worked at the Hennepin County at the time. One being Lauren W. Jackson, MD, who was the pathologist. So they basically were in charge of the whole facility. Then you have Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner. And then you have Jessica Lelinski, who she is the deputy medical examiner. So if you're looking at rank, it probably went Dr. Jackson, Dr. Lelinski, and then Dr. Morey. And so basically, and then yes, they do a rotation. And either Jessica Lelinski was on call, or she was the one who pretty much handled things in this manner for that office. Was that all you asked? Did you ask something else?
No, I think that was it. How they get assigned, essentially. In Minneapolis, from this location would be about. I've got it pulled up here on MapQuest. It's maybe a 30 30-minute drive to get to that Apple Valley location, about 24, 25 miles. And the same for the BCA. The Minnesota BCA is housed in St. Paul. And so that would be about a 24-mile drive for the BCA officers and agents to get there. Once again, roughly 30-minute drive on a Saturday afternoon for both those, the medical examiner coming from Minneapolis and the BCA folks coming from St. Paul. That's all I wanted to add for that. There's a lot of newer listeners, and I think it helps with the visual to see where they are, coming from and whatnot.
Yeah, and to help everyone else, like Dr. Lilinski was the medical examiner, and then the ME investigator, Greg Spandl, he's kind of like her helper, so to speak. And I don't want to downplay Greg Spandl's role, because trust me, these are like their right-hand man. These people know a lot about a lot of stuff. So they would basically be the one to collect the information for the medical examiner, although, they collect information for their office, and BCA collects information for their office and for the police department. So that's kind of how that works.
It would be interesting, Catherine, to get an interview with Mr. Spandl, because as knowledgeable as he is, I would be willing to bet that he even probably himself disagreed with Jessica Lilinski's result that these were, a suicide shot for David and homicide for the other two. That fast. They were only there for 45 minutes. I'm wondering what his thoughts were to this day on this case. Would be very interesting. We've never brought that up, but wouldn't that be an interesting scenario to get his perspective, because he was there, he was collecting, he was on site along with her. But any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think that would be a great idea. I'm not sure if they could speak. And with Dr. Lilinski, I'm pretty sure I heard it first from you, Dan, and I'm not sure if you were the first one that mentioned it, but I know I heard it from you first, that Dr. Lilinski, and in my research, she pretty much was just a newbie out of medical school when she ended up there. And with this course that she had to take to become a coroner, or a medical examiner, I'm sorry, that's different than a coroner. And so she was new. But she was a medical doctor. She knew the difference between blunt force trauma and a gunshot wound. You know what I mean? So
I think that's important. That's an important point. Yes. Yeah, very important. Very important point. She may be a newbie on the job, but she was a medical doctor. There's no excuse to not know the difference between some of this stuff. For someone like her. So that's where it raises the possibility of, well, was she coached, or was her decision steered in some fashion? Now, keeping in mind that she was new, she also left that position 7 months later. She's now working to this day in Milwaukee County in Wisconsin. And so the fact that she was new and then left, that's very interesting too. I would still like to this day get the reason for that job transfer, because it did seem to be very abrupt. It was the same week that David's mother, Kate Crowley, was found dead, is the very week that she moved.
Yeah, because she was like right up in there. She had a great position with Hennepin County, and so to leave that, I just don't understand, to go from there to Milwaukee. But I don't know, maybe it was a personal choice, but it is very suspect. It's like, well, why? Why would you do that? And like I've said before, it is so commonplace when it comes to crime scenes that a narrative is come to, depending, and not everybody does this, and I'm not saying it happens in every single department, but it is more common than people are probably comfortable understanding and accepting. But to have the police and a medical examiner say, hey, what do you guys want to call this? Okay, let's call it suicide, because, geez, this is just going to be crazy. We probably won't be able to figure this out anyway. This happens far more often than people realize. And that's kind of what has struck me reading these case files and looking at these reports all along. And it leads me down that path. I can't say for 100%, But that's why I've always leaned toward this was all predetermined. They came up with an agenda. They came up with a scenario and said, okay, we're all going to stick to it. Come hell or high water, nobody deviate from this because this is the official outcome. And, try to get that undone would have to be, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic. But yeah, it would be very interesting. I'm not sure, would you or Greg or somebody be able to contact Spandl and see if maybe you can get him to talk?
It'd be worthwhile to reach out. I've got no problem doing that, just to see, because I think he's still there. But it would answer the fact if they were there for only 45 minutes. If this was a predetermined thing, and she got the directive from the higher ups somewhere to say, here's what it is, that's not going to. She's not going to have a need or a desire to stay there for hours upon hours. Look it over, and that'd be it. But a typical, if there was nothing handed down from above for a triple 3 bodies there, you would think that this person would spend multiple hours just reviewing everything. That's what stands out to me is the 45 minutes in and out.
Exactly, because Spandl himself would have to take his own photos, would have to do the measurements, would have to do all of that, okay, kind of like similar to what a blood spatter analyst would do. He's got a whole lot of work himself he has to do. It's almost like doing double work, again, because BCA and Spandl are totally different. They have to have their own stuff for each place. Yes, they can switch information, but they don't want to have to wait. So Spandl himself should have been there for a long time just gathering information and, again, measuring how far was the gunshot wound from from where was the weapon found to where's the blood spatter patterns. And then it takes time to bag these bodies. You just don't throw up in a bag, throw them in, and throw them on a gurney. I mean, it takes time to do this stuff, and yet where was this time spent? 45 minutes, not enough.
And they also go on to say in the very last section of this chapter of Greg's book is that they do think the bodies were there between December 24th and January 17th. They don't have a pinpoint date, which they can't do, but why I find it odd that they do not even have a narrowed down version to say, we think it's within this week, but more than likely, January 9th or January 7th or December 31st. They just say it's wide open, 3 weeks, this is when they could have happened. So they would also, she's a medical doctor, would also know from the decomp, wouldn't she have a very good idea, as this being her profession, that the bodies were there 1 week, or she could have said, 10 days, or yes, obviously this was 3 weeks. She doesn't go on to lead that, which is also very strange. They keep it just wide open to a 3-week range, which is very odd, because everyone else that we have talked to, including yourself, Catherine, is the ones that you've talked to, have narrowed it down at least somewhat to the number of days of what they think.
Right, and exactly. It's like everyone I've talked to said that those bodies were there no more than 10 days, no more. And she could have easily have said that. The January 17th, that is the standard operating procedure. If an exact time is not known, like say somebody stood there and saw somebody shoot somebody, and they don't have it on video, then they list the time of death, or the date of death is when the bodies are found. That is normal. However, but to put that wide range, and I'm assuming that they're doing December 24th, because isn't that when supposedly one of the people said that was the last time the family was heard of? So they're going to do it between December 24th and January 17th, when, her being a medical doctor, and she's worked in a medical examiner capacity, she knows decomp. And so she should have a far better time frame. And when I showed this to, the Dr. Kelly here, right away, without batting an eye, I'm like, have those bodies been there 3 weeks? And he's like, no way. He said 47 days, 10 days at most. Straight out of his mouth. And that's by, so if he and I'm, yes, he has a far more experience than she did at the time, but she should have been able to narrow that down a little better. Probably not precisely, but a little far better than what they did.
Correct. I would even be willing to go as far as to say that someone in medical school, not even graduated yet, should be able to give a narrower window than that with their schooling, not even to be in the profession, but rather than a 3-week window. It's that's what I think was strange.
Agreed.
So I wanted to point out one of the differences between reading the book and reading the actual ginormous 485-page report. The biggest thing is you actually get to see what the police reports say word for word. And on Ryan Bones' report, it's 6 pages, but on page 4, he says, in regards to the kitchen island, he is talking about things on it, and then he says, below the iPhone on the floor were what appeared to be bloody footprints from bare feet. The only body on scene that was barefooted was the male body. Wasn't Randy barefoot?
Yes.
Yes, she was.
So, I mean, this is his official report he's putting in here.
Yeah.
So that's wrong.
There's no way that he could have not seen that.
Right.
It's the.
He was there. He was in there.
It's the first feed that anybody would see.
Like that, just as an example of how they're different. Because a lot of the information they do say, if you just kind of skim it, it does seem to be relatively the same. But if you actually sit here and read it word for word, they don't match up. It's almost like these guys are talking about a different scene because, some of them are like, well, yeah, both the male body and the child were barefoot, but the female adult was wearing, like, heavy socks. Like, they explain it, and, that lines up with somebody else's, but then there will be something else that the person it lines up with didn't say, but this person said. And if they were all there, they all saw the same thing, there should be minor differences. Like, saying there was what appeared to be fingerprints in blood versus there was fingerprints in blood on the laptop. That would be something minor that, you'd be like, okay, whatever. But to have the big difference of, the kid was not wearing socks, the father was not wearing socks, the wife was wearing socks, but we're going to say because these look like bloody footprints on the floor, well, he's barefoot, so it's him. In doing that to me takes away the whole investigation part. Because yes, there are what seem to be bloody footprints on the floor. There is a male body there who, it does relatively look like his foot size, but his feet are clean. Did he do that and then go take a shower before he shot himself with his non-existent right hand? It doesn't really match up.
A good point, Stephanie, and I think that's, to put it in a visual once again, I would think that the patrol officers that show up in looking at the scene would say, oh, I'm guessing it's his footprints. But the detectives whose job it is to arrive at this answer, it's odd that there's no testing or forensics done to prove that it was his footprint, that it was David's. That's what we're getting at. I think the frustration here is with the police reports is
this is their job. Now, what they're doing is deducing. 3 people in the house, 2 adults, one has socks, one isn't, bloody footprints, bingo, it's got to be his. Well, any one of us could have come to that conclusion. What we're expecting more is people who do this for their career. What was the test done to prove that it was David's footprint in there? Or was it even a footprint? And so that's the question we have. Any one of us can come up with the assumption of these types of things, but that's why we have the frustration we do, because these simple tests were not done and performed to back it up or to support their theory.
You've got cases from 20, 30 years ago where they just flat didn't have the testing and the resources that we have now. They didn't understand the importance of not contaminating a crime scene way back then. So, anybody and everybody could have walked through there. So they couldn't figure out whose footprints were there because everybody went and tromped through there. Whereas now, even back in 2015, we have so much literally at our fingertips to solve these crimes. This is their job. This is what they're being paid for. This is their life's work, supposedly, that they're just content on solving the crimes, on using the information at the scene to help them investigate, to come to the ultimate conclusion. You don't go, well, I think this happened, so, it sounds plausible, right? So let's just run on that, That's not police work. That's half-assing it, and that's not how you solve things. And that's what is so frustrating is they had the capability of testing dog feces, as gross as it is. They had that. They have the capability of going through hair by hair and testing every single piece of hair they found at that crime scene and figuring out where it came from and how it came off. And they didn't. And I can't even begin to understand what they thought, walking into this, because I personally have never walked into a situation like that. But being that they are investigators and they did start out so strong with standard operating procedure of, okay, well, we can't go in until we get a warrant, we got to wait for this, we got to do that. So they are just kind of standing around. But then once they finally get that warrant and they get in there, it's like everybody just lost their shit and was like, oh, well, let's hurry up and get out.
Now, at least I would have been happy with it if it said, we were contemplating doing the testing on the feet, but it would have cost X amount of dollars, or it would have taken 2 hours to do that, and we felt we didn't have the need to do that. At least the question was asked. That came up on some of the latent fingerprints and I think the handwriting maybe analysis, where they did some of it and then came back to the Apple Valley Police and said, we can do these additional tests. Would you like us to pursue those? And they said, no, we're good for now. At least the question was asked, and then they turned it down. Here, I don't think it was even, it doesn't appear in the police reports that it was even suggested or even brought up, to look further into it. And so,
which, if you're going to say a dog ate all these things, you've got to have. If David was alive and he was in jail right now, I guarantee you that test would have been done. Every single test available to do on an animal or feces would have been done to prove David did this. So the fact that he's dead, it's almost like, well, why waste our time? There's other people that are alive to prosecute. And it's sad because that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be, well, he's dead, so, who cares? It should be, yes, he died. He possibly did this. Let's investigate and make sure he is the one who did it, not just say, well, yes, he did it, and that's it. You've got to have the lab reports to back it up. You've got to have all the tests and fingerprint analysis and handwriting analysis and all of that, and they didn't. They didn't do a lot of this testing, and it just really kills me. If he was alive, being taken to trial for committing this crime, they would have done all of this. I really honestly believe if he was alive, they wouldn't have handled the case the way they did if he was alive. They would have done a whole lot more to prove he is the one who did this.
Correct. And that's a good point to bring up, too, with the newer members here joining and the newer people following this case. If David was alive and survived this, and this was taken to a court of law, this would be thrown out in 5 minutes due to all the reasonable doubt.
Right.
So what makes it different is that he's dead and he can't defend himself, and no one can bring up these things except for various groups like ours here to say that to look into this, assuming he is alive. What case would you bring? What evidence would you show he'd be? There's no way that Dave would be charged on any of these things. This case would be thrown out as far as he doing anything here. So that's what the difference. That's what the difference is.
In order to prove David did this, they would have had to show more than a bloody middle fingerprint on a notebook and a gun being found by his left hand.
Our feelings do not give us justice. Things aren't so just because we think it's so. And the family and friends have got to understand that. We're people that are just looking at this from a distance. I want to thank you all again for listening to this podcast. I really appreciate it. This is the monthly podcast, the Gray Stage Podcast. Thank you so much. We will be back next month. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 31st, 2020, and today's podcast will be going over the book The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez, Jr. Today's chapter will be Chapter 4, Examining the Bodies. Joined with us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and myself. If you've got the book handy,
if you got the book handy, it's on page 27. And what I'll do is I'll start off and I'll read the first paragraph, and then we can get the show started. Here's where it starts. Title, Examinations. The bodies of David, Comel, and Rania were removed from the house at 1:30 a.m. on January 18th and taken to the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. Rania's autopsy was conducted first at 8:20 a.m. Comel's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 8:30 a.m. And David's body was conducted last at 11:50 a.m. So that's the first section. Maybe, Greg, I can give a little overview here for the listeners. And so the bodies were discovered on the 17th of January. That is a Saturday in 2015. This was Saturday the 17th. But by the time the investigation was there, the photos were taken, the bodies were examined, and the crime scene was looked into. It crossed over past midnight onto the 18th. And so that's where it starts off with this chapter that really was taken out of the house at 1:30 a.m. the following day, which is now, we're talking Sunday, January 18th. And the crime was committed in Dakota County. And so the importance of this first thing here, it mentions that they went to Hennepin County. The Dakota County does not have their own medical examiner's office or coroner. And so what they do is they subcontract out to the neighboring county, which is Hennepin County, which is based in downtown Minneapolis. So that's a good setting here that you've set here, Greg, with this first paragraph, because it does, if there's any confusion there, the bodies are found on the 17th. This is the 18th, the next day, but still that same night, essentially. And so what they did was they brought them to the medical examiner's office, which I said earlier was contracted out through Hennepin County, and they did those 7 hours later now at 8:20 a.m., and then Comel, and then David's was done last. Just want to give an overview of that for if there was any confusion.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I did not know that. Is that regular? I mean, are there a lot of other counties that also don't?
The Hennepin County does their own, and then they subcontract out with Dakota, which is the one here, and they also subcontract out with Scott. Scott County is also next door. And so Scott and Dakota both subcontract out, and just rather than pay to have the medical examiner and examiner's offices, there's so few murders and homicides and things like that that they just have Hennepin County handle all of that. But it is in a different county. They got to drive the bodies up there. It's another outsourced service for the county, and they just absorb that. So they account for 3 counties at Hennepin County. And so at the end of the year, they provide an annual report for Hennepin County, and it's really large because they've got to break it down for the members of Scott County, Dakota County, and Hennepin County. Even though they're doing they're doing them all, they do have to break that out. So their annual report is quite large. But once again, even in Apple Valley, the city of Apple Valley, there's only average of 1 homicide per year. So they're still doing deaths, suicides, and things like that. But actually, full autopsies like this, they don't have the staff or the funding to do it themselves, so they just hire it out.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the things I was wondering is, okay, the bodies are taken out at 1:30 a.m. The first Rania's autopsy doesn't start until 8:20. So again, I was just trying to understand if this is all proper. If everything that we're seeing here is just all proper, to me it seems like a long time, but I don't know if that's kind of standard, and maybe that's because they had to drive it, somewhere else, and maybe that's part of the reason why.
Maybe Catherine would be a good person to start off with this, because I also don't know, but I'm just guessing that there was in a situation like this, there's still going to be a queue, a Q-U-E-Q, and once they get into the queue, maybe they're 7 hours later. Would it make sense that it would be that late? But I don't know.
Well, to jump in, I would assume that the reason why the first autopsy didn't begin until 8:20 is because Dr. Lelinski more than likely needed to go home and get some sleep. And I want to go back and notice, because according to the records and her sign-in sheet, she was there from 12 until 12:45. She left. Mm-hmm. It is also stated that the bodies left with her. Now, this is saying, and Greg, according to your book, you're showing that you found information where the bodies didn't leave the house until 1:30 a.m. That's, as we know, a 45-minute difference. But to get back to the point, I'm sure she probably just had to go home and get some sleep before the autopsies began, and that would be my best guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other points or any questions anyone has? Yeah, I'll have to look at that time and figure out where I found that time. It could be from Joe Cooksley's notes, so I'll look at that. The first autopsy is obviously Rania, and that is another question that I had. Okay, is that normal? Is it standard operating to if there is a crime and they need to do this for a couple bodies, do they do children first? Is it just random? Is there any logic? Am I thinking too much into this? Does it really matter?
It really doesn't matter, and it's just, they probably just said, let's do the child first. It's, probably what was, easiest, or, but there's generally no rhyme or reason. They just pick a body and go from there.
And they have, this is the only autopsy, I believe, where there are 4 officers. I think in the other 2 there might be 1 or 2, but not 4. So I was also wondering about that. Again, is that just standard too? Did they feel some special need to actually be there during this one, and not the same need to be there when they're looking at Kamel and looking at David? I think there might be 2 for Kamel, and then for David, I'm not even sure if there is 1, if there's any cops in there. Yeah, there is. There's 2. But why 4? And again, maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but as somebody who just wants to learn about, what they do, and what are the proper things. Is it normal to have that many people in there? Is it a little intimidating for the people that are doing these reports to have 4 cops standing right in there, or is it just not a big deal?
Yeah, I can't think of anything or any reason why they would need 4 officers in on her autopsy. That makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to that at all. We don't know how big the autopsy room is. Is it a big bay? Are they individual rooms? We don't know, unless someone has been into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. So to have 4 police officers with 2 medical doctors, that's 5 people in a room, and that's pretty crowded. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. It's just crazy.
Okay, and Jessica Lelinski was the pathologist, and she was assisted by Mitchell Morey.
She's the medical examiner. The pathologist was not there, although they signed off on it.
Okay.
The pathologist is the one who's ahead of everything. That would be Dr. Lauren Jackson, but only Dr. Lelinski, the medical examiner, and Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, were in the room.
Okay, so that needs to be changed then, I think, right, in my book? She's the medical examiner, not the pathologist, because I wrote the pathologist. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah,
well, the pathologist...
I'm sorry. Myself. Go ahead, Catherine. I'm unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine.
The pathologist is generally going to be the person who's going to be running the entire facility. They're kind of like the top dog. The medical, and I do believe they have to have extra education, and Dr. Lelinski is just basically a physician who has training within the forensic and this type of field. So she doesn't have as much education as Dr. Jackson, and Dr. Jackson runs the facility. So Dr. Lelinski would answer to Dr. Jackson. And so, yeah, she's not a pathologist.
Okay. Good to know there, too. The main thing, I think, that everybody should be bothered by, or at least should have questions on, I know this was a big question that came up, is how they positively identify this daughter. And it's listed as circumstantial. So,
okay. I'm sorry.
Before I read too much into that, go.
Well, I spoke with a coroner, and I asked them that same question. I'm like, is that normal? Is that standard operating procedure to identify, especially children, in that manner? And they said yes, because if they have two parents and all this other stuff, basically they kind of go, well, the circumstantial evidence will be the child is in the house, the child looks like the parents, the child looks like the photos, there's someone there to say, yes, that is our granddaughter, that type of thing. So they don't have to then do blood tests to say, okay, they don't have to basically do a DNA test, because circumstantially they are able to prove that this is Rania Crowley. So that is very normal.
Excellent. Another note that I have here about this one, unless anybody has any points they want to jump in there, still staying on the Rania Crowley autopsy. No suit or stippling. What does that mean?
It just means she wasn't shot. She wasn't shot close up. It was from further away. Stippling would be left behind if the gun was close to her head. If it was up close and personal.
Okay. Like 1 foot, 2 feet?
Well, it's hard to say, and that's the thing, is unless something is put between the weapon and the head, are they at a further distance, or is it just, I mean, with this type of weapon, I would find it hard to believe, like Sophia was saying, that the stippling and soot, they should have found something within her hair, you know. So obviously, but yet, and still, isn't her autopsy the one that says that there was a circular pattern left on her scalp? So that's the thing that didn't make much sense to me. You know, because if they're going to have a circular pattern, yet there isn't stippling or soot, why didn't they question that? And I guess that was kind of my question to them. One of my questions to them is, why didn't they look further into that?
If she was, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out how far she would have to be, or does that mean that she was covered with something? If her face was covered, if her head was covered, could that be the reason why there wasn't any?
It could be either or, yet they still don't explain the, let's see, what does it say here? It says the wound is surrounded by an approximately 0.5 centimeter wide faint circular impression. I mean, I don't even see anywhere did they measure that up against the muzzle of the gun. I see they didn't follow that up at all, so we don't know. But either way, it's plausible that something was placed between the weapon and her head, or it was farther away. One of the two.
And it also
this is Stephanie.
Go ahead.
If like if a pillow was put in between her head and the gun, that would keep it, like, soot and the impression from the gun from being there, just to clarify.
Well, again, it would probably capture the soot and the stippling or the little gunpowder pellets that shoots out. But I'm not sure if depending on how thick of a pillow, if it's thick, it's not going to leave an impression from the weapon. So, I think right here in this situation, we're guessing, we're throwing things out to the wind and seeing what's going to come back at us, because there's really not enough information and they just did not investigate this at all. I see nothing in any of the records or in any of the reports where they did any follow-up to this situation.
Correct. And they didn't test things for the gunpowder, so we don't know what covered her head, if anything.
Correct.
It also says that she was found partially decomposed with, actually it actually uses the words for moderate decomposition. So again, looking for a timeline of how long she could have been dead for. What is the range that we should be looking at? I know we've talked about this before, but I think it's a very important point. Moderate decomposition, especially when later it says that it's actually early to moderate decomposition in the same report.
Yeah, so early to moderate is going to be like right after death to maybe about a week. And with the rest of her decompositional findings on autopsy, when they say moderate, I'm assuming it's going to be getting closer to about a week in after death. She's starting to show some signs of decomp. So it's not obviously a fresh death where, okay, something happened, they walk in and, okay, this child is now dead, where, we now have some type of skin discoloration and some blistering. So, again, roughly about a week.
Wow. And so they would have known that too. And then how do they account for their 3-week story? I guess they're a separate agency, right? So I guess they don't really have to. But if push, they would have to say that the bodies were not there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then when you look at these autopsy reports, I don't see anywhere anyway, unless, of course, I looked past it, but I don't see anything in these reports that show that these bodies had been laying there for 3 weeks. They, everything that's, when they describe the decomp and the condition of the bodies, when they're stating early to moderate, they're saying right there that it isn't advanced decomp, which is what you see in every single police report, advanced decomposition. And then these medical doctors are coming back saying, no, it's early to moderate decomposition. So right there, I find a huge discrepancy where the medical examiners kind of do not follow the narrative of the police officers.
Can I jump in for a sec? This is Dan.
Yeah.
A question is, what I've got is, for Greg, at this point, this is the following morning after the bodies are being found. So at this point, was there only one press release given by Apple Valley Police just simply stating suspicious deaths, they're looking into it? They have yet to make this determination within, I think it was a 48-hour period where they said, we think the bodies are there, or, a double homicide-suicide. But they didn't get into the narrative until later as far as the bodies were there for 3 weeks. So at the time of this, the medical examiner, they're looking at the bodies, and they don't know how long the bodies were there at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. It doesn't come in later till we get this 3-week narrative, but right now we're just getting some very preliminary verbiage that's inconsistent, I'll say, as far as the moderate versus early or late. But even the cops at the scene there don't know that hey, the bodies were there for
they just know they're decomposing, in the process of decomposing, but they don't know it's even 3 weeks yet, much less, Jessica Lelinski on the scene. They're just looking at the bodies knowing that they're decomposed. But wouldn't at this point, too, Catherine, they would at least have it narrowed down by saying, looks like the bodies had been 7 to 10 days or 11 to 15 days. They would start at this point already narrowing it down regardless of what they get from police.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that these doctors should know, when they walk in on a scene, they're looking at the temperature of the room, they're looking at, the condition of the house in which they find the body or the scene in which they find the bodies, that she should have been able to say, okay, this is probably what we're looking at, and then not make an outright judgment, but she should have a really good idea, and then either it would be substantiated by the autopsy or she would find something different. So yeah, she should have had a pretty good idea. Even though she was almost freshly out of school, she still should have known.
Yeah, I think she would have been 30, 31 years old at this point. I looked her up today. I think she's 36, and this was 5 years ago. So she would have been roughly 31 years old. Does that match with being freshly out of school for her degree, her career?
Well, it depends on how old she was when she started, but I think in my research of her, when I looked at when she graduated the medical school and then when she had started working there, it was just, it was either not too long ago, it was less than a couple of years.
Okay. Yeah, she was young, a young person at the time in her position. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had for that.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to see exactly when they mention, or if they mention, in the 5 press releases that they have, just trying to see if they mention how long the bodies were there. Just looking at it right now. I don't see it in the first 3. So, but that, again, goes back to, well, where did this three-week theory come from? Is it because people hadn't heard from them in 3 weeks? They hadn't been seen in 3 weeks? I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what they're going by because a lot of people were giving false dates to begin with because we know by the phone records and by following up and actually researching their testimonies that they were not truthful, but most of them were saying the last time they spoke to them or saw them were 3 weeks prior. So
The final press release, which is dated January 23rd, 2015, does state that, where is it? Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. So maybe that's what they're going on. I don't know, but obviously that's not that's not a good way to find the truth in this case.
That is not consistent with the findings of the autopsy. So,
and sticking to the decomp, to the moderate, early to moderate decomp, says that the livor and the rigor mortis were not found. The livor, the discoloration of skin; rigor mortis, the stiffness of death. Those were not found. So that again helps us. Mm-hmm.
And I wanted, I mean, the rigor comes and goes relatively quickly within, depending on when it falls in. It usually does its whole course. If everything is consistent, 12, 16 hours, whatever, it's pretty consistent. But the livor mortis, if she had been shot, if Rania had been shot and killed, and then if Paleo had taken her arm after death, this young lady would have had livor mortis. Now, livor mortis is where the line of lividity, where there would be a marking of where the blood would then pool in the body upon her death. Wherever she laid and landed, it would have remained there, and you would have seen where that blood had pooled. Now, that is completely missing in all 3 bodies, which leaves very limited reasons as to why. So again, why, even the medical examiner, why did the medical examiner not look up and follow, especially on a young child? Why is the liver mortis, why is that absent? It shouldn't be.
And then, even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. I mean, this is pretty brutal to think about, but again, we're just trying to figure out what really happened here. So does this contradict what they had just said, that there were no livor or
liver
mortis?
Liver mortis is just where the blood pools, which is not the same thing as skin marbling.
Okay. And skin discoloration?
Correct. It's not the same.
Okay.
Like skin can go to a yellow color, a greenish color, that type of thing. That's what they're talking about.
Okay. And the slippage, what exactly is that?
That's kind of like, say, where little blisters or blobs or blebs, or what I think they're called blebs, where they kind of begin to fill with fluid, and then as they rupture, the skin will start to come off with it. It's, again, all part of where it's getting closer to the moderate decomp phase.
Yeah, this was a really tough chapter because, I have no experience with any of this stuff. I was constantly looking up these things, and even the stuff that I looked up, I'd have to go back now and probably look up a lot of that stuff. This was very tough, not only because we're talking about a child, first of all, but just to try to understand this and to just stick to the facts as much as possible, because obviously, since I don't know that much, my mind can start racing. Oh, well, maybe it means this, or maybe it means that. And so I really tried to, that's probably why this is another short chapter, is I really just tried to keep it to what these reports are stating, so that people like Catherine and people who understand what is being said here, then I can bounce those ideas off of them, and they can help me to better understand without making me feel stupid too, right? That's always a good thing.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think you did a good job writing this, and I mean, please don't feel stupid. It's not always an easy topic to understand.
Yeah. Very challenging. So the examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging, and so I was expecting to find more, a lot more than what I found. Now maybe this is just because this is the autopsy report, maybe there's more notes, but this is one of the only mentions of quote-unquote scavenging by the dog. And I had a hard time with that too, because the reasoning, I was just expecting more. Some of the reasoning why they said this, that there was possible animal scavenging, is because the daughter's right arm was completely gone. I don't know how that necessarily just means that there is animal scavenging, or how that proves, or how that would even lead someone down that path, that there was some type of scavenging, unless they were told, unless they were kind of fed that. It just seems like they're just throwing out a lot of different stuff, and when we're looking at these documents, it kind of breaks their whole theory, that the dog did any of this stuff. But it gets worse. It's not just that. They also mentioned, the jagged and tattered skin of soft tissue defects where Ranya's arm would have connected to her shoulder. So it's really hard for me to buy that the dog would eat any type of bones, swallow them, digest them, and whatever. But we're talking about a whole arm. Even a 5-year-old's arm, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. And if the whole arm is missing, how would there be any jagged or tattered skin? Of course there would be, because the arm was pulled off, right? The arm was ripped off. So how do they relate that and know that that this was done by that dog? I was expecting to find dog teeth marks. I wanted him to say, look, we found dog teeth marks at the shoulder, so obviously, that's why it was jagged, tattered, etc., etc. So in a report like this, are they giving me everything that I would need, or are they just giving me the basics?
I mean, here it's like it's the basics at best. And we have to keep in mind that this is just what do they call it? And I think they just call this like the autopsy report, but there is a medical examiner's report. And that is where it's going to contain a whole bunch of the information, but as the general public, we are not privy to that. That is not part of the FOIA process. So, that's what I wish I could get my hands on, is the actual medical examiner's report. I want to see, because like you stated, not one of these autopsy reports mention dog teeth marks on any of the bones. I mean, if this dog is going to be gnawing and pulling, and especially where the hands are involved, they just don't pop off, which is what it seems like they want people to believe. They, be it the medical examiner's office or the police, they just want people to think that the dog grabbed hold of a hand, yanked, and the sucker just popped off. It doesn't happen like that. So the dog, if it truly had bitten and pulled off, there would be, it would be beyond obvious. They would be saying, okay, teeth marks, teeth scraping on the bones, whatever. And I don't see any of that, like you were stating. None of that is mentioned in any of the reports.
If I can jump in for a sec, I think, Catherine, you'll agree with this, is that what I read into this by looking at this, it reminds me of the bloody footprint, that there's no evidence that it was David's, but they went through and said that, well, Comel had socks on, and it wasn't a child's foot, so therefore it must have been David's. I get the same type of logic while reading this. Her arm is missing, so therefore there's evidence of animal scavenging. Well, that's not the evidence we're looking for as far as when Greg got that report, he's looking for evidence. Was there teeth, claws, scratching, paws, evidence like that. But what they're saying is that there's evidence of animal scavenging because the arm was missing, and therefore how else would it be gone? So there's the evidence, and that's not what Greg's looking for, is evidence, specifically teeth marks, claws, how did it get out of that socket? And so us four looking at this, and I think we got others on the call too, I think Stephanie and someone else perhaps, but we're looking for, we are, as critical thinkers, that doesn't work as evidence. That's conclusion, that's a theory. If the arm is missing and the dog was there, well, the dog ate it. But we'd like to see them say, maybe the dog ate it, or perhaps the dog ate it, or it's possible that the dog ate it. But what we don't like, the folks like us who are critical thinkers, is when the medical examiner says it's evidence of dog scavenging. Well, there is no evidence of evidence of dog scavenging. Does that make sense?
I absolutely agree with everything you just said, and that's exactly it. We tend to get attacked because people say that we do a lot of conjecture. I mean, this is conjecture definition, you know what I mean? It's like, if everything that they are stating in regard to animal scavenging is conjecture. A dog was at the scene, parts are missing, therefore the dog did it. Well, like you stated, and we all know, that's not true, and there's no proof.
Is there a difference between scavenging and the dog being responsible for this, or is it pretty much the same thing?
It's the same thing. Scavenging would be the consuming or consuming, taking, eating of an animal on a body. Predation, scavenging, depending, I think, on predation, I think, really kind of goes to the wild animals, and scavenging would be considered maybe household pets. But yeah, basically the same thing. It would be the eating or tearing at a human body by an animal in the home.
Okay. The only other thing I have on Rania is the fractured third rib. How does a rib get fractured? Even in a child's, for a child's rib, how hard, how difficult would that be? Have we ever heard of any dogs ever breaking fracturing a rib? What type of force would need to be?
A lot of force. When people do CPR, oftentimes you can fracture and break ribs then. But when CPR is done correctly, you are pressing down. What you see on TV, it's a joke. That's not true compressions. I mean, you are pushing down with everything you have and as fast as you can. There's a lot of pounds per square inch being put on those ribs, so they crack and they break. The same thing, especially in this area under the arm, there's no way Paleo could have fractured her rib. None whatsoever. And so a lot of pressure would had to have been applied to that section of the body to fracture that rib.
And where's the location of this rib, Catherine, for the listeners out there?
It says that it is under, let me see, I think it's under... Okay, the lateral right first to fourth ribs are showing, and the lateral right third rib is fractured. Lateral meaning the outside, so it would be the side of her. Okay. So basically where the under the arm would be, somewhere in that area where that third rib is.
And some have suggested on the Justice page in the past, years back, that maybe after she was shot, she fell awkwardly and maybe fractured it.
No.
Was in an argument and her dad yanked her arm or something, and during a struggle that could have fractured it, and those are not examples of a fracture.
No.
At all. Okay.
No. If anything, if there was a struggle or a yanking on the arm, there would have been maybe a slight dislocation, but I mean, you would have to pull pretty hard, even for a 5-year-old. Up until like young children, 1, 2, it's easy to dislocate their arms. So that's why doctors will, a lot of times, pediatricians will tell parents, don't hold your kids between you and swing them, right? Because that used to be a fun thing to do. But I can't tell you how many children every year come into the ER with dislocated arms because the parents were simply swinging their children, not doing anything to hurt them. And that's because the ligaments and everything truly aren't really set, so to speak. But in a 5-year-old, that would be extremely difficult to dislocate even a 5-year-old's arm, in the sense of, I mean, you would have to seriously yank and pull. And there is no evidence of any kind of struggle, or there's no bruising to her body that would show a struggle, ensued, nothing. So there's nothing to substantiate David dislocated her arm. I mean, her arm's missing too, but we know that who David was as a person does not fit with that theme or whatever. I don't know. I can't think of the correct word.
Is there any reason?
It doesn't fit with the narrative.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If the rib fracture and her arm being taken off was done before she died, there would be a significant way to show. I mean, there is a way to see the difference of if something was done before death or after death, like the way the blood pools and everything like that.
there would be more than a blood pooling. There's a brachial artery in there, and once that brachial artery is severed, I mean, you're going to have spewing and arterial spray, and there would be blood everywhere. Her blood would be absolutely everywhere, and yet we don't find her blood anywhere with the exception of maybe on the gun and on the knife. So, yeah, there would be evidence of that. If it occurred within the house, let me put that little caveat in there.
So that tells us that this was possibly done after she died?
Either after she died or it didn't occur in the house.
Okay. But there's no way to tell, based on what we have here, if this was ripped out or whatever, whatever you want to say, that it was fractured.
If we'll put it this way, if they want to say that she died in the home, then the arm was removed after death.
But if she didn't die in the home, then it's possible it was not after death.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any reason why it would be the third rib and not the first, second, and fourth?
Probably because the first and the second ribs are going to be up higher to the clavicle. So they're kind of like a little bit shorter. And in the third and the fourth, that type of thing, it's going to be easier underneath the armpit to be able to either apply pressure to that area and fracture those ribs than it would be the first and second.
Is there one stronger? Are they strong? Because we're going from north to south, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're all going to be roughly the same. It would take the same amount of strength to fracture any of those ribs, but it's just where they're located within the body, and where it would be easier to apply pressure to those ribs versus the first or the second rib. The first and the second aren't going to be as accessible to that type of pressure where the third and fourth ribs would be.
Okay.
Catherine, I have a question. The theory right now that we're working with because of this arm being off is that someone killed Rania and then threw their foot, leveraged a human foot in there and then yanked it off post-mortem. And then the dog may or may not have scavenged on it after that. But during this autopsy, would the medical examiner doing it see a footprint or a shoe print or an impression in that armpit that would be noticeable, or would that be something that would have gone away, or what are your thoughts?
It's a little bit harder to bruise the skin after death because the blood ceases to flow upon death. Once that heart stops beating, blood stops flowing. And so you have to have like that blood going through that area in order for it to be, the vessels to be damaged and have that blood come out.
Okay, as opposed to bruising, how about an impression, like a boot or a hiking boot or a shoe or a tennis shoe impression? Would that be left behind?
And again, that kind of goes along with the same thing. You get the impressions by the damage that's done to the tissue, and is there going to be like, it would be harder on a fresh kill or whatever. Oh, I hate saying this because she's such a child, but I don't mean it that way. There's really no swelling that's really going on to leave an impression. There's really no blood vessels are going to be active to let blood seep through to leave an impression. So I think it's possible, but maybe not as probable. But yet, that doesn't mean maybe they saw something underneath when they pulled back that skin, but I don't see where that type of description is given to us in this report. This is really so vague. Maybe there was, but we don't know.
And then my last question is, if this was taken off and kept by the killer or killers as a trophy, what would the smell or the stench be like? A body goes through the phase of stinking,
Right.
But would a body part, if someone kept that as a trophy, how well sealed or in kind of a plastic wrap or something, or buried? What would it cause a stench that would be noticeable? A body part?
Yes. Decomposition and when tissue begins to decompose and rot and stuff, it stinks. Even if you have like a small piece of hamburger, like say you had raw hamburger the size of a hamburger patty, and you left that out, that's going to smell horribly within a few days. It's the same thing with the body part. It would smell horribly. However, if it's wrapped up enough, or was it stuck in a embalming fluid or something else stuck into a jar and something that would preserve it, then that could mitigate the smell. There are ways to mitigate, but it's not easy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other points or anything on that before we move on to Kamel? I mean, I had a few questions, just personally, I guess. We're just, why would her arm need to be taken out? And if the dog is going to eat the arm, why not eat both arms? And there's just no logic to any of this dog theory, which again, all could have been proven if they just would have done some testing. But I don't understand why would they need, if there is foul play, and I think we all agree that obviously if David is not guilty, then somebody else did this. Why would her arm, specifically her right arm, need to be taken from the scenes? Was there something that the police were going to find that would have showed a sign of struggle? I mean, personally, to me, the fact that her arm is missing is a possible sign of a struggle. The fact that you guys have clearly pointed out about the third rib, how is that not a sign of a possible struggle?
Well, I think it's possible. I think it's very possible that something was that could have given the police or the medical examiner a hint or a clue as to who truly did this. Did they leave their DNA on her arm? Was she trying to get away and then they accidentally scratched her or something? There are lots of different things. Was there, I mean, who knows? Everything at this stage is just a big guess. They could have easily have left, somehow their DNA could have been left on her arm to where they couldn't have gotten rid of it, or was her arm taken because David was somewhere else, and then was that a form of torture for him? Look what we're doing. We don't know. And yes, I know that's an extreme, but it's just, another example. We just don't know.
And the point, and Catherine, you have a good point that we don't know, and there could be 15, 20 different examples why. But the main thing to focus on for the listeners out there is that a arm could not be pulled from the socket by a dog, correct? So there's human intervention in there at some point of this whole scenario. Some have gone so far to say that after 3 weeks of decomposition, there was not much left of the skin or the bones, and paleo did not have to try that hard to rip it out of there. The point we're trying to make on episodes like this on this podcast is the fact that the socket, after 3 months of decomposition, or after 1, or after 2, whatever, the dog would not have been able to pull a girl's arm out of its socket regardless. So some human did it, and that's the catch. Yes, there certainly could have been some torture involved, or evidence of torture left behind that warranted the killers requiring to get rid of that, or it could have been a trophy. It could have been, who knows what kind of symbolism. Maybe it was left behind. Maybe it was a coded message or something. But we could talk forever on those possible examples. The fact is, and the fact that what we say the Apple Valley Police Department did not consider, is that the dog could not have done it. When I spoke with lead detective James Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department in the lobby, I said, what happened to that arm? And he said, well, I'm assuming the dog ate it. I said, but where's the bones and, you know, everything else? And how could the dog have done it? Well, I don't know. The arm wasn't there, so therefore the dog ate it. And see, we get back into that same thinking of what we're missing here is critical thinking. It couldn't have happened that way. What could have happened and what actually happened, I don't know, and we can only speculate. But if the arm cannot be pulled out of the socket by the dog, well, then we got an issue. And some say, well, then David did it before he killed everybody. Well, that's possible, but probably not very probable. The problem is someone pulled that arm out, and why? And so that's we're trying to get at the facts here, the facts, and steer away from the speculation. There could be a dozen reasons why that arm was missing. The point is the arm was gone, and it was pulled out of the socket, and something that paleo cannot do. So that's the question, is why. And so obviously with that broken bone underneath that armpit in that rib, I think there was some leverage used, and some can speculate, well, maybe Kamel did it during all this, and maybe David did it. Well, maybe so, but then where is the bone? Where is the bone remnants? Where are the bones? They're not in that home.
And not only that, with the police trying to say that paleo took that arm, they have no idea when that arm went missing. Was it right after death? Was it a week after her death? Was it 10 days after her death? You know, because if they want, well, first of all, and like you were stating, a dog cannot pull that arm out of the socket, you know, even 3 weeks. Even if they were correct and it was 3 weeks, that still is not enough to be able to allow that dog to pull the arm off. But since there's no indication and no proof when that arm was removed from the body, we know that a dog definitely cannot do it right after a person dies. We know a dog cannot do it a week after, 2 weeks after, 3 weeks after. And so I'm like, where did they even get this, that the dog pulled it off? When?
Correct. And there's, evidence could possibly suggest with that rear slider left open and unlocked and ajar that the killer or killers made one, if not one or more visits post-mortem to that scene and could have taken it then. But the point is still, who took the arm and why? As we know for sure, it wasn't paleo. So that's the good thing that we've got here with a book like this with Greg, is we're pointing out facts. We're not looking at the speculation and the possible theories. Police investigators have got to get over the fact that that arm was pulled out of the socket. A crime took place, not by the dog. So that's the thing that we're trying to point out here, is that this is, not only was this girl, Rania, executed, what I call a single gunshot behind the left ear. That's an execution. And this is a 5-year-old girl in kindergarten that was executed. That's how disgusting this case is. And now we add to that an arm missing, a broken rib. This reaches all new lows when we get into this. And we haven't even gotten to the autopsies of Kamel and David yet.
Correct.
That's how shocking this case is, in my view.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep, I agree too. You're right on. It's well stated. Dan, I know you gotta jump off here soon. I do believe that when Kenneth Maines also found, he talked about the third rib too, right? That was one of the things that kind of stuck out to the private investigator that you hired.
Yes, he had two comments. One was the arm was missing, and he thought that was strange, is all that he really said. You know, he didn't expand, he didn't research it further, he didn't write anything more about it. He just said, oh, that seemed more or less, to summarize, he said in his report, oh, that just seemed odd. Well, that certainly is odd. But then when I went back to a follow-up, and I gave him a list of questions that required follow-up. One was I said, Kenneth, how do you explain a fractured rib under the girl's armpit of that? That would not just get there. That would not just happen. Something would have to be done. He goes, yeah, I agree. That's something that I would look into, further, or, if I was actually hired to be a private eye in this case, to delve into it, that'd be something I would look into. So it raised his antenna, but the arm missing, he just simply said was strange. So.
Have you posted any other stuff about his about the second follow-up? I don't know if I've asked you that or not.
With Kenneth Maines?
Yeah, with Kenneth Maines.
Yeah, I think there was a list of, I don't know if it was 10 or 12 questions that I asked him, and then he did write back. He wrote back the answers to those questions, and then I posted that. This would have been last summer or last fall. I could certainly repost it because we're getting a lot of new members in the group, and that may be something to look at. But yeah, and I don't have much. And like I said, Greg, I do have to jump off here in a few minutes, but I don't have many questions. I think on the David or Carmel, but the Rania one was very interesting just because of those points. And we do have to remember too that her shirt that she was wearing was pulled up, kind of yanked up above her, kind of up on her chest. Her chest was exposed, and so, but nothing, as far as there's been no evidence of any kind of sexual assault on any of the victims. But her shirt was yanked up like that, and I think once again they say maybe the dog could have done that or whatever. But very, very shocking, the whole scenario with Rania. I think very disgusting.
Yeah, because there's nobody else's clothes that are pulled up or anything like that, and I mean, all that they would have to do is say, well, yeah, the dog. It looks like the dog. We found dog teeth, or we found something to show that the dog had done that. They don't even talk about that. There's many things that they don't talk about, almost like they were just hoping that people would never look deeper into it, and people would never get a chance to see the
plan to not have anyone do any further research. And when we looked into where she was buried was another thing too, because it came back that said that Rania was cremated, and then we find out that her ashes were split in two sides, and so that both families could have her ashes. The Crowley family, the grandparents, and the Alam family, the grandparents. And after asking the Alam family when they received that and where it is to this day, they said they just recently got it. I think it was a year ago, which means there's a 4-year gap. It was 3 or 4 years later before they even got it. And Dan Crowley Sr. he had it in his home, and I'm not going to say that he refused to send it, but they said they've been asking for it and they wanted it, but he still had it. And then finally, I think he just sent it FedEx down to Texas for them to have. But even that was there was confusion in who was supposed to have the remains and how they were supposed to get there. But nonetheless, she was cremated, and both of the remains were put in half, and I think they were buried with Comel later, obviously, or next to her body. Who knows where that is, but there was evidence at one point that they were saying that they were going to be buried together. The ashes were combined. And so there was a lot of confusion with that too. But officially, I think both families have half of Rania's remains, but she was cremated, so there's no chance to go back either with to exhume a body to look into some of this further research because the body was cremated.
Yeah, and I had I had asked Camel's sister's friend, or the friend, how do you make sure that those are actually that it was actually Rania? Now that it's cremated, how do they make? Is there any way to verify that the ashes that they got are actually hers?
And I think that's a good question for anyone getting cremated, and maybe Catherine can expand on that. Do you ever know you're just given ashes? Who knows whose they even are? But you're right. Did Dan Crowley Sr. Mail off someone else's ashes
to them, and so he's got the whole thing. I highly doubt that, but whatever he got, he was still sitting on for a couple of years before he mailed them off. And I think there was some, expense related to that, and it was expensive, and they didn't want to do that right away. But the whole thing was fishy with the remains. They were sitting in Dan Crowley Sr.'s house, both sets of Ranya's remains.
So there had to be some level of trust between the two families that, okay, at least we know that we're getting Ranya's, that these, that it actually is coming from Ranya, that the ashes are hers. So I guess that shows that there is some level of trust between the two sides of this family, who have been mostly quiet throughout the whole thing and might not even know a lot of this stuff. And they might be listening now. And it might be a good time for them to go through these documents, to look at them for the first time, if they haven't. And they might have some of the same basic questions that we're all having now.
Yeah, and I think, too, I wouldn't be so sure about that level of trust. There may have been a little or maybe a small amount of trust, or maybe perhaps no trust at all, but I do know that it took repeated efforts to get Dan Crowley Sr. to mail those down. And it wasn't until he actually did it, when it got exposure on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, when we really exposed that, is when he finally followed through and did it. So, I don't know if he, I wouldn't even say that we have evidence to show that there was even support between the families as far as trust, I should say. He may have done it begrudgingly, but it's because we brought it up and voiced the concerns that really brought the action to take place.
All right, Dan. Well, I know you gotta jump off here. But
good luck, guys. Thanks again for having me on.
Thanks, Dan.
for all your help.
All right, bye-bye.
There goes Dan. All of this is his fault. He started all this, and that's it. Any final thoughts, anything else anybody wants to say on Ranya before we move on to Kamel?
Actually, I'm going to have to jump off, too.
Okay.
But it was great speaking with all of you.
Thanks, Sophia.
Have a great weekend, what's left of it.
All right.
Okay.
You too.
Bye.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
So Kamel's autopsy happens 10 minutes later after Ranya's. When Ranya's begins at 8:20 a.m., Kamel's begins at 8:30 a.m. And just as a different note, we also see that David's doesn't start until 11:50. And again, that was another question that I had. Well, why are they so? Are they doing the victims first and then they're going to do David's last? Is there any rhyme or reason to that, or is it just kind of random? Just okay, well, let's do this one first. Maybe I'm thinking too much into that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just think they just it was just luck of the draw and said, let's just do them in this order. I'm not sure if it really meant anything. But I see where you did get pathologists. The reports do state, so, don't change your book because you're leaving it according to where their reports are. And it does list Walensky as the pathologist on Ranya's autopsy and then Mitchell Morey on Kamel's. Although I will disagree with that, just based on after speaking with some medical examiners and coroners as to the difference between a pathologist and a medical examiner. But I wouldn't change your book. Leave it as it is.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe that's just how their template. You know, they just have a template, and they just put whoever's looking at the body, they put that there.
Yeah, that's what I think.
For Mitchell Morey, so he's going to be the only. If you look at Kamel's autopsy report, he's the only one there.
Yep.
For that one, that's listed for that one. So that was another thing too. It's I just wondered why that is. So he's there. He sees the first one. 10 minutes later, after Ranya's autopsy starts, Mitchell Morey goes to do the autopsy on Kamel. Is there a reason? I mean, could they have waited? Or?
Well, I mean, we know that an autopsy takes a whole lot longer than 10 minutes. So why Mitchell is even on Ranya's autopsy, I have no idea. Because again, it takes a while to do one, and then 10 minutes later, he's starting Kamel's autopsy. So they had actually had both of these going at the same time. Really, both autopsies at the same time.
Right.
Maybe
and they also have
just
two of the cops. Maybe they figured what?
Maybe they figured it would be if he's not actually a pathologist, maybe he's put as the pathologist on Kamel's because she was already on Ranya's.
Yeah, he's listed as an assistant medical examiner on David's. And yeah, so every time that he signs, that's what he is. He's
the only thing
medical examiner.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe what they're referring to as pathologist on their report is the medical examiner who is actually conducting the autopsy. That's the only thing that makes sense by looking at this. Walensky was doing Rania, and Morey was doing Kamel.
All right, so Kamel, during her autopsy, Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there. So they were also with Ranya's, and so now you have probably, I'm assuming then Jim Gummert and Tommy Booth probably stayed with the Rania autopsy while these two cops go to the Kamel's. And I never really understood why they would need the cops there. What are they doing there? It sounds like they're just kind of there.
They don't have to be there. There's no rhyme or reason. I mean, they can be there maybe because they feel they want to follow through, but they don't really giving the doctors any information. I mean, their input is not needed during an autopsy.
Now, wouldn't this help them see that a lot of the allegations are wrong? So at this point, these four officers, Gummert, Sean McKnight, Brian Bone, Tommy Booth, after being here present for this, shouldn't they start looking for somebody else?
You would think. That's what makes sense.
I mean, they're here. They have no excuse to say, "Well, we didn't know. We didn't know about the fractured third rib. You guys were there. We didn't know about whatever." No, you guys were all there. You four should know everything that you need to know that shows that there are still many, many questions, still many things to follow up on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kamel was identified by the dental radiographs and the tattoos, so that's how they ID'd her. She weighed 85 pounds when they found her, which is a big difference from what she normally weighed. So if we're talking about, you know, the bodies being there, a dead body, how much weight does a body lose within a week, within 2 weeks, within 3 weeks of sitting there on a living room floor?
Do you know how much she weighed normally?
Yeah, it's in the 94 pages of police reports, and it is different than what they found her at. And I can pull that up, but I think it, you know, obviously you want to be careful with women's weight, but I do believe it was different than what was on her, what's in the 94 pages. Let me just look at that here. So there's David. Kamel was 130. She's listed as 5'4" at 130 pounds in the 94 pages of Apple Valley Police document.
Wow, that's
But here, she's 85 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, we know that the human head, and again, I mean no disrespect to the families, and I hate to be so graphic, but I mean, we know the human head weighs roughly 10 pounds, but that even, you add that onto it, and that doesn't even come close to her stated weight.
Right. And I think David has something very similar. Let's see. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. So does that show how long she's been dead? Does that help show?
I'm sorry, I had to go close my windows because someone's riding an RC car up and down the street. I'm sorry, what was your question?
So, what I was wondering is, there's one note that says that her body cavities contain small amounts of decomposition fluid. Does that help show how long she's been dead for, how long the body has been there for?
No, and that's, since it says small amounts, that really still fits in with where the rest of the body decomp is. What do they say? Moderate. I think hers strictly says moderate decomp, whereas David and Rania say early to moderate. But yeah, it fits in with the rest of it, with the moderate stage of decomp.
Okay. Let's see. Kamel was shot twice with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. So this looked like a double tap. That was the way that I read it. These two shots are very close. So I don't know. And that would kind of line in with some of that quote-unquote rapid fire that we've been hearing about from some of the neighbors in a previous chapter where they had heard several rapid-fire shots. So I don't know.
But, you know, the two gunshot wounds to her head, I mean, that would be like pow-pow. I mean, that would be rapid fire. And if they're hearing multiple rapid fires, there just isn't enough projectiles found within the house to say that had to have been the same event. So I think it's safe to kind of go past that theory and let that theory lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably why the police never followed up with that theory, because it doesn't mesh up with what was found at the scene to have them appear to be the same events.
Right, and they're also, I believe, they're two separate dates too. So two different people are hearing rapid fire shots on different dates.
Exactly. Now, what?
So, no, go Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what page were you reading where it talks about the gunshot? I have her autopsy in front of me, where the entrance wounds are in the occipital region. Where are you reading that from?
Oh, let's see. I wonder if that was from... That was probably in the... I wonder if that's the external examination. When I was reading... Oh, from page 4, I believe, of Kamel.
Okay.
I think that's where it is. Yeah, there's some of that stuff there. I remember it was with the gunshot. Wasn't really mentioned.
Yeah, that's
page 3.
I mean, not that it matters. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I mean, that's very important. Page 3? Is that where it is?
Yeah, in page 3 of her autopsy, under external examination, it says the head consists of a portion of skull which includes most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone.
Okay.
There is... Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
The scalp is absent.
Yeah.
That bothered me too. Yeah, all the soft tissue is gone, the hyoid bone, and it's just gone. Everything is. It's just weird.
How is the neck stable though? Like, what does that mean? It says the neck is stable, but most of it's missing. Like the.
Her vertebral column was still there, so I'm assuming that probably whatever part of the vertebral column was still there, it was still connected, it was still all part and together. It's not like part of it was hanging or disjointed or anything. So it was stable. In other words, it couldn't be moved really easily.
Okay.
Yeah, so brain tissue was gone from the skull. How is that? I mean, canine scavenging.
Yeah, because when you look at this, I mean, there's still occipital bone there, which you know that the C1 is going to be inside that occipital portion. So it would be so basically there was really not going to be, nor was there any damage to that vertebral column.
We also see irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. That's really the only mention of canine scavenging. In Ranya's, it's not listed as canine scavenging. Now that could just be because we're talking about two different people doing different reports, right?
Yeah,
one is saying animal. Yeah, how they were wording it. Right. Most of the head and the hands were missing, and that's a big one. You know, when I tell people that, especially people in law enforcement, you know, you can see their eyes widen when you start talking about what is missing. The heads, most of the heads and the hands are missing. It's not something that should be taken so lightly, and I think that's one of the big ones. One of the big reasons why we were expecting the investigators not to guess so much on what happened and to just either say, you know, we have proof of it or we don't know. And those are simple things too. Very simple.
Yeah, when you have people who have knowledge of crime scenes or bodies or death or decomp, you know, medical people, police officers, people who actually have a history within these workforce areas, looking at these autopsy reports, they're going to be like, excuse me? This doesn't make sense. But when you have the average Joe Blow citizen who doesn't have a background in these areas, they're going to take it at face value at what they say and go, oh, well, they say that, so it must be true. And it's like, you know, that's where I think a lot of times where cases are allowed to remain the way they are, because the vast majority of people don't know and don't understand. And that's what departments like this who either don't want to investigate or choose to cover up, whatever the case may be, that's what they're counting on, is the general consensus of those who have no knowledge, that they can tell them anything they want, and since it's coming from a person in a position of power, they're going to believe them. And unfortunately, that's true more oftentimes than not.
Most definitely. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. And here, multiple bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of this report. Amongst this bony material are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. When they say irregular, what does that mean? Is that...
It could mean several things, but more than likely they were either broken up, somehow they were not the shape that they should have been, however they got that way.
Like damaged, or, I mean, from a gunshot, or...
Put it.
Yeah.
You know,
regarding animals... Go ahead.
Again, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. We don't know if...
Okay.
My stance has always been that another dog was in this house because of the amount of white hair found everywhere, and Paleo did not have that much white fur. So could it have been due to another dog chewing up bones? Possible. Could it be due to were part of their facial bones, you know, broken up? Could they have been beaten? Possible. You know, there's just so many things that it could have been, but we don't know what it was. So, because they don't know what caused it, they've just put irregular.
So this could have been tied to blunt force trauma?
Depending on the bones, yeah. On what they're talking, which bone pieces and fragments they had, yeah.
Interesting. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and the, I can't pronounce that, laryngeal cartilages are absent due to...
Where are you?
I'm reading from the book. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Laryngeal cartilages.
Laryngeal cartilage are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. So they're blaming all of that. That's a lot to blame on the animal scavenging. And it's not really stated why they blame that on the animal scavenging.
Yep. And again, I want them to explain to me how a dog could get to her larynx if she's lying face down on a floor. How did he get to her face to eat it, but not the back of her head?
Can't.
Yep.
Not possible.
Exactly. They can't, and they don't explain that.
Right. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating. So, bloating, how does bloating help with the decomp rate?
That is a definite sign of moderate decomp. That's what happens when the gases start to build up in the abdomen due to the tissues breaking down.
Let's see. Hair was found on Kamel's right sock and anterior left leg. I thought that was kind of weird too, because it's not really. I mean, it just doesn't say what type of hair, human hair. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Hair everywhere.
I take note of that because when I was reading your book and I came across that, I went to the reports and I made note, because what I find interesting is her, because again, my theory has been that she was positioned and placed there after all of this, and that the bodies were then staged once everything was done. Now, how is it that hair can be on the anterior or on the front part of her leg, the leg that is lying on the ground, but the posterior, the back part of the leg that is exposed to the elements and to this dog who's supposedly tracking all this hair and debris around the house, the hair isn't there. It's only on the front that is lying on the floor.
So does this show then that her body was actually moved at some point?
It doesn't necessarily show it, but it's a good indication that something's awry with their theory, because how did that hair get on the ground? And like you said, it doesn't necessarily stay, and they don't know whose hair. Was it David's hair? Was it her hair? Was it Rania's hair? They should have, again, you would think they would go, okay, there's hair on the anterior portion of her leg, and that was on the floor. So whose hair is that?
Was she's walking on somebody's hair? Or, yeah, I don't understand.
Right, her leg across somebody's hair. Yeah, I mean, and then if hair is on the floor prior to her being there. Now we know that from looking at photos of how she kept house prior to this incident. Now people tend to look at the police photos and they see stuff all over, and your first thought is, wow, they weren't very good housekeepers. But that's what the police did. They tend to tear things up as they're doing, collecting evidence. That's all normal. But when you look at her other photos of their house prior to that, she was actually a really good housekeeper. So I find it hard to believe that this hair would have been on the floor prior to, just due to a lack of housekeeping. So how did it get there? And that is, that just jumped out at me when I was reading this chapter in your book.
Yeah, it says her left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. And of course I was like, what do they mean by frayed? What is it frayed? But I guess it's kind of like, I guess like ribs, kind of. I mean, when I think of frayed, I think like those.
A fraying is where if it's knitted, which it probably was a knit weave fabric, where it starts to come apart. So it starts to unravel.
Okay. And it was weird because it was the left sleeve, not the right sleeve. We know both hands are missing. So that was another thing. I would expect it to be frayed on both sides, but maybe not. Maybe it's just more related to the sweater than anything else.
And again, you bring up an excellent point, because her left hand and arm is underneath her body, according to all of the reports from the police officers who were on scene. So that portion of that sweater was under her body. And like you said, her right hand was outside of the body. And the dog supposedly ate her right hand, but that sleeve is not frayed. However, the one under her body is frayed. And the dog can't even get to it. And they don't even bother to look into that further.
So all stuff I think will hopefully one day help the case get reopened. I also found that it was interesting, still at the bottom of page 29 here. I think this is the last thing that I have on this page, but that she was wearing a Gray State shirt. And the reason why that was important is because we had heard so much about how Kamel didn't like this project. She wasn't for it, etc., etc. I just found it I didn't, from reading David's posts and from looking at all of the stuff there, it seemed like, she was his biggest fan. I didn't get the view that she was jealous of the whole Gray State project, that she felt that, slighted by it. I mean, she's wearing a T-shirt. I don't know. I just did not get that feeling that she had any issues with David's project.
And I agree with you, because everything that is filmed of her while they're doing David is doing the filming of the trailer, she is smiling, she's excited, they're talking, she's having a great time. I don't see one look on her face that says disgust, boredom, or anything. She's in it like everybody else. So, yeah, and I agree with you. Why would she wear a Gray State shirt if she's angry or jealous? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't fall in line with their theory, so I guess they just leave that out too.
Yep.
He had her reading the script. There was that clip of her he's like, so what'd you think of it? She's like, I wish I could watch it instead of read it. That's the only thing I hated about it. It seemed to me like she was, like you stated, his biggest fan. She was the one pushing him to do this. She was helping him. If she felt slighted by it in any way, she wouldn't have read it. She wouldn't have been standing with a computer on her head during filming. She wouldn't have been involved in it in any way. She wouldn't be happy about it either. Like, it's visibly, anybody who watches the videos with her in it, she's happy and smiling. She was promoting him, really.
Right. And then, she was quitting. Go ahead.
She was a model on the...
That's right.
For the T-shirt. It showed a picture of her smiling and with the front of the shirt, and then kind of looking back, showing the back of the shirt. If she didn't want to be part of it, he wouldn't have used her for that. He wouldn't have used her in the little snaps throughout his filming for the Gray State.
Yeah, well, I would go one step further. Just with that is, if David was jealous, if he was so jealous of her and all that stuff, I don't think he would let her do that. I don't think he would want his wife on a poster with a T-shirt, posing like that. So that to me was just more proof that he was not as jealous as some might want us to think.
Right.
Okay, any final words on Camille?
Yeah, one thing I do want to add before we move on to David is we know that according to the toxicology report, Rania was clean. There was nothing in her system. We know David was completely clean. They did the toxicology report. We'll talk about that when we get to him. But with Camille's, hers was clean with the exception of salicylate being found in her system, which basically is just aspirin. So, again, she is clean too. There are no drugs, no alcohol in their systems at all, none. And when they're doing the toxicology reports on their liver, since they're doing here, this will follow through to David's as well. But with Camille, when they do toxicology reports, toxicology on liver, they use the liver because it tends to hold in drugs longer, because medications and everything tends to metabolize in the liver. So it will remain in the liver a lot longer than it would blood and urine. And when the liver drug tests come back completely clean, they had no alcohol, that means no absinthe, no marijuana, no drugs, nothing in their system, with the exception of Camille, who had aspirin.
And wasn't she prescribed ibuprofen?
That I don't know.
There was some found at the house. Yeah.
Yeah, like on the in one of the drawers there was prescription for Camille of, I don't remember if it was $750 or $800.
Basically,
but it was ibuprofen.
She was just taking something very natural like aspirin, a pain reliever, and that was it.
Right.
They are clean. So the marijuana being on the dresser and that staging of trying to make it look like they were potheads is out the window. Their toxicology reports prove that's out the window. The theory that David was, loony and crazy due to absinthe, out the window. He had no alcohol in his system whatsoever. So all of those theories, all of those stories can be put to rest, according to the autopsy reports.
Interesting. Love it. Thanks for bringing that up, too. I think that's a huge point there.
Yes, thank you. I've been wondering what that is. Salicylate.
I mean, David had, I think he had back issues. He had some problems. So I was really expecting to find that here. I was expecting to find him on some painkillers or something like that.
Yeah, something, because when the IED exploded and it damaged his legs and hurt his legs and his back, you would think, because he did state that he was in pain. However, I think he treated his pain with exercise because he was always exercising.
That's true. That is true. So for David, his autopsy begins at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th, 2015. No, that's not correct. The second press release happens at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th. 10 minutes later, at 10:50 a.m. is when David's autopsy begins. So by this point, they have already accused David of being guilty of killing his wife, his daughter, and himself. And 10 minutes later, they start to go over his body, which I did think that was, I don't understand why they were so quick to just, like they really needed to get the answer out first. But generally, we would want you to research first and then get the right answer, not just a answer. Go ahead.
Right, and the whole thing is that they had no results from anyone's autopsy. Toxicology had just been, being done and collected, hadn't even been sent off yet. They had nothing. And then they just go ahead and they start calling it murder-suicide. And in fact, you... I know you disagree with me saying this, but I'm always like, because that Chief Reitschel or whatever his name is, Chief R, he plainly states in again, in one of those newspaper articles things where he says within 2 hours they knew. And it's like, they talk about jumping to conclusions. You can't walk into a house like that and say, oh, okay, we know what this is. I mean, I don't care how much you have. You need to investigate it.
That would have been nice.
Would
have been logical, but not a lot of logic in a lot of the stuff we're seeing here. But yeah, within 2 hours, within 4 hours, I mean that's just crazy. There's no way. There's no way that they could possibly know.
Especially when they leave the house without, well, they still to this day don't have the bullet that killed them. So how can you walk out of a residence and say he committed suicide, but not retrieve the bullet or the fragment that killed him, or even anything? They just
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting frustrated all over again. Here we go.
Sorry.
Well, they didn't have his bullet, and they didn't have the one tied to his daughter either. So
correct.
They are consistent in that basis. Consistent in missing bullets.
That's it. Look at the bright side.
I mean, at this point, look at the bright side. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I had so who puts all the things in the body bag? Like at the crime scene, do we know that?
I don't know if that's the BCA. I'm assuming the BCA.
Or it could have been also the assistant that it's the name we've only heard or seen a few times, that Dr. Lelinski's assistant that showed up there with her. It could have been that person as well, but or was it the police? I thought I read somewhere. Now I can't remember.
Yeah, you're talking about Greg Spandl.
Yes.
Greg Spandl was the medical examiner investigator who was with her. Yeah, he's there, and that's it. He's done. His investigation is over.
Trying to figure out how the two mandibles got into the same bag.
Well, because the reports state that the bones, and this is, again, a good question, because there was a mandible found on top of the blue blanket, but where? But the reports state that any bone fragments, whatever was closest to that body, was collected and sent with that body. So that's probably why those mandibles were closest to her, so they just collected it and stuck it with her. And then, let the medical examiner figure out who belonged to who.
That's right. Let's see here. I was just looking at some of the questions in the chat room too. So here we have David, the pathologist was Jessica Lelinski, and Mitchell Morey is back. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there during this process. And they have David weighing at 128 pounds. And again, that's going to be different from what they have him here, which is 180 pounds is what they have in the police files. So that's a big difference.
That's a huge
very important. Now, what would cause that? I mean, and maybe they're going by, well, I'm assuming, like, where did they get this 180 from? The 180 has to come from his driver's license?
Yeah, I would think so. Either his driver's license or any medical records that they were able to get. But
that's
still
a big difference on 20.
Yeah, when you look at him, he may not be a tall man, but he is a very fit, muscular man. So muscle weighs more than fat. And so, well, okay, a pound of fat is still the same as a pound of muscle, but you know what I mean. He was very fit, and he had to have weighed a whole lot more than 128 pounds or 138 pounds. So why didn't they check that out?
Right.
I had it in my head that Kamel was 120 pounds and he was 185 pounds.
That's close. That's close to what these documents say. So it's a big difference.
128 pounds for David, not Kamel. Oh wow.
Yeah, Kamel was 85. She was found 85 pounds. Normally, they said 130. David was found 128 pounds. Normally, at about 180. So that's a big
Is that normal for them to lose that much weight after death?
Not in any of the dead people I've ever seen. If they were 150 when they died, they were 150 a week later, So I have no explanation as to why the drastic weight loss for either one of them.
Well, I would think drugs, but again, we're looking at the tox, and there were no drugs in their system, so
they were completely
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
they were in the process of making food. So I don't think they had any issues like that. I don't know. There's no answer for that.
Yep, none.
You assume that it would be in their system. I mean, Pop's found in the house, so you assume it would be in one or the other system. But toxicology coming back negative for that.
And again,
well, why was it even open if it's not in either of their systems? Like, it's common in somebody who overdoses.
Well, and again, that all goes right back to the police not investigating, because especially when the toxicology reports came back, those take longer. But the moment they came back and they were sent to the police station, the police should have then looked at that and said, okay, there was marijuana open on their dresser. There was a bong in the bathroom that looked to have been cleaned right away or relatively within a certain time frame. But everything on their toxicology reports come back clean. They are clean of everything. So that then tells them the scene is staged. They should have then gone to look to see, okay, why was this placed here? Who placed that there? Because people who smoke pot but then, you know, kind of collect it and save it for later aren't going to leave it open and just sitting out.
No, they don't. If you're about to smoke, you would have it all out like that.
Right.
It being left like that points to a scene interrupted. But
or a staged scene.
Yes, or a staged scene. It's sadly nobody followed up on this. If David was alive and that came back negative, they would have done more follow-up so that they could continue to prosecute him and have him in jail for this crime. None of that was done. None of the things that you would normally see in cases like this, we'll say, where there's, I think they're called family annihilators. Like a person who just kills their whole family, just snaps and kills their whole family. To take them to court and show that they did this crime, there's follow-up questions, there's testing upon testing upon testing to prove what they say happened so that any judge or jury is completely clear on what happened and why that person needs to be put in jail.
Right.
With them saying David did this, there's no... it's almost reminiscent of, like, 1930s era detective work. You know, oh, well, they're all dead. The dog's alive. So the missing body parts are from the dog eating it. And the gun's by him, so he must have done it. Case closed. Like, there's no...
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to jump back to a point you were making, and then maybe we should probably get back to the autopsy report. But I think this goes along with the autopsy and with his mental status. The fact that they keep stating, and that Captain R in the little sloppumentary was stating, oh, well, we think he just snapped. That is an extremely rare psychological event. There was no evidence of David being under stress. There was no evidence that he was had flashbacks. There was no evidence that he was under anything that would cause him to have a reason to quote-unquote snap. And for someone to snap without reason generally doesn't happen. So nothing, and we know it wasn't due to alcohol, we know it wasn't due to drugs, we know it wasn't due to flashbacks or PTSD, we know all of that is fabricated and not true. So there is no rhyme or reason for him to have been accused of this crime. None.
Right.
Right. It also says David was identified by the dental records and the body tats. The problem here that I'm having with the identifications is the date that these reports are done on January 18th. The bodies aren't positively identified until January 21st. I'm having another problem with that. How are they justifying this? At this point, the bodies, it sounds like the bodies should have been identified on January 18th. The positive ID is not mentioned in the AVPD press releases until January 21st. And some could say, well, maybe they just waited until January 21st. Yeah, but they have, there are other AVPD press releases that say that the bodies have not been positively identified. So I'm trying to understand this logic here. If they haven't been identified, is that because the Hennepin County Medical Examiner hasn't told the Apple Valley Police Department yet, even though the Apple Valley Police Department are in these autopsies, so they're there, so they know that the bodies have been identified? Why are they still saying after January 19th, January 20th, January 21st, that the bodies have not been positively identified?
Well, there's a difference between being tentatively identified and then positively identified. And they went on looking at photos and the bodies were in the house belonged to. So tentatively, yes, those were more than likely the victims. So they can be identified as. But the positive, without doubt, identification comes after the medical examiner office then gets a copy of his dental records from the dentist. They make comparison with the teeth that they have, and then they can make the positive identification.
Gotcha. Makes sense. David's autopsy shows early to moderate decomposition, and that's evidenced by the skin discoloration, the marbling, slippage, blistering, and the mummification of the left hand and feet. Now, the mummification of the left hand, everybody can see what David's left hand looks like. There's an image, BCA 4777, shows you exactly what David's left hand what his left, I don't want to say a sign that his left hand was making, but you can see the condition of his left hand. And it is a very curious left hand, I think.
Well, yeah, and
one of the more weirder things.
Here's the problem I have with that, and this is what I just sent you in my email to, what was his name, Tom Lydon, the one who did his little expose on the news.
Yeah.
And I have not heard back from him, not hide nor hair, and this was my second email to him. But I pointed out to him, and I sent him both photos. When you look at the photo of the bodies in, I did some lightning and zooming in on that hand. And then you compare the position of the hand in that photo to the close-up of that photo of the hand being next, like the photo you're talking about. That hand is in two different positions. The first one with the body's just lying there with his arm outstretched. The right finger, the index finger, is not next to the thumb like it is in the close-up photo showing the OK or the 666 or whatever the case may be sign. So who moved the finger? And that's why I asked Tom Lydon. I'm like, shouldn't you be asking who moved that finger? Here's the photo where it shows his fingers are all up and outstretched. Then you have a close-up where the right index finger is now touching the thumb. Who did that? These photos both were taken when the police got there and then during their time they were there. So the only people in that house to move that hand were either the police or the BCA. Who did it and why?
It wouldn't have
let's
snapped.
see, anything else? It wouldn't have what?
The pointer finger wouldn't have snapped, like, off or broken in some way when it was moved?
Rigor mortis had already been gone. The fingers would have been pliable.
I didn't know that.
Well, and I did read somewhere, and so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'll go find that for our next one. So when I find it, then we can talk about it next time.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I do want to kind of wind this down here. Getting pretty close to the end here. I know this has gone a little bit longer, but that's okay. We're almost done with this, just looking at David's head. So due to the condition of David's head, they were unable to determine the entrance, the pathway, and the trajectory of the gunshot wound. So that shows that they tried, right? They tried to find the trajectory. No, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. They just looked at it and said, there's no point of even looking to figure it out. That's pretty odd. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Kamel had more gunshots, so I can understand not being able to figure out where the entrance or exit was for her. But if he just had one, I mean, Randy was shot once, and it was pretty cut and tie to see where it came in and where it went out. If he was just shot once, shouldn't it be like the same?
Well, there's a difference because with Kamel, they could find the entrance wound, and so they were able to determine the trajectory. With David, they only had an exit section, so the entrance wound, that portion of the skull was not found, and so they had no way of knowing how it entered. They only know how it exited. So that could be why.
Which I think is weird, looking at the photo of David's head, right? I mean, even though it is kind of back and it's kind of hard to really see or to close up on, it's like, it looked to me like more of the left side was missing of his head than the right side. So I always found that kind of weird, how they were able to find the exit.
Well,
most of the left side of his head was missing.
Oh, but see, the left parietal bone was still attached. So that's the left side, so that was still there. And so they know where it came out. But since when a bullet is shot into a head, it could easily bounce around. So you can only know if there's an exit wound where it's coming out of. You don't know where it entered. Now, the exact opposite is true of Kamel, because they know where it entered, and they might not necessarily know where it came out. So they can determine how the weapon was positioned against her head to cause that entrance wound. But David's entrance wound is missing.
Gotcha. And I think what we're going to find next is, I mean, Catherine, when you were reading this, is this what led you down the blunt force trauma? I mean, is there anything that we're seeing here that lines up with the blunt force trauma that you found clearly in a couple of those photos, the crime scene photos?
No, nothing in the autopsy reports. In fact, that's why I went back to see, going, okay, this photo and this skull piece clearly shows blunt force trauma. So I went immediately to the autopsy reports to go, okay, they had to have mentioned this. But there is no mention in the autopsy reports at all. At least not here. Now, in the extensive, thicker medical examiner report, we don't know, and we will never know. Again, because by law, those are not to be released to anyone other than the families. The families can request, but anybody else can't.
But wouldn't that stuff be some of the basic things to mention? I mean, there's no reason...
Well, yeah.
Well, I guess there is reason not to mention.
Exactly, because when they mention the larger skull piece, they just say that this large skull piece that then articulates well with the remaining calvarium. You would think that they would mention that the skull piece has indentations on it, but they say nothing. Not at all. And the indentations are clear. I mean, a 2-year-old could look at it and go, oh, look, there's marks. Compare that with a regular skull cap, and then you look at his, and I mean, you know, I hate to say this, but a 5-year-old could tell you that there's something wrong with David's scalp. Or I'm not sorry, not scalp, but his skull.
And so these skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5, is that would the image of the blunt force trauma, would that fall in line? Would that fall into this category, 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters?
Well, what I did...
Or is that something different? Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, wait a second. Were you trying to ask me? I don't think I understood.
Oh, I'm just saying, where is it here? They were mentioned that skull bone fragments were found.
Mm-hmm.
And does that line up with the blunt force trauma image, or is that something different? And is
yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, and what I did, and I know this isn't exactly scientific, but it's all we have at this point. If you look at the photos with the skull piece, they have a little measure marker tape thing, correct? And so what I did is I took a piece of paper on the screen, and then I took that and found out how much their centimeters were on that, and then measured it out on the picture of the scalp. Again, this is not scientific, but it's all we have at this point. And the dimensions were exactly that. For that skull cap piece was exactly what was found, and then that fit, that articulated well and fit with his calvarium.
Interesting. So this is where it says separately a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment with a rounded defect along one edge with apparent internal beveling. That's pretty interesting. I noted that for some reason, but I can't remember why I noted that now. Rounded defect. I guess that was the rounded defect. So that would be... I guess I was trying to figure out what that rounded defect was. Most likely.
Well, I'm assuming that would have been either an exit or an entrance wound. It would have to be of some sort, or we don't know. Could it have been from whatever weapon was used to hit them? They don't even. You're right. They don't even clarify. I'm reading that right now on page 3 of the autopsy report, and it just states rounded defect. But what type of defect?
Right.
Was it a complete round circle? And if it was a complete round circle, then they would have stated if it was a gunshot exit or entrance wound, because it would have had beveling. They don't speak of beveling. They just say rounded defect.
Oh, these guys. Let's see. So, examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. And I guess that was, it's mentioned here, so if it's mentioned here, that it's got to be tied to David, right?
Oh, that's okay.
I mean, I would assume so.
This goes back. Okay, I want to clarify now, because there were 2 mandibles found with Kamel, and I remember I stated that there was one on the blanket. It wasn't the mandible that was found on the blanket. It was the maxilla, and so that's why. Okay, I get it now. So now we don't have. I haven't seen any photos of the mandibles, but we have definitely seen that photo of the maxilla, which is what they're describing here. That was transferred with David. But they don't say if it belongs to him or not. It was just in the evidence bag, because that was on his body and next to his body, so it was transferred with his body. But they don't state who it belonged to.
And the maxilla is the upper or the bottom portion?
Upper. The mandible will be the bottom, maxilla is upper.
Okay, and the one found on the blue blanket is a...
That's the maxilla. That's what they're talking about right here.
Okay. Looking at the image, though, it kind of looks like David's maxilla is still there, right?
I did not see a maxilla on his photo. The whole front part of his face is gone. It's gone.
It kind of looks, I'll have to go back and look at that again. But where it's found, I mean, that's nowhere near David's head. David's head is, if you're looking at the you're looking through the front window. If you're standing in front of the Crowley home and you're looking through the window, the maxilla on the blue blanket is found to the left, next to the bloody wall, but David's head is facing right, next to the Christmas tree.
Correct.
That's a long way for it to get over there. I mean, it just...
In an odd place, if the dog had done that, just to leave it there.
To leave it right there.
With no evidence of him gnawing on it or chewing on it, it would just drop it right there? No. It looks placed. Again, that looks staged as well. In my opinion.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
How hard is that to remove from a human head, from a body?
Extremely difficult. It's hard. That would not be an easy thing for a dog to do.
That's disturbing. This report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, the neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone. I think at this point I was just so frustrated with what I was reading. I could not believe that they were blaming the dog for all of this stuff here. And it was very, very frustrating. So I just decided to just list all of the things that they were blaming the dog for.
Yeah, and not only
without anything. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg. I keep cutting you off. I'm so sorry. But it's interesting that they blamed Palaio for so much of this stuff, but yet this is one very picky dog. Very discriminating taste. It's going to choose just this, the hardest bones of the body, over what is easy to get to, easy to remove. But let's go for the hardest bones, and we're just going to eat them all up. I'm like, wow, really? Okay. How gullible do they really believe people are? I don't get it.
I don't either. I mean, you can see his left hand. Those fingers are they're just there. They're up there. You know, it's very easy to take those, but instead, the dog apparently only goes for David's right hand and doesn't touch the left hand. Yeah, again, it's baffling. Yep. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. So does that line up with animal scavenging?
I'm trying to find that on the report.
The report.
Wait, that's internal. We need external. Okay, I'm sorry. What part are we reading? The remaining? Wait, where are you?
Yeah,
oh, it's actually regarding the missing right hand. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. That to me does not say. And my first thought process on that is not dog scavenging. That could be consistent with a pulling away of a hand, or pulling, same thing like with the arm. Did somebody pull that hand off that? And I see nothing here that says dog scavenging.
That's very curious then.
Now, especially with the smooth ends of the radius and ulna, if a dog is going to be chewing on a hand to remove it from a body, if it could do that, there would be teeth marks. It would no longer be smooth. There would be, gnaw marks on those bones, and there's nothing. It's smooth.
It's smooth. That's a key. That's a key word too. That it was smooth. It's like, wait a minute. It says jagged, I believe, for one of the other body parts, but for this one, it's there's nothing mentioned like that. It's really weird. It's really odd. There's nothing consistent in this. So Let's see. I think that's about it. Unless you guys have any final questions here, we can go ahead and shut this podcast down. I did anticipate this one being a little bit longer because of all this, and because I knew I had 1,000 questions that I was going to ask you, Catherine. And you were able to answer everything for me, so thank you again. Thank you again for joining us here.
Oh, no, thank you for having me. The only thing I really want to reiterate, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, is I really once and for all want to put to rest the theories out there that have been going around about David being, drinking on drugs, and that's what caused him to do this. According to the toxicology reports, which were the samples were taken from his liver, tested from his liver, he was clean of all alcohol, all drugs, everything. His system was completely and totally clean. They will check the liver because the liver tends to hold on to drugs and stuff more because that's where things are metabolized, is in the liver, so it will be stored. And since the liver tissues were clean, he had not in anywhere, any time prior to, close to, near the time of their deaths, and I'm talking at least a month or two, maybe longer, prior to that, did he have, especially pot, that for sure was not in his system. Not prior to their deaths did he have any alcohol. He was clean. She was clean. Other than aspirin, Rania was clean. So those who are saying that the toxicology reports show them wrong.
Awesome. Great points. Stephanie, any final words before we shut this down here? Did we lose Stephanie?
Did we lose her?
We might have.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very, very much. And next time we'll come back next month. Remember, we do these on the first of every month. This was the first live podcast that we've done. So I want to appreciate everyone, all of your efforts, all of your help to get the case reopened. That is the goal here, to get justice for this family, to let people know that David Crowley is not guilty, has not been proven guilty, and will never be proven guilty. And next month we will come back here and we will discuss the living room chapter. So I hope you all join us for that. God bless you all and have a great Sunday. Okay, Dan, take it away.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 28, 2020. We'll be reviewing on this podcast number 6 of the book, The Gray State, written by Greg Fernandez, Jr. Joining us today will be Catherine, Greg, and myself for this episode. How is everyone doing today?
Awesome.
Doing great.
Good. Well, we've got an interesting chapter to cover here. Greg's book is, for the new listeners out there, it's a 16-chapter book detailing the Crowley case murders. And this chapter today is called The Living Room. And because most of the details took place in the living room, this is going to be one heck of a chapter to cover. We may have to break this down into several parts, but we'll try it. We'll see how far we get here today. I'll start off by reading the first paragraph. Blood spatter in the living room was, quote, mostly on ground, according to BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD-40 handgun, which is item 1A, with a rubber Hogue grip sleeve, was found cocked on the living room floor, quote, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of the 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. Now, the nice thing, if you're following along in Greg's book here, this is page 35 of the book. Once again, it's chapter 5 of the book. And Greg adds the sketch, the police drawing sketch, the handwritten sketch below in the book that shows the layout of the individuals and the bodies there. And remember, we have to keep in mind that the CAD or the drawing, the computer-aided drawing, number one, does not match what that was really at all. So that's another thing we could cover. But that's the first paragraph, Greg. You want to get us started on some of your questions and comments?
Yeah, I think...
Or Catherine. Let's start off with Greg.
Sure. I think, obviously, the biggest question is to make sure that this is where the crime actually happened. Now, I can't prove that it did or that it didn't, but this is where they say that the crime happened. And I think the most obvious reason why they say that, obviously, is because this is where the 3 bodies are found. This is where the gun is found. Everything seemed normal until a lot of people started mentioning blood and the lack of blood. And I was still very skeptical and still trying to give the police the benefit of the doubt. Well, maybe the blood isn't there. Maybe we're just not seeing it. And so it was pretty interesting to hear people's views once they started mentioning velocity, blood and where the blood should be. How come we're not seeing more blood? And I still went back and thought, well, maybe we're not seeing it maybe because it's on that blue blanket. Maybe because it's on the living room carpet. That carpet, I do believe the carpet is a little deceptive, and that there might be more blood on that carpet than we could see through those cameras. And the police obviously were not using the best cameras. I think that's clear too. But so that was the first thing, was to, I kept going back and saying, well, why are we having so many people, so many different people with so many different views on this case that are all saying that they don't think that the crime happened here? So what I wanted to do is just kind of document what the police were saying, why they think that the bodies were here, why they think that the whole crime happened here. They pretty much are saying that these 3 people were killed here, in this room, in this spot where the bodies were found. They do not mention that the bodies were ever moved. Which leads me to think that the police think that how they found these bodies were how the bodies were found when they died. I guess maybe that's the wrong way to say, but the way that the bodies were found when the police saw them, according to what they're saying, they died right here in this spot. I don't see any evidence in their documents, in anything that they give us, where they are even open to the possibility that these 3 bodies might not have died where the bodies were found. And on the surface, that seems like, okay, that's possible, but when you start digging into it and start getting deeper into it, start looking at the recliner, item 34, and you can clearly see that somebody's blood is on item 34. Well, that's not anywhere near any of these 3 bodies. So that was the first thing that helped me understand that at some point, one of these bodies was actually moved. And of course, go ahead.
And I think too, when we get into this discussion further, Catherine will be able to help us out. Greg, you and I have both backgrounds with very limited with crime or crime scene investigation and backgrounds, whereas Catherine really is going to bring this to a full new level. But we can point out at this juncture the anomalies already. The gun, even though it was mentioned to be listed on one instance fairly close to David's left hand. In another instance, about a foot away from David's left hand. The thing we have to keep in mind is that David was right-handed, never fired a gun with his left hand. So the question is not, was it wrong that it was 2 or 3 inches away, and another detective said it was a foot away? The problem we have is, why was it next to his left hand? Now, it obviously couldn't have been near his right hand, because David's right hand was missing from the scene. There was no right hand. Comel had both of her hands missing. Left and right hands were missing from the scene. So they assumed, of course, by looking at that, to an elementary detective, a very beginner investigator would look at 3 bodies and say, yes, this is obviously where they were shot and killed. Obviously, the gun was right there. David did it. Done deal. But as we look further, as Catherine will get into here in a minute, the blood spatter that's on the scene, which is very limited, is all medium velocity. A handgun produces high velocity. A handgun produces blood spatter on the ceiling, on the walls, on the furniture, like in a mist form all over the place. We have some medium velocity on the hardwood floor, very little on the carpet. And the only spot, like Greg mentioned, that had huge amounts of blood actually got soaked on the bottom of that recliner cushion is where no body was at all. So, Catherine, if you could start off with some of those things. I know Greg was alluding to a secondary crime scene. That's when a crime took place and a secondary crime scene was used. Now, we know the bodies, of course, were found here, but the evidence does not suggest that these 3 individuals were killed here, which means we have a secondary crime scene. And that's about all I'm going to give there for the lead in there, Catherine. But can you give us more of the details with your background and some of your folks that you've talked to that are experts and professionals in this field?
Sure. I mean, you guys are both absolutely correct. The thing that I noticed with this sketch and this drawing, when you look at the number 1 and where they describe where the handgun was found, you know, the several inches and then 1 to the foot, where you see where his left hand would be, it would be way up in the air. And the gun is nowhere near that hand. And, you know, it would be way up there toward the top somewhere. But it is instead down by his hip and his waist. So that's way farther than a few inches to a foot from his hand. So we know that right away that their description of where the gun is found is incorrect, inaccurate. Something is, either what they state or the drawing. One of these 2 are absolutely incorrect. And also, you guys are right. When Comel had 2 gunshots to the head, that would have produced a lot of spray, a lot of high velocity spray on the couch, especially if she were killed there. On that couch, on the floor, it would have been everywhere. On the ceiling, like you stated, they would have found her blood. I mean, it would be ridiculous what they would find. Same thing with Rania. She was laying, or so they say, either between this sketching shows her lying between her mother's legs, and then, of course, on the photo, it shows her lying on top of Comel's left leg. And we know that, again, Rania did not fall naturally. These are not, generally speaking, natural positions where people would end up if they were shot. You don't usually end up on an arm like that with another above your head. You don't end up with, you know, like David with his arms, you know, 1 straight out, 1 up in the air. You know, none of this scene makes sense. And so supposedly there are a total of 4 gunshot head wounds in this living room, yet there is 0 blood evidence to back up that theory. And, you know, right away, you look at this and you start to read what they write and you're like, something's fishy. Why would they write this? And maybe they have an excuse, like Greg was saying, he wants to give them the benefit of the doubt. And that would be great. You know, I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but yet they're remaining silent. Every time I try to reach out, they're quiet and they refuse to answer. So you know, it leaves us to only go with the evidence, and the evidence tells you a story far different than what is written in the conclusion that they came to.
I think one important thing here, just taking a few steps back, that I found interesting, point number 3 here, is that the gun was found cocked. Now, I don't know if maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I did make a note of that. I don't know if that's, again, if that's normal, if that's how we should expect to find this gun.
Well, and that's it too, because I think he had a Glock, correct? I think it is the spring. I don't know much about handguns. I just know I find one and I shoot them at a range and I have fun. That's about all I know.
That's all you need to know. Yeah.
But when I look at this handgun, it's not it would always be quote unquote cocked if you chamber a round. And from what I understand, there was a round in the chamber. So is that what they're talking about by being quote unquote cocked? But that's an automatic thing. As soon as you shoot, the next one comes up. You shoot, the next one comes up. So, you know, again, like you said, why would they write that? It would be expected to find, you know, something in the chamber. You know, especially if there are extra bullets in the magazine. That's correct. Just weird. I agree with you. It's weird.
Is that more, this is Dan, Greg, if you're talking about a revolver, it would need to be cocked or in a cocked position. This is a semi-automatic handgun with a magazine. And like Catherine says, once you fire that round, the next one automatically loads. It's not to say it's cocked, though. Is that, once again, I don't have a background in this. Can Catherine expand a little more on that? Or why would they use that terminology?
Yeah, that's a good question. And like you said, and I like how you use the revolver. Take a revolver for, I have a 38 as well as a 9mm. My 38, on the very first one, you have to pull back that, I lost what it's called, the hammer. The hammer. You pull back that hammer, and then you when you fire it, you don't have to keep pulling it back to continue shooting. So that would be, once you pull that thing back, whatever it's called, maybe it's not a hammer, I don't know, but you pull it back, that would be considered cocked. Okay. So, but on a gun like a 9mm and the Glock, you know, same thing. When you pull that slide back, and it's called chambering around. So when you pull it back, a cartridge, a bullet, then comes up into the barrel. And then from that point on, you don't have to do anything other than shoot it. And once it's empty, then you put in a new magazine or refill it. So this is just, you know, like you guys are saying, to word it this way, it's just weird.
Yeah. The other thing, I guess, getting back to the blood a little bit, that it was mostly on the ground. So, you know, to me, that, again, somebody who doesn't know anything about this, just looking as a complete outsider, I've never studied this stuff, never really looked into it. I'm trying to understand it, and that's another purpose of this book, is so that I can bounce these ideas, bounce these thoughts off of people who do, and try to learn more about what we are seeing here. But the fact that the blood was mostly on the ground, does that indicate that all 3 people were on the ground when shot?
It seems to me that that's what they are inferring, or implied. I'm sorry, that's called implied. They're implying that. Yet, again, the evidence doesn't support it. However, I want to jump to what you were saying about the rug, how the rug had different colors, you know, and it did have some dark brown. And I could see where maybe when you first walk in, you would go, okay, you know, it would be possible to hide some blood within that brown color on the rug. However, it's not all brown, and that blood would have gone everywhere, and yet you don't see the blood spatter patterns on that rug. And there would be a lot of brain matter, especially since Kamel was shot twice in the head. There should be brain matter all over that floor. Well, of course, then they're saying the dog ate it, but the dog couldn't go around eating all of it. They would find something, but, you know, they found nothing. They didn't even do the like a string that you can follow blood spatter patterns by using strings, using lasers, or sometimes they use these sticks. I forget what the sticks are called at the moment, but they had a lot of options to figure out where these people were standing, what happened, but I don't see any of that, especially on this drawing. There's no mention of anything.
Yeah, Kat, it was implied that the bodies were almost shot execution style, as if the individuals shot them from above in a downward trajectory, causing the blood to be down there. That certainly could be what happened. Evidence doesn't support that, but we still have the David Crowley suicide shot, which was up into the ceiling, which means even if the other two were killed by someone pointing the gun down, allegedly David at them, would result in that blood on the floor. David's would be all over the ceiling. And like you said, Carmelo, I think, was actually shot. Evidence supports that she could have been shot 3 times. And so if they're all in the down position, I could see that the blood being down there on that floor, on that hardwood floor, it would make sense. But it doesn't explain David's. Find the gun in the left hand. He's right-handed. It's already cocked. He allegedly shot himself from a kneeling position or something, a sitting position, into the head. The bullet found in the attic as opposed to the sheetrock in the ceiling. And that bullet wasn't even there on January 17th when investigators completed the investigation. I think on the next day. This bullet was not found until February 18th, or that hole in the ceiling. So it's another month later. So we've got so many discrepancies here. But yes, it's very interesting. I think it does look like there was some blunt force trauma possibly in the area, because it does look like medium velocity versus a spray or a mist coming from a high velocity 40 caliber weapon.
Exactly.
And we haven't even brought up how loud that weapon is yet. So that's not for this chapter, but the neighbors there are very close proximity, and no one heard any of these alleged shots.
Correct. And two, to mention the blood, when you look at David in the photo, all of his blood it's like almost makes a perfect line down the center of his body on his left side. Now, he supposedly fell backwards, according to them and what they are implying. He shoots himself, falls backwards. Well, that doesn't explain the amount of blood on his shirt and only on his left side. It would have been all over his back or maybe some on his front, but not in the pattern that you see. And so, I'm just like, okay, nothing. You look at the photo and you're just left with, whoa, what really happened? And then when they start describing how they find things, and then they can't, the story or their writings and interpretations of what they are seeing, it comes close on most things, but on the important things like body position, weapon position, it's not agreed upon in people's reports. And that is another odd thing that I see.
Yeah, one question that I now have about the blunt force trauma is there any areas of blood, and I think we've talked about this, but I just want to clarify this. Are there any areas of blood that specifically show proof of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Okay.
To the right of Kamel on the hardwood floor, and then when the blood spatter patterns on the wall behind him, like where the chair was, there's that wall behind him. There's a proof of blunt force or medium velocity blood spatter that hit that wall as well. So yes, there is that proof.
And what about the blood on the top of the recliner? There's actually hair and a little bit of flesh piece that are found there.
Yeah, that's weird. When I look at that part right there does remind me, and that is where I could see where maybe the dog had kind of maybe threw up or gagged and it got stuck there, or it could have also been flying off either during a hit or a gunshot. Who knows? But again, there are a lot of what they call void patterns. So you have all of these massive injuries to the head, which is highly vascular, lots of bleeding would be going on. Lots of blood would be showing, brain matter, bone. It would be everywhere. But we don't really see that. But we do see lots of areas where there's nothing, but then a medium velocity blood spatter pattern, which tells me that there was some type of, I don't know, covering tarp. I don't know, but something was put in place that captured and caught a lot of the blood, because the patterns aren't making sense to the injuries and where the injuries are located.
So, this is Dan. Catherine, what do you think the odds would be of this being the sole crime scene as opposed to a secondary crime scene, something being laid down, a mat, a canvas, a painting mat or something that collected the gunshot blood, but was not there during the alleged beatings that obviously did take place there? Or do you think the blood that was there could have been staged to make it look like a beating? Or is that authentic blood from medium velocity beating?
Yeah, the blood patterns that I see look authentic, like it came from an actual injury, someone hitting somebody in the head, so to speak. I'm just throwing that out there as an example. However, I think both instances are correct. I agree with you, like you said at the beginning, that this is also like a secondary crime scene. I don't believe that they were all killed in that living room. There's just not enough proof. There is no blood that they showed from Rania or David in the living room, correct? It was all Kamel. Am I wrong, or did I remember that incorrectly?
I think you're mostly right. There were some that were, well, we're not sure, right? It's like, well, it could be two or more, and we can't rule out Kamel or David, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, all that talk, and however, there was nothing now from any of the blood that they tested that stated, okay, this belonged to Rania, other than like on the knife or on the gun. I'm leaving those out. I'm talking, like the blood on the floor, the blood on the walls. They took one swab of the writing in the living room, but that's pretty much it. They, the rest of the blood did not seem to be tested. However, what was tested only belonged to Kamel. Now, so that tells us then where were Rania and David killed? Because if their blood isn't in that living room, they were killed somewhere else. Or it could be just the primary crime scene. Somebody put up a tarp and killed them all there, but the tarp or whatever that they used was not really sufficient, so things got through, and the people who did it just didn't care that some of it was there. However, my best guess is I tend to agree with Dan that there at least one of them was not killed in that living room, and so it's like a primary for Kamel. I believe Kamel was killed in there, so primary for Kamel, but it could have been a secondary for David and or Rania. So I kind of think it's both, if that answers your question.
Yes, and so I got a quick comment here. It does, the evidence that we see at the facts suggests that Kamel was beaten by blunt force trauma, blunt force instrument in that living room. May or may not have subsequently died or was shot at that point, but was beaten in that living room. That's what the evidence suggests. The problem is there is no baseball bat or tire iron or anything in that residence that shows proof that something was. So if this was done by a third party, they obviously took that weapon with them. Correct?
Correct. And if David had done it, it would have been sitting there. They would have found it.
Well, see, that's the point that we have an issue with. Is officially the official narrative is David did all the shooting. David killed his family and then killed himself. But if he beat someone, Kamel in this case, his wife with a tire iron, baseball bat, or something, it would be in the residence. It's not, and that's just the fact.
Correct.
That's not a theory. It supports the fact that Kamel was beaten in that living room. May or may not have died there with gunshots, as we found 3 of them. But there's no instrument that caused the beating. And The problem was there was a knife found at the scene, which we'll get into in the next paragraph or two. That seems to be an afterthought from the investigators.
Correct. And that bothers me as well, because when you have, missing limbs, you don't just and they just automatically jump to the dog did it. So they had a really good patsy to blame everything on, so they didn't really have to do the work. But yes, that knife being there in the open position next to a body with all three of their blood on it, and they, like you said, it's to this day it's an afterthought. They never looked into that knife.
That's right. I think it should also be noted that we were talking about the bullet that was tied to David that didn't have blood on it. So I think it's safe to assume that they don't have any bullet that is tied to David. I mean, what are the odds that item 57 killed David and then there is no blood, but only DNA found on it?
It's impossible. It's totally impossible. So, again, how the wounds were on David's head, they know that there's an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that the trajectory of what the bullet would take would not be to go from possibly right to left and then turn around and go east to west, south to west, or whatever. That it would have to do a complete switch, turn around, and then shoot up into the ceiling. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Let's see. The next thing I had here was how close would you have to be to get blood into the barrel of the gun? It was an interesting thing where we kind of found out that in the last podcast that there's no gunpowder or anything like that close to any of the three bodies. Am I correct in that? Right? There's no evidence that shows that any of these three were shot from close range.
On a few of them, I'm trying to remember who it was. There was no, there's no gunshot residue that they found. However, and what is in the barrel is called blowback. So in order to get that blowback into the barrel of the gun, they would have to be relatively close. So with it being that close, one would assume, especially with Kamel, with two, at least, we know two gunshot wounds to her head, but like Dan said, there's a third bullet fragment with her blood on it. So, with the evidence, and we have to go with what only the evidence is showing us, is that she was shot twice. So there should be gunshot residue on her hair, on her clothes, and, somewhere it should be there, but yet it's mighty convenient that it is missing throughout the entire house.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things, too, we mentioned early on before we found out the hands were missing, was we asked about the gunshot residue. If David did this and shot himself, shot everyone else, the evidence would be on his right hand, gunshot residue that could be tested, showing that. And we don't have that because the gun was found next to his left hand. The only hand that was on the scene from an adult. If the left hand, it was sitting next to his left hand, but at this time now, his hand is all in a leathery, decomposing stage 3 weeks later, and so they were not able to test that. I don't believe it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then you're talking a close-range gunshot, back of the head execution style. For instance, you would have that stippling, I think it's called, or the powder burns into the skin, showing that that gun was fired with 1 to 3 inches away. But we don't really have that either, because with the heads being missing. So we can't tell who was shot where or anything, much less. So we don't know if they're from a distance, from close range or not. So I think any kind of testing like that is also now inconclusive for the most part, because we can't get that information.
Correct.
We literally can't get that information. So that's where we're stuck too. But I was confused too, like Greg had pointed out. There was a little like substance inside the barrel of the gun, and if that is common or not, as far as the blowback coming back in
to the barrel itself, I find that strange.
Yeah, it's very common if the gun itself is held close to the body. But especially, like the head, you would expect to see blowback. So, yeah.
Okay, but there's no way. That's not the question. Okay. I got nothing else on page 35, but mentioning that, staying on the blood in the barrel, how does the blood get to the magazine? Now, that would definitely not be related to blowback or to anything like that, right? That's somebody reloading the gun with bloody hands.
Exactly, and that again, it's like this scene, this evidence is giving them so much information. Someone was bleeding prior to that magazine being picked up. Whoever blood that was, they were bleeding prior to, obviously before they were shot. So this is, again, like you said, it does not go from shooting somebody to a thumbprint on a magazine.
Yeah, and the DNA profile, the blood that was found on the magazine did match David. Now, it said 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. So if Kamel's blood was everywhere, I had kind of thought that it would be an open and shut case, that it was Kamel's blood on that magazine, but it's not. It's David's blood.
So, okay, then that right there, oh my gosh, I mean, I've read that so many times, but it didn't click. But that right there tells you that David was bleeding prior to that gun being loaded. He was already injured. So, what, do they want us to believe he went and hurt himself? He's bleeding, he's doing that, and he's going to load a magazine and then kill himself in his belly? None of that makes sense. That evidence right there shows that there had to have been someone else involved. And when you look at that print in that blood, it's a pretty good, clear print. You can clearly see ridges and valleys. And yet, from what I was reading, is that they were saying there wasn't enough ridge detail for them to determine whose thumbprint that was.
Correct.
And I don't know how they could do that, because there are ways that they can, recreate it, and that print looks pretty darn good. It's right in there. It's not smeared. Nothing. Clear as day. How come they couldn't, figure that out, whose it was?
Well, I think it would be good to compare that bloody print to the one bloody print that they could tie to David, which was on the note page found in the office bedroom. So that one, they were able to tie David's left middle finger to the notepad, but like you say here, we got a clear ridge detail. It looks like we could almost give that to someone and they might be able to figure something out. I don't know, but that's an interesting question. I'm gonna have to look more into that.
Yeah,
you got to go back to the question once again. How many rounds did that magazine hold?
Right.
Yeah, it held 12. It held 12 rounds, but when. And I think mine holds something like that as well. But, I was always taught, don't worry about that 12th round, because, it can get really hard and really tight to get that in there. But, this David's a young guy. He's probably pretty strong. So whether or not he loaded all of his magazines with 12 rounds is to be questioned. But when you look at the other magazine that was in the safe, that one only had 11 rounds in it. So it just kind of makes me think that he didn't put that 12th one in just because it makes it harder. So you don't waste your time. If you're going to go fast, you don't want to waste your time trying to shove in that last one. You just load what you're going to do. And this is just, I'm talking practice-wise. You load it, and then you shoot it, empty, you load it. And it's either 11 or 12, but my best guess would be 11. And in that case, it seems like you can count and account for all of the projectiles. But I could be wrong. Don't take
Well,
my words for that.
here's a good point, Catherine. For the sake of argument, let's say he had 10 in there. Whether it held 12 or had 2 in the chamber, he only fired allegedly 60 shots that day. Why was David reloading anything? The next question is, why was David bleeding at all? The question.
Correct.
He allegedly shot his daughter, his wife, and himself. None of those situations involved him bleeding. So now we get back into this torture or a beating situation. Who was beating David, or what took place that caused David Crowley to be bleeding in the first place? Not even yet to ask the question, why the hell was he changing cartridges, magazines? He had no reason to even swap it out. So why was that thing even out, much less why was his blood on it? So what we get here is more and more evidence of a staging that took place where errors were made. Correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And just going back to the gun, unless you have anything else on that?
No, go ahead, Greg.
Just going back to the gun, the presence of blood was found on the grip, on the slide, on the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger and the magazine. Now, DNA results show blood from 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. So that led me to think, well, yeah, of course, David Crowley is shooting people. He's shooting himself. His blood should be there, right?
Correct.
But with the magazine, with the blood being found, his blood inside of the magazine, and there are several blood spots, too. There isn't just one on the magazine. So that was another interesting thing, too. But it's important to note, just looking at the DNA results that show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, that the blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And on the trigger, it's like, but where on that trigger? Because if David had shot himself, his finger would have been on that trigger protecting it, so to speak. It's, you know, it's there, you pull it, and then it goes off. So his blood, how did it get there? And was there a print on it? You know, what did it look like? I mean, I have so many questions about this, and yet I can't find the answers in any of the reports. Because if it's on that trigger where your finger would be, that means that someone else had to have had their finger on that trigger with David's blood on their hand.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Because David would not have, again, why would he have blood on his hands and then pull a trigger? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Well, the only thing there, Catherine, is that whether or not he was bleeding, which we have evidence that he was, the other question is, David in this situation may have had other people's blood on his hands. For instance, the blood writing on the wall, that was Kamel's blood that was written Allahu Akbar in capital letters in the living room wall. So he did have blood on his person. It just wasn't his own. But at one point, he did. He was bleeding. So he did have other folks' blood was around, correct? Now, he had other people's blood potentially on him, according to the official narrative, I'll say.
Yeah, that I haven't read yet, so I guess I need to go back and read more on that. But, I mean, what they are assuming is that, David did write on the wall However, since they could find no discernible ridge detail on any of the writing, that means that there was a glove or something on that hand, because there should be ridge detail, especially where the hands first touch and then slide down. But when you're looking at, the writing on that wall and how the fingers are, they don't look like the fingers of a hand that is attached to a body. Because that index finger is kind of wobbly and it's all over the place in some parts. And then other parts, they're like close together. So, again.
And sorry, I didn't mean to assume that David did it. I meant according to the narrative. So they're investigating that he did all this, but yet we do know that David did not write anything, in fact, on the wall with a glove or not. It was nothing tied him to the writing on that wall. So yet the latex glove or something was used by the person or individual doing that writing on the wall.
Correct. And I didn't even think that you were inferring or implying, I'm sorry, that David did it. I didn't take that at all. I got exactly what you were saying, because it's like, he obviously was bleeding. And so how did the blood get there, and why is he bleeding? And that's kind of my question too. It's like, why is he bleeding prior to picking anything up? If, they're trying to say he did it and he picked this up and loaded that, well, why was he bleeding? And they don't answer that question.
Yeah, there's 2 points that I mentioned to people that follow the case, and just kind of want to put a summary of what they're investigating, believe it or not. I tell them there's 2 things. There's 2 instances where one is where there is blood of David's where there shouldn't be. That's in the magazine. David shouldn't have been bleeding at all if he killed himself. And there's no blood where there should have been blood. The bullet that killed him, not a single drop of blood, not a microscopic piece of blood was on that bullet thread. And so that's all I think that folks need to know to put 2 and 2 together on this case. 2 things that are almost physically impossible, that are, for the most part, physically impossible. That's all that the elementary user following a case like this needs to know. Then you get into the rest, and Greg has done a great job putting all this together. The 16 chapters of the book is outlining all of the various dozens of inconsistencies. And so what we have here is a very troubling case when it's all said and done.
Yep. Agreed.
So the only other thing on the magazine is that there was 1 round found in the chamber of the gun, and there were 2 other rounds, 2 unspent rounds found in the magazine. Latent prints were not found on these 3. So that was the other question. I guess, whoever loaded this gun, wouldn't there be something? Wouldn't there be DNA? Okay, maybe not latent prints, but wouldn't there be David's DNA on these unspent rounds?
Yeah, there should be prints, and smudged, they would be smeared, but there would be prints and there would be DNA, there would be something on those, because you have to pick them up, put them in there, and then shove them in. Pick them up, put them in, and shove them in. So they should have found something. If it was David, because David wouldn't go around going, okay, I'm going to clean this and put it in with a hanky or something. You just pick those things up and shove them in.
Yeah, and I would have to go back to see if they looked for the latent prints and didn't find them, or if they just didn't even bother to look for it. I guess I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
Based on what they did. Only other thing, maybe. Well, no, there's a few more things here, but with the gun and the magazine, it's also stated that there were hairs and fibers found, and so that was another weird thing. Made me wonder, well, okay, how did hair and fibers get there, and could the blunt force trauma be associated with the gun hitting someone's head? Maybe it's not that deep, but obviously the hairs and the fibers got there on the gun and the magazine somehow.
Yeah, I did talk to my coroner friend about that, and they stated that the impressions on the skull piece on the floor do not match that of the butt of a gun. So they said they do not believe that that was used to beat at least David. We don't know about Kamel. So and then yeah, it's like the hair and the fibers. I mean, obviously, again, whoever picked it up had blood and had that person's hair, and then they transferred it to the hand. You know, the hand. I'm sorry, I can't think. I'm just so tired. But okay, where the hand part?
So the question is, blunt force trauma is a very violent act, and I like to use examples of a tire iron or a baseball bat where someone's winding up and swinging with full force, full velocity. Now, are reviewing with the evidence on that gun, like as if someone was, for instance, pistol whipped or something like that? That's not tied. That's not relates to blunt force trauma to that extent. As far as the seriousness of the indentations we found on those bone fragments that were hexagon in shape. So I don't think that was the case, but are you alluding to maybe that one or some of these victims were maybe just pistol whipped a little bit as far as the beating?
Yeah, I would think so. Maybe they were pistol whipped, or I mean, that's the only thing to me, because if you look at the back of the gun, it kind of does look like that. The back of the grip of the gun, it kind of looks like maybe somebody was hit over the head with it. Now, yeah, I don't want to say that it's tied to the blunt force trauma. I think you guys have made some great points there about, you know, obviously a gun in general being pistol whipped is not going to be categorized as blunt force trauma. Is that correct?
Oh, it would.
It would.
Yeah, if they found proof, blunt force trauma is pretty much anything other than, you know, it's running into a wall would be blunt force trauma. Falling down to the ground, and if you bust your head open, it becomes blunt force trauma. So it's just, you know, injuries basically to the body.
I see.
And I think just to clarify that is the pistol whipping, for instance, if that was and if that did come into play, I don't think it played a major factor, if at all, in this particular case. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This was a violent. The impressions left on someone's skull is for a violent attack, not just a backhanded swing with a pistol in your hand. Which may, I don't want to rule that out, but I don't think it came into play with the blood coming out, the spray, or the damage to the bones from that. Although it could have been
correct.
Pistol whip could have been involved, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and maybe it was that they don't write and nothing tells us that, but it's easy to transfer blood and hair to the grip of the gun if you have blood and hair on your hands. But like you were saying, Dan, this was very violent and it was very personal. So, yeah, that's all I have to say with that.
Now, should we move on to the knife?
Oh, that knife.
So it did look like the knife was opened and in the locked position. There was blood and there was blood on it, which means someone was being cut or tortured or sliced up. Who knows what was taking place? But it did look like his was cleaned or cleaned off or wiped. But there's a little hole on the blade that it wasn't. So someone once again missed that, and when they swapped it, it did come back with blood. So what role did this knife play in this event? Thoughts, Captain?
And yes, this is the thing where I wrote one of the officers, or maybe it was the chief, and I'm like, it's the only piece of evidence that they had that contained the DNA and or blood of all three victims. And that should have been playing a major role. They should have looked more into this knife, but they just discarded it, pushed it to the side. Let's note it because it's there, and then we're just going to ignore it. This knife really, I see it as a major key piece of evidence. And why didn't it go further? That is, I would just love to have that answer. When you know, again, it has the DNA and the blood of all three, and all three are missing limbs. So, and they're showing, you know, evidence of, something with a straight edge being applied to their body. So why didn't they look into it? I'm just like, this frustrates me. The knife frustrates me.
Well, I think here in the closing minutes, the one thing, Catherine, is that I do believe it held all of that information. The DNA, it should have been explored further and really delved into, but because it didn't fit the narrative, I think they had to move on. And like I mentioned earlier, it was basically treated as an afterthought in the police report. It was just there, but in a normal case, a knife, holding knife with a locking blade with blood on it, it's going to raise some suspicions in any case. And here it was just mentioned in a paragraph or two, and then it was moved on. So I think they eliminated it because it didn't fit the official narrative of David shooting everybody, because now you have to explain why a knife was used and why a knife in that room had all three of their blood on it, and it was wiped and cleaned off. If David is going around killing people and knifing people, would he take the time to wipe that down? That's the question. So once again, we've got errors in the staging of this scene. And to say, the missing body parts, we've got 3 adult hands missing. Now, I'm not sure about this myself, but could a knife have aided or assisted in that? Probably, more than likely. But I don't think actually finishing the job with those ligaments and tendons and whatnot. And then you've got a 5-year-old girl's arm completely missing. That would include the shoulder socket, ligaments, those strong muscle pieces that I don't know if a common knife would have done those things. So we've got some serious questions here as far as what role did that knife play. It obviously played some role, but it couldn't have done the damage that has been accounted for. And I think that's where we see that broken, fractured rib of the 5-year-old girl, that third rib down on her right side, just under that armpit of hers, where her arm was missing, alludes or allows someone to say that evidence does suggest that arm was ripped off by a human with his foot lodged in there for leverage.
Correct. That's exactly what the evidence is saying to me. I totally agree with you.
Yep, and the sad thing with all this is these individuals are out on the loose and walking about freely in public today, and that's what I don't think folks understand from a big picture perspective.
Yep.
This is Stephanie. I just wanted to say I have been going over all that paperwork. I printed it all out, and I am so glad you guys brought up how weird it was that the knife was just pushed aside, because that is just right there one of the biggest pieces of evidence in this case, yet they dismissed it completely, it seems.
Yeah, it's like they didn't even want to talk about it. The knife is not mentioned. It's not credited with anything. I think if people would have known that from the very start, that there was a knife there, I think it might have raised more questions.
Yes.
Definitely.
And then, as Dan was saying, these people are just out there, and online, there alone is so much evidence of them making these sick jokes about, oh yes, we did this and we mixed the blood with water. And why would anyone, if they truly believe David was guilty, why would they ever say something like that? That's horrible. You know, if they really cared about that family and their extended family, why would they put that out on a public forum for anybody in the world to see?
Yeah, that was absolutely horrible and tasteless. I'm glad you finally joined. I'm sorry that I probably took up a lot of the time, and thank you for being here, Stephanie. I really, really appreciate when you're here. But I gotta hit the road here, so I'm gonna jump off. But thank you, everybody, and we will next one.
Oh yeah, we'll be back.
Yeah.
It will be
I was a little late today.
It's okay.
Welcome, Stephanie. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
But yeah, the last thing I've got to say before I got to jump off as well is does the limitations of that reference to that knife prove a law enforcement cover-up? I don't think that it really does, but there may have been pages upon pages written about that. And the question is, when the final report was written, all we get is a paragraph, was that eliminated? Was that redacted? Was that stripped?
Yes.
You know, I'm not
because there was.
They did their homework on it, but why did it not make the final report? And there are things where you start to see a little bit of the underpinnings of a cover-up involved in this entire escapade.
Yes.
Completely agree.
Yes, especially with all the current stuff going on over there.
Yeah, the knife is really out of place.
I gotta jump off as well. Thanks
All right, thank you, Dan and Catherine. Appreciate that.
Thank you guys. It's so nice to hear you.
Yeah, nice. Thanks for joining, Stephanie. Thanks, Greg. Bye, Dan.
Bye, guys. Stephanie, go ahead and stay on if you want here. I think we should cover a little bit more about this knife and kind of explain, because I think a lot of people just have not heard about this. They just simply don't know. This knife was found closest to David's left leg, similar to where the gun was found, closer to David's left leg. And obviously, he's not going to put both of those there. There's no reason for the knife to be found. There's no reason for a knife there, first of all. Second of all, it's so out of place. But the fact that, you know, the knife, which is item 8, is found very close to item 1, you now have two possible murder weapons, possibly.
Right.
But so when they looked at the blood on this knife, the blood came from a mixture of 2 or more people, according to the DNA results. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors of the mixture, but 99.9998% of the general population could be. So they're saying that the blood had to have come from them, from 2 or more people. That's pretty interesting, and it's pretty interesting how little, again, that the knife is actually mentioned. Item 8.1 is the blood swab inside of the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade, and blood is not present on the handle of the knife, which I also found very interesting, that the blood was not present on the handle, which kind of makes no sense. You would expect that
if David had shot them and removed her hands, which is the only way I can possibly come up with how they came off, he would have had blood on his hands. And touching that knife, there should have been blood all over it. There was I think there was hair found on it too.
Yes, yeah. Item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. So there's no blood on the handle, but there is a hair sample. I don't know we don't know whose hair sample that is. It's never explained or never, they don't go, there's no hair test done, period, that I've found to explain whose hair, because there's hair everywhere. And not one
it's not
test.
just like fake hair, it's not just like human hair, it's also synthetic hair from that stuffed animal.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of that all over, and there's like cotton fibers that I guess came from the stuffed animal as well, and that's all just like mixed in everywhere, and that I believe is from paleo.
Yeah.
It's completely possible that he just,
there's
being alive really just and there's dog hair too. Him being alive, he was able to take every single piece of evidence and move it around, except the things that was blamed on him, the things that he was accused of doing, don't make sense. Like this knife. It should have David's fingerprints.
It should have.
Right on there. If he's the one who had it. Now, if someone who had gloves on was touching it, I still don't understand how there wasn't blood on the handle, but
it wouldn't leave fingerprints if you had gloves on.
Right.
And it's completely, when you're looking at where the knife was found and where the gun was found, it really just looks like somebody tossed them there. To me, at least.
So I'm zooming in on item 8 here for the viewers that will see this later, and then where item 1 is, and you can clearly see, they're both next to,
right there.
Yeah, it's so out of place. It's just so weird. I don't know. I mean, even if somebody was staging this scene, it still seems like why is this knife here? Why is this knife left there? It just leads to so many different, so many rabbit holes, I guess is the easiest way to say it.
What you end up doing in looking at this case is trying your hardest to come up with every possible solution. Even going down the route that he is guilty. And doing this, you're looking at this crime scene and the pictures, and it's like, okay, why is that there? Why are those two right there? Looking at the difference in the reports between each officer, between even the slightest little differences, that could just be coincidence, but all of these rabbit holes end up leading you down the even bigger assumption that there's a giant cover-up here. And I really, really hate saying that because I don't agree with a lot of conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of truth in these so-called crazy people that just, they've lost their minds and they're just believing these things for no reason. There's a lot of truth in it. Philip Marshall, that case, there's quite a few holes there. There was, the name escapes me right now. I just started looking into this woman who, in Minnesota, oddly enough, not by Apple Valley, but around, I don't even remember the county, but it's in Minnesota. She supposedly killed herself and her son, and the ex-husband is nowhere to be found, and there's just a lot of holes in it. It doesn't make sense, but it's been looked at as a suicide. And I mean, yeah, it's possible, but there are things like with this case where there's things there that shouldn't be there. If David used his hands to write in Kamel's blood on the wall, there should be his fingerprints on that wall, all over the place. I mean, Kamel, and Rani were the only ones in that house. Everyone can attest to that. Everybody in the family, the friends, can attest to, oh yeah, they secluded themselves. They stayed secluded, which means there shouldn't be any other DNA samples, hair samples, fingerprints, nothing in that house.
Right.
You can tell that they cleaned because, I mean, even with one dog and two adults and a child, if they didn't clean, that place would be a wreck. So they cleaned.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions about that, about how the house looked, and some of the comments that I've seen, the house looks dirty and this and that. But we also
there's
have to.
There's a point to where it stops, though. Like on certain spaces where you'd expect there to be continued dust, there's a clean spot, or in some of the pictures in the living room of the floor where you can see like blood spatter and hair. There's almost a clear line in several of the pictures of where it just looks like somebody cleaned up to that point or picked something up. And I don't know. I'm not quite to the point where I understand completely how all this happened, but it's just odd. Even the smallest things like there not being blood on this handle. Why isn't it there? And as a good investigator, if they are doing their job the correct way, following what they're supposed to do, why didn't that bother them? And if it did, why aren't there notes on how much it bothered them?
I always wondered why, with the knife open, because at first I didn't know that the knife was actually open, and I didn't know that it had blood on it. So I learned that much later. But just looking at the knife, I was like, well, why is there a knife there? It's not really mentioned. And then, once I found that the knife was open, then it was like, wait a minute, that's a clear sign that there is possible, quote unquote, a possible sign of a struggle. That's one of the biggest, clearest signs. And it's not like it's in some other room. It's in the living room. It's right there where these bodies are found.
Right
How
by
is
the
that
gun.
not? Right
Right
by
next
the
to
gun.
David.
Right next to
specifically.
David. Right. Right.
And
not
it's weird.
Not next to Kamel. Not really. There's no way that
Not
it was
somewhere
next
else.
to her. No, it
Like
is right by David. Yeah.
Like almost like they were specifically trying to say, hey, he did it, because they didn't leave it on the right hand side of him where his hand was missing.
Right.
They specifically left the gun, item 1, and this knife, item 8.
Item 8, yes. Very,
on
very
David's
close.
left side.
Right. That's
So
all.
he wasn't left-handed.
Exactly, and they knew that. I mean, it didn't take them long to figure that out. Even when we asked Detective Gummert, do you think David shot with the right, or do you think he was right-handed or left-handed? It was pretty simple. They knew that he was right-handed. There was no indication at any time that he was ever left-handed. So they're right there. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Now, I do want to wrap this up. I do want to get your final thoughts here. I want to finish up just a little bit on the latent prints that were found on the gun, because there were some that were found there. And there was a latent print found on the magazine. So the latent prints, and I'm reading from page 36 of the physical book, and I don't know exactly what page it is for the digital version. I apologize for that. But latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison. 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. Now, LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to the latent print results, no known palm print for David Timothy Crowley was submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on that gun. So that just proves they could not put any palm prints, any prints of David on that gun. Yeah, they had David's blood. David's blood was on that gun. It was also inside of the magazine of that gun, which, like how we talked about before you joined our call, we had talked about, how did David's blood get on the magazine? He must have been bleeding. So obviously,
But did he take it out to reload or something?
We don't know. We don't know. But again, it's like, well, how did his blood get there? If he took it out to reload, how was he wounded? Who wounded him first? That's another great question there. So that we know that there was a bloody print found on the gun, on the handle of the gun, but they could not tie that to David. Now, LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David due to the limited quantity and quality of information in the latent print. So, nothing. Nothing there. Nothing that shows that David Crowley did any of this. Now, she also says, here we go, Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall. These are from the BCA, I believe, about this latent print. He agreed that it could be 1 or 2 prints. And that was another thing. There could be multiple prints on that gun. And they say, which was unusual. Coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. So here we have the first and the last place that I've ever found that there were 2 prints here. Now, that doesn't mean, first of all, like, 2 prints by 2 different people or what? We don't really know, because what we know is if they could not tie that print to David Crowley, then it's possible, not saying that it's true, but it's possible, maybe not probable, but it's possible that there were 1 or 2 other prints by 1 or 2 other people on that gun. Or maybe it's David's and they just couldn't conclusively say that it was his, but there were multiple prints on that gun. So I don't.
See, I thought maybe it could have been Kamel's, because it was her fingerprints on the gun safe, the touchpad thing.
I think it was her DNA.
I thought maybe.
Right?
Oh, was it her DNA?
Yeah, I think it was her DNA, not her prints. I know that there wasn't blood found on it. I think it was
like
her
just
DNA.
A nuclear DNA swab.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Right.
But so I thought maybe it could have been hers, but if you go through the reports and look up with the item number and everything, it doesn't say whose it, like they just couldn't figure out whose it was.
Yeah.
And that I don't.
And somehow this is all supposed to show, well, it's nobody. We couldn't find anybody else. It all goes back to their theory. They couldn't find anybody else, so it must be David. But yet here we have all this proof that it wasn't David. It wasn't him.
Yes.
It's somebody else.
If this was just like the process of elimination, well, okay, it was just these 3 in the house. The gun's here, knives here. He must have done it.
Right. Without any of it. Yeah.
That's something that a normal person who doesn't have any detective, police, forensic, medical, anything like that, someone who just, is, I don't know even what type of person that is nowadays, but even somebody who's interested in watching the CSI or NCIS or, just true crime shows would look at that and go, okay, well, if it's him, then his prints are going to be here, here, and here.
Right.
So then you go to that, but his fingerprints aren't there. You've got unknown DNA samples that didn't belong to Kamel, David, or Rania.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't they follow that? Why didn't they find out whose it was? They had enough to sample to find out it wasn't those 3, so was the whole sample destroyed in doing that, so they couldn't run it in any of their systems? Right. I'm really confused by this, because especially in this day and age, we are able to literally track people because they're carrying a GPS device on their person.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cell phone. But we still have cases like this that the police closed and said it was. They are confident that David was the perpetrator of this crime. So why are there unanswered questions?
There shouldn't be.
If you close a case, there should never be any unanswered questions, because those detectives aren't supposed to close a case until they run down every little rabbit hole. When they open up a hotline or a tip line to call in,
mm-hmm.
they have to run down every single lead, even if it's a fake. So why didn't they do that here?
Right.
Why was this case closed if there are so many unanswered questions? And why aren't the detectives willing to talk about it? Why aren't the detectives willing to explain their thinking in this,
That's right. And I want to get your final thoughts here. I want to shut this one down. We're going to come back. This was podcast number 6. We're going to come back for number 7, and we're going to talk about the bullet casings and the bullets, and we're going to see if they line up, if they all match, right? They find these many casings, and they should find these many bullets on the same day, not days later, not months later. But let me get any final thoughts here before we close out this episode.
I'm wondering if given the current stuff going on in Minnesota, if maybe this case is going to get some investigation by someone, I don't know who at this point would, but someone needs to look into this case, because if you've got a few thousand people who don't have any detective or police background finding all these inconsistencies, why weren't the police able to do it?
Correct. It's a great question.
They said he just snapped. He had PTSD and he just snapped. These things on the wall, everything at the crime scene, that was just his parting shot to his wife. Yet she was his world. Kamel and Randy was his whole world. Like, if you look back through his, well, I don't know how much you can look up now, but if you just search through and find David, like the stuff actually written by David or the videos done by him, you can see how much he loved them. And it doesn't make sense how he could have just snapped and out of nowhere done this very heinous, hurtful thing. Because if someone does snap, there is a history of it.
Right.
Whether or not anybody wants to believe that, if David had some kind of PTSD stuff, Kamel would have written it. Kamel would have written about it. Everything I've seen and read about her, she seems like a very, very intelligent woman. I don't see how she didn't write something somewhere. You know, but that could also, maybe that's something else that's not been shown to the public.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and we touch a little bit on that in the book later on when we talk about the guy named Mitch Heil, who served with David Crowley, who was his friend, that has made it very, very clear that David did not have PTSD. So yeah, I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to, take that. I'm going to weigh what Mitch Heil says compared to what everybody else is saying. Nobody was saying David had PTSD while they were working with him, while they were making money with him, while they were making, while they were riding the coattails of David Crowley. Nobody had any problem with David having PTSD. But as soon as he dies, it becomes a convenient excuse, which I don't like, because there are real people, real soldiers out there who do have that. And not just soldiers, but we're just talking about soldiers here.
Well, especially in the military, it is looked down upon for them to go and get counseling.
Oh, yeah.
Just like if you were in a mental hospital, you wouldn't go to your job interview and go, oh, by the way, I was in a mental hospital, just so you know.
Good point.
That's not something you would ever disclose unless you absolutely had to, like in a personal relationship or, doctor to doctor, something like that.
Good point.
David, with Mitch Heil knowing David as long as he had, you would think that he would have been the first person. Him or Danny or Dan Sr. One of them.
That's true.
Would have said, or even Allison. One of them would have said, no, we know he did this because he struggled with this for a long time. None of them had any inkling of that. None of them said a word about it. With this whole Gray State movie, while it was, stars and dollar signs in everybody's eyes, David was a great guy and everybody believed in him and everybody was behind him. And then after this happens, the people that David was distancing himself from changed their ideology from always ask questions, always look deeper, never stop till you're satisfied, to stop, don't go there, trust us, we know what's going on. you don't need to look further into this. That's weird. That in itself is weird. You don't act like that if you don't have something to hide.
Well said.
Well
said, my friend. I think that's
I really appreciate you having me call, even though I was quite late.
That's okay. I think you're our good closer here. You usually close out the show with some great thoughts here. I think that's a great place for us to shut this one down, and we'll come back, and I hope you join us for number 7. We're going to be talking about the bullets and the bullet casings, and we're going to make sure that everything turned out correctly. So if you've read my book, you will know we're still on the living room chapter. We only got through about a couple pages here, but we will come back next month. And thank you, Stephanie, again for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Until next time, God bless you all, and we will be back here next month.
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. Am I close?
Welcome to Episode 7, The Living Room, Part 2. The Living Room, Part 2. And this is the book called The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez, Jr. We'll be reading through certain pages today of this. The section we're covering today is going to be Chapter 5 in the book, which the Chapter 5 is called The Living Room. And today we'll be starting, if you're following in at home, on page 37. With us today is Greg Fernandez, Jr., the author, and also researcher Catherine Michelle. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, this will be interesting because this chapter, Greg, as I think it was wise to break it up into several parts. There's so much here, and I see that you'll be having it up on the screen as well for those following at home. The page numbers are different on the PDF file, but I'll be reading from the book here. But there's a lot to cover here, and each one of these paragraphs is important as well. I mean, extremely important. Do you agree, Catherine?
Absolutely. Yeah, we could probably spend the entire time on just this.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover here. So, and hopefully we'll have others joining in on the chat room, and possibly asking questions and commenting. And if not, feel free. You do not have to provide comments or engage, but certainly feel free, as there's a lot to cover here, and hopefully can provide some insight on there. Today is July 26th, 2020, and it's episode 7, part 2. So I'll start off with page 37. There's a paragraph called Cartridge Casings. Based on the firearms report completed May 22nd, 2015, the gun, item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. Item 2 is a cartridge casing found at the corner of the east edge of the carpet, near the recliner. Item 3 is a cartridge casing found on the east side of the living room, hardwood floor, next to a short wooden stool. Item 9 is a cartridge casing found on the south side of the living room carpet. Item 30 is a cartridge casing found on the living room hardwood floor closest to the south wall. Item 36 is a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand,
on the south end of the living room carpet. And item 37 is a cartridge casing found on the west side of the living room carpet next to a couch. And so that gives us the location and the numbering sequence of each of the table tents for the investigators that they set up next to each item. Where would you like to start here on this one, Greg?
Well, obviously, I think the main thing here is to see where each casing was found, and can that help us understand where each person was shot, where each you know, where the shooter was standing, whoever the shooter was, where the shooter was standing, and does that help us understand that?
And maybe
so that was my big question.
And before we start with that, Catherine, do you want to explain to the viewers, and some may be newer, we're getting lots of members to the group, the difference between a bullet fragment that was fired from the weapon and a bullet or cartridge casing that gets ejected from the handgun? In this case, it's a .40 caliber Springfield handgun that's used here in the case. But what is the difference, if you were to summarize the difference so the listeners can get a visual?
Okay, the casing is just that. It's the metal jacket, so to speak, that holds the projectile. And once the firing pin hits that projectile, it kind of shoots out the projectile. The casing, then it comes out of the casing, which then becomes the bullet projectile. And once it hits something and then either shatters or mushrooms or does whatever it does, that becomes the fragment, the fragmented piece. And then the part that then was holding that, you know, so it could be fired, is then ejected out of the gun safely, and that is called the casing. So, and generally, and generally speaking, the casings will eject in a pretty predictable pattern, maybe a foot or two, sometimes 3 feet away from the gun where it's being held, and it usually ejects to the right, or if you're left hand, you know, it will eject one side or the other. And so it can, as long as those casings are not moved, you can come within a certain amount of certainty where the person was standing who fired the gun. You know, when you combine that with you know, the entry patterns and stuff like that on a victim, you know, where a bullet actually entered a body or a surface. I think we're gonna, where it's like on the floor, they would be, if they had done the trajectory path, they could have told everybody exactly where the shooter was standing when that bullet was fired into the floor, but they did not do it.
Okay, so we've got 6 here, and this is where they were found when police came, the 6 cartridge, the casings that were ejected. And we'll get next on the next section into the actual bullets and the fragments themselves that were fired, or the projectiles. But here, the important thing here is that there is 6. We don't have reason to believe that they were moved, but we have to put a but there once again. We can't look at anything in this case and assume anything in a case like this. But a typical situation, if David did all the firing and shot himself to end his life after killing everybody, there would be no reason or no motivation to move or handle or do anything with these. Now, if the killers came in, which we think is probably most likely the case, they also probably wouldn't have had a reason to move or alter or handle any of these either, although we can't rule that out. But right now we're going under the assumption that this is actually where they left. And like you said, in a uniform, consistent pattern, they'll eject either to the left or the right. And this is all the same handgun, so we can kind of help narrow down where the killer or killers were standing when whoever it was firing the weapon. Is that a fair analysis for the listeners?
Yes, and Also, I've gone back and watched some of the videos that David recorded of him. I believe it was him and Danny August Mason, like they're just out target practicing. And I have watched the trajectory of where the casings ejected from the gun, and they always ejected to the right, maybe about 2 to 3 feet from where they were fired.
Okay.
So my big question for the police officers would have been the casing that was found near the window. I believe that's the south wall. Is that the one that was by the window on the floor?
That's the south wall. That's the family.
Yeah.
The window was on the south, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that means that the person who fired it had to have been standing facing probably close to the Christmas tree, so to speak. They would be in that direction. So, you know, it should be obvious to the police that where these casings were found do not match up with someone who's, you know, committing murder-suicide, because they're trying to, from what I read in the reports, the police reports lead me to believe that they feel the bodies lie where they were shot. And these casings prove the exact opposite. There's, you know, how do they explain that casing getting over there when his gun ejects to the right, and that is clearly way far to the left next to a window, and the bodies are way over to the right, you know, 4, 5, 6 feet away, so, you know, maybe more, 7 feet away. So.
And we do believe that when the investigators got there, I don't think that much thought was put into. I think that they were in the habit of retrieving those cartridge casings, and the next goal should have been matching it up with the number of bullets found, and then a true investigator then would take the next step to start doing the math and the geometry as far as where they were fired, where they were found, and where they ejected to. But in this case, I think they just found where they were, they packed up and left and thought David did it, assumed he did it and left. And what we'll get to later in the show is that the numbers don't even match, which is red flag number 1. But the first part of the show is just the casing. So, Greg, do you want to go? Should we go through where they're located, or one by one, or which one belongs to which person? I know at one point we did a little matrix of these 6 casings, and the number on the investigative table tents, along with matching up with where the bullets themselves, the projectiles, went, and we kind of matched them up there. And that's what I found that I had to do, and other listeners might be the same way, where they want to match it up to see what went where, but as far as helping with a visual. But we can start at any point here. We've got them all numbered in the book. Greg, you've got them bolded, each of the items, as far as where they were, and we could go through by the location of the casing, which body it was related to, or where that one ended up. Or should we continue on to that next section in the book and then come back and tie these numbers out? What's your recommendation?
Whatever would be less confusing for the viewer, I guess, for someone who is, you know, who doesn't know anything about this, trying to get a good understanding of it, of where each casing was found. Maybe we just go and start there.
All right, and that makes sense. I have 2 questions or comments here before we move on, and maybe this will spur some more comments in the comments section as well. And maybe, hopefully, Catherine will have an idea with this. It rang a bell to me when she mentioned where that one was first found. And what I've got is 2 questions. Item 36 is actually a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand. Now, the reason that jumps out to me is, Catherine, you had just finished saying that that it'll eject out probably 1 to 2 to 3 feet away. It just wouldn't be inches, and so that is question number 1 that I have, unless it relates to the firing of another of the bullets. But there wouldn't be a situation where it would land just inches from your hand. Now, we do know that David was right-handed, and the fact that this was near his left hand, which is also where the weapon was, raises another whole slew of questions. but that's my first topic. Now the second one is let's see, I had two questions, and boy, I just think I forgot it here.
Well, can I address the item number 36 real quick?
Yes,
the one that
go ahead. Yes.
Okay, and when you see on the screen here where Greg is pointing to where item number 36, the casing, was found, and then 30, which is the one that was close to the wall and the window, I mean, these are the perfect examples of what I'm trying to point out to others. And you are correct. How did that get inches from his hand? Especially since his gun ejects to the right. Where these casings are found clearly show that a person was standing facing the exact opposite direction of where the bodies were lying. You know, the bodies were lying sort of northwest. The person had to have been standing southeast. So, you know, they're directly behind them, according to this drawing and where they're finding these casings. And so you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense. If their narrative, if they want their narrative to be right, they need to explain how that happened. And I don't see anywhere where they've explained how any of the casings ended up where they are. You know, just, again, does not make sense.
And I'm guessing, too, I just remembered my other point, but I'm guessing, too, if any of those had fingerprints or if they were handled as far as staging, my first bet would be the one laying inches away from his hand was more likely the one placed there on purpose in the staging of all this. The others, they may not have went through the effort to do that, but obviously someone laid it right there because it doesn't really make sense at all. The other thing I was thinking of for the newer listeners out there and the newer members and who may not be gun enthusiasts per se, these casings, because they'll jump out and they're round, if they land on the hardwood floor, there's also potential to roll and end up somewhere that they may not have landed. But the ones that landed on the carpet or something like that, it's going to relatively be where they ejected out. Now, when we get into the bullets, that's where those can be lodged some places or ricocheted or bounced. But the casings themselves are just going to land where they land. But in the case of a hardwood floor here, the ones found on the hardwood floor may have done some rolling to get to their final destination, would they not?
Correct, a little bit. They wouldn't have traveled too far, but you were right. And they could have bounced a little and then rolled a little, but it wouldn't have been too far. About where they land is still going to give you a pretty good general idea of where the person was standing when the weapon was fired. I mean, you can't pinpoint it exactly because of the reasons of what you just said, but again, if the casing is way far to the right, that, you know, up or whatever, you know, the person can't be standing down where they have him. Okay, that was confusing. Never mind that example. But I think you get it.
But we do know that all the shots were fired in that living room. If we assume that, there's nothing as far as casings found in other areas of that house. And if they were planted, they were all planted there. But everything is consistent here with the living room as far as where they were found. And so the first question if you were for the new listeners and new members out there, we do know that 3 people were found dead in that home. So right off the bat, there might be questions with those just following the case now is why in the world would there be 6 to begin with? Why would there be 6 at all? Were people shot more than one time? And we're looking at the autopsy results with Rania, the 5-year-old daughter. There only is one bullet that went through her body. And so she was only shot once. David was obviously only shot once, if that's all that we know of, and the official narrative said he did it himself. But Comel is a different story. There are his 2 gunshot wounds in her head and 3 bullet fragments that have her blood on it. So we know that she was shot 2 or possibly 3 times. If she was shot 3 times, we know that Rania and David were shot once apiece, and we know one bullet was down in the basement. So that at least matches up, what could have been. If she was only shot twice, we are still off by one, potentially. So that might be the introductory question for some of the folks that are new or following this case. I know the case is 5 years old, but we're getting a lot of new people. The math right off the bat might be hard, but I think when we get into this next paragraph in this next chapter, it may start to make a little more sense, perhaps.
I've been looking into this for 5 years now, and I'm still confused about a lot of this. So I sent you both a little rambling, trying to understand, exactly what was found where. Why aren't these bullets matching? Because when I first read the 94 pages, I thought the math added up. I thought it added up. You have 6 bullet casings and you have 6 bullets. Any way that you slice it or dice it, it's just not working out. There's something missing. There's something, there's definitely something missing there. So just looking at also what is tested, I need you guys just to clarify for me, because I have this one question about this. You don't test casings, is that right? Because obviously we're looking at here, it doesn't look like there was any testing done on these casings.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. They generally do not test the casings.
Do you know why? Do you have any idea why they wouldn't test the casings?
That I do not know. That's a good question. So I'm sorry, I don't know that.
I think the only, and I don't have a background in this at all, but I think, Catherine, the testing would be limited to grabbing 1 or 2 of the 6, or maybe even all 6, and then matching that up with the firing pin of the weapon to make sure that the weapon found at the scene actually fired those bullets which ejected out in the firing pin. But I think there's nothing else to do as far as investigating that. It's more important to come up with the match, the number of bullets at the scene of a crime and the bullet casings. But I agree that there's nothing to really research, unless if you're looking at fingerprints or if there's any prints on those. There never should be a fingerprint, I guess, really on the casing. Well,
it is like when you pick it up and load it. So
yes. Yeah. So you would have it at that point, but not after the fact. But that's as far as, I don't know if there would be any type of investigation. The investigation would be heavily on the bullet, on the fragment itself, on the projectile, because that tells you everything that you really need from a fact-based investigation as far as the DNA, the blood, the contents, who it came from, what swabs you can take from that. But as far as the casings themselves, there's nothing really there to do anything with.
Correct, and to keep in mind that the lands and grooves are in the barrel of the gun, and the projectile is what goes through there and then picks up those grooves and those markings. Yes. And the casing itself is just ejected. But yeah, I agree with you.
Now, as far as how they're numbered, how they're labeled, I'm just going to pull up this map here. And please let me know if anyone in the chat room, if you're still hearing me echoing. I'll definitely fix that. But what I'm looking at right now, where is it? So, okay, so is there any reason why number 2 is labeled number 2, whereas you have some of these other bullets and other things, casings that are found closer to item 1? I'm just kind of wondering, do they just go by where they first find it, where whatever they see first? How do they number these casings?
Good question. I cannot answer that. Catherine, do you have a...
I have no idea either. Their numbering, it makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to my brain anyway. I mean, it may make perfect sense to them, but yeah, I'm with Dan. I have no idea.
And maybe they work from the inside out, but like Greg said, that doesn't make sense either, because some were actually found closer. But I think they label the evidence, and at that point they are just going along with those yellow table tents and setting things down. And the key to remember here is, once they set them down by the item, then it can no longer be changed, because then they're locked in. That number is that number forever. Item 7 is always going to be 7 for the entire investigation. So I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason as to how they come up with those, or they just start setting things down.
Yeah, because there's so much evidence in the living room, and then they go from item 1, where the gun supposedly was located, and then jump to almost the kitchen. It's like, wow, okay. So I don't get it.
Right, because item 36 and item 37 are at least 36 is a lot closer to item 1. But I guess if they're entering from the kitchen area, maybe that's why, you know, they see number 2 first, they see 3 second, we can see where number 9 is, so maybe there's, you know, maybe there is a rhyme or a reason to it. I was just curious about.
And perhaps two detectives each to grab, you know, the first guy grabbed the first 10, and the next guy grabbed the next 10, and they started laying them down out of perhaps out of sequence. But I don't know how that is figured in.
Oh, Greg, you know, it makes perfect sense what you just said. If you know, I'm following pattern now. Okay, now it makes sense to my brain. Yeah, if they're coming in through the back door, and if they're going to be numbering, who knows? Maybe their first item was to start putting down the flags next to the casings. That was their first one, or I don't know. Just, but when you look at it on the screen and then the numbers, it does go in sequence from the back door. So that's interesting. That could be what they did.
I think the echo is now gone, hopefully. Okay, so then you have, okay, so they don't do any testing on these casings, so there's, you know, we're just gonna note where these casings are found. You have item 2, you can see where item 2 is found. Then you have item 3, which is behind the recliner. It's kind of an interesting area where item 3 is actually found, where that casing is found. Now, there's no way to tie each casing to these bullets either, right?
Correct.
So it's a lot of guesswork. And again, if we're going back to show that within 24 hours, you know, there are, or we could say 4 to 24 hours, you know, they're already thinking cases is solved, they have their suspect, etc., before they have any of this stuff, before they have any of the DNA, and before they even have all of the bullets, and maybe all of these casings too. But so we have 6 casings that they find. So that's item 3, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. So based on that, we can guess that they are assuming that there were 6 shots.
Correct.
So they must be looking for 6 bullets to match those shots. And there's no reason why they wouldn't, as far as I'm concerned. And that was the most troubling thing, is that they are very clear on what they found, here. So that's all I have on the casings. If you want to move on, unless you have anything else on those.
No. I'm moving ahead now to page 38 for those following along, called Spent Cartridges. The spent cartridges found on the west side of the living room carpet on January 17th, 2015 are labeled item 42, 43, and 44. And so we've got 3 already of the 6, and keep in mind now for the newer listeners that they are different numbers. Now these are separate pieces of evidence, the casings and the bullets themselves. All 3 spent cartridges were found close to the living room couch with hair on them. Test results for all 3 showed a single-source DNA profile matching Comel, David's wife, while excluding Rania and David as possible contributors. So this is where I meant earlier, of the 6, we've got 3 bullet fragments that relate directly to Comel. And so this leads us to the evidence supports that she was shot 3 times, one could argue. Anything more on that, or should I continue to the next paragraph?
Well, can I point something out here? In these, all 3 of these, like you just state, and what Greg puts is these were the fragments that had Comel's DNA. Now, when you look at the map or the little sketch drawing there, CAD drawing, it shows that item 40, yeah, you were just there. Yeah, item number 43. There you go. Yay! Item number 43 is that fragment is to the left of where Camille was lying, and she was shot left to right. So if that had exited the right side of her temple, why is that fragment on the left side of her body? And I believe item 44 was underneath her body. So how does that happen? And again, same thing. They don't explain any of this. I mean, right away you're looking at this going, wow, there are a lot of problems with their theory and their narrative. And I would really like it if they could explain it, because again, maybe I'm just not understanding their process. But from this point and looking at it from this direction, item 43, that fragment should not be to the left of her body, because if it still contained hair and blood and tissue, I highly doubt that the dog licked it and picked it up and dropped it. I know a lot of people tend to blame the dog for everything, but I don't see how that would be possible. So,
is that more proof that the that Camille's body was moved at some point?
That's my stance, yes. To me it shows that she was definitely moved, because where these fragments are landing, it does not make sense with her body position.
And we have to keep in mind too that her arms were underneath her body in a crisscross fashion or something, which is also not the way that you would fall if you were shot in any type of scenario. Would it not?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
The other weird thing that I think about these bullets is that they mention item 31, so they call item 42, 43, and 44 bullets, but item 31 is called a bullet fragment. So I was thrown off about that too. So is item 31 a piece of 42, 43, 44, or is it still considered its own bullet? Because if it is, then why don't they say that they found 4 bullets instead of 3?
I think Catherine should answer this one.
And I'm not ready to say that, wow, that's a great question. I didn't catch that. And you know what? I don't have an answer. I think that's something that they should answer. But in the photos, does it look like a really large fragment itself? I mean, like the rest of them? Or does it really look like just a piece?
It really looks like just a piece, and I think I have an image here in the book. Let me pull that up here for the viewer. But it does look, if you compare the images of those bullets, it does look very different. I'm getting here to it. It does look very different from item 31. Item 31 almost looks kind of smashed in. I don't know how else to describe it. But it's a very curious bullet fragment compared to the other 3. So that's, again, it's like, okay, even if you add in item 31 as a 4th bullet, the numbers still are not adding up. So yeah, everybody, I'd love to get people's views on that, about what item 31 is. Is it, I mean, we have to assume, based on what they're saying, on what they're writing here, that it is not, item 31 is not a bullet. It must be a fragment. I had wondered if maybe item 31 was maybe part of item 45, the one that shot into the ceiling, because of where item 31 is found, going back to this map here, is very similar to where the defect in the rug is that goes into the floor and goes down into the basement. So,
but with the amount of hair that I saw in that photo that you just had, and what was entwined in that fragment piece, you can see it, and yet 45 has nothing. They can find. Sorry, hold on a second, my neighbor.
So for the listeners out there, keep in mind that these are hollow point bullets, 40 caliber, and so what they do is, when fired, they will shoot out and then hit something, come into contact with whatever it is it's hitting and then mushroom out. And so, and that would be the bullet or the projectile or the bullet fragment. Now what Greg is talking about here is possibly the bullet or the projectile splitting off or splintering, and you may find several fragments of that same bullet projectile that had come off or became no longer part of that same object. So we could have more than one, multiple fragments of that bullet splintering off and breaking off and landing in different spots. That's what Greg is talking about. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that could explain where the numbers of the things do not add up. There might be one that broke off. Now I know it does look like that your next paragraph, Greg, you go into detail about how much they weighed, the grams, and maybe that would help us with this section as well.
Yeah, if you want to read that that paragraph, I'll pull that up here right now too.
Okay. So item 42, this is the one that had Comel's blood. Item 42 weighed 167.96 grams, contained a blood-like hair, and a hair-like substance, with expanded damage to the nose of the spent cartridge. So now we get into item 43. This one weighed 179.56 grams and also had a blood-like substance, but no hair. The nose of the cartridge was damaged and partially exposed. A blood-like substance was also observed on item 44. This spent cartridge weighed 130.24 grams, with its nose listed as damaged. So the first two, item 42 and 43, were roughly the same as far as weight. The third one, item 44, is much less.
So that really does kind of give credence to what you're saying, Greg, that maybe a piece of that one did fly off somewhere, and it's all the same bullet. It's just fragments.
But it would have to be one of the bullets close to where item 31 is, right? And the only one that's even close is 43. And 43 weighed 170. So 43 weighs the most. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Even item 45 is, you know, if it was part of item 45, that's still, it's one of the.
Or it came. Well, 44 is the one that weighed the less, so that 31 could have come from 44. Where's 40?
You're right.
There's 44 and there's 31. But then again, you know, if fragmented and they're moving the body, did they step on it and did it get on their shoe? I mean, we don't know, and it's really hard to tell, you know.
Right. We can only see where item 44 was, and I'm circling that here next to where Comel's body was found, compared to where item 31 was, which is all way on the other side, closest to the south wall, on the other side of David. So that fragment would have had to have done a hop, skip, and jump all the way over the knife, over the gun, over the blue blanket, over all of that stuff in order for it to make sense. Even if item 31 is tied to item 45, the bullet found in the basement, it's still not adding up for me. It's
Yeah, I don't believe 31 is associated with 45, because 45 would have to be pretty much intact the moment it hit that carpet and then hit the floor. I can't imagine it going through hardwood floor, through, you know, the ceiling, although it's just, you know, very simple tiles, and then into a drywall. And so it would have to have some major velocity to do all that. And if it was actually 31 and 45 were the same, that meant it hit something first. It hit her body first before going through the floor, and I don't think it would maintain any of that momentum if that had happened. But you're bringing up such a great point. And again, this just leaves the question wide open, and they don't look at this. Her body is feet and feet away. Her head is feet away from where that fragment is found, way and on the opposite side of where the the bullets were, ejected from her head, and they don't question this at all.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
Disturbing, very disturbing. So I'm pulling up just the sketch drawing of where kind of Kamel's body was, so we can see where the top of her body was compared to where this item 31, which is way over on the other side. It's, even 42. I think, well, okay, well maybe it's tied to item 42. That's on the other side of David too. There's a weird. There's a lot of problems with that. Lots of problems with that. That makes it hard for me to try to justify what they're saying here, which is what I've been trying to really do. It's not working out. It's not working out at all. The weight. So that was the main thing about putting in the weight of these bullets, is to try to see which one it could possibly, that item 31 could be tied to. And even Derek in our chat room is saying he thinks 44 seems like the most likely one.
Yeah.
But again, there's a problem with that distance is the only thing. I don't know if item 31 doesn't look like I have the weight of item 31, but you can tell it's definitely tiny, and I don't think that they put the weight in their documentation. But I'm going to make a note of that to go and check the weight of item 31 just to get a better idea. So again, it's not
because
adding up.
Even item 45 up above, the weight of it was 173 point something grams. So that was pretty much telling you that that 45 was the entire fragment. And so, the only one in
45 didn't hit anything, didn't hit anybody. There was no blood, no DNA. There's nothing like that found on item 45.
Correct. It just went straight through the floor. Yeah.
Right. Whereas item 31, I'm just going to look that up again. I don't know if there was any DNA or anything found, or if it was even tested, to be honest. I think a lot of us really thought that we would get these DNA results and there would be a lot more testing than what we found here, and that's disturbing, very disturbing, at the lack of the DNA tests that were done here. Let's see if I can pull.
And for those listening as well, the footnotes that Greg has in this book is very good. At the very back of the book, there's a source list of each of these chapters, and we're in chapter 5 now, and it shows which footnote, which lab report it was found on, and which page number it was. So it lets the user or the reader, go back and cross-reference.
Which has been very helpful, by the way, Greg.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That was I really hope that helps people to make it easy for them to just go and research whatever that sentence is there. But item 31 was not tested. I'm making a note of that to put that to add that to my book too, because why wouldn't they test that one? It seems pretty odd that they wouldn't do any DNA tests on item 31 as a bullet fragment. Maybe because it was a fragment, not a bullet. I don't know. Lots of problems there.
Yeah, can I talk about the very last paragraph you have under this section where it talks about the DNA profile in Joe Cooksley? Let's see. Yeah, then it should be that next paragraph.
Item 45?
Next one underneath.
Okay.
If you scroll up, there you go. That one right there. Okay. Where it says, additionally, Joe Cooksley discussed running trajectory tests on the spent cartridge of BCA Special Agent Chris Olson. He didn't feel it was necessary, Cooksley wrote in his notes. Now, because I've always questioned why they didn't do any trajectory tests whatsoever on anything, which they should have done on the blood and everything else. But I find it interesting that he makes a note of only asking for this one particular item only. And of course, why did the agent say no to, they should have just done it on all of them. But this tells me that they were fully aware of trajectory testing. And so why it wasn't done is my huge question to Joe Cooksley. Since wasn't he like the head from the BCA? Wasn't he kind of like lead?
Yeah, he was the team lead. Throughout.
Yeah. So I really found that interesting. So when I read that, I have that highlighted in your book. I all marked that starred and everything. So I'm like going, they did know, and they were fully aware that that's what they should be doing, and they talked about it, and then said no, they didn't feel it was necessary.
And there's no explanation of why they didn't feel it was necessary.
Yeah, because I could have told them exactly where the person was standing when that thing was fired, and if they were standing, were they kneeling, what position was the person in who fired that round into the ground, and that could have given them a whole bigger picture of actually what took place, and they don't feel that's necessary. And then Cooksley is like, okay, I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah, because this shows that they didn't do any trajectory tests, even though we have some people who were early on saying that they did do those tests. Dan, wasn't that mentioned, some strings pointing from somewhere? Wasn't it mentioned in the article, the City Pages one? Or it was mentioned somewhere about they went into the house 1 year later and there were strings still up. We've seen pictures of the house 1 year later.
That may have been was that the Alex Wilkinson article on the New Yorker, or was it the Corey Zarowski article from the City Pages?
I'm not sure. I lean towards the City Pages one, but I'm not 100% sure.
I can pull that up quick. Go ahead.
Okay. But I thought that was, once again, I was, expecting them. I was expecting once we got these documents that we would see that they would be able to kind of line up. Okay, David was standing here, and he shot Kamel here, he shot his wife here, and he shot himself there. They don't have any of that.
And we know that's not true. We know that whoever wrote that completely fabricated that entire thing. How do we know that? Because we have photos of that house. We have photos of it just days or a month after. We have photos of it from after the cleaning crew took out the floor and painted over the wall. There are no strings anywhere. So if they weren't there a few days to a few weeks after, they certainly didn't see strings there a year later.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show.
Very interesting. Yeah, that was just one more frustrating thing there. That they just didn't feel that anything was actually necessary. And what did they think was something necessary that they should do? There's not that much. They felt it was absolutely necessary to blame David for everything, but aside from that, it's hard to find anything else.
Yes, exactly. All of the evidence, as soon as they walk in, the evidence is pretty much screaming triple homicide. These people, all three of them were murdered. and then they to me, and this is my opinion, but to me it seems like then they go out of their way, and then they have to convolute what they're finding to create a narrative, and then they have it, and then they stick to it, and then they will only find something that could almost back up their narrative, and then just walk away and tell everybody, you just have to accept what we're telling you. And the evidence is telling telling me at least, that what they are saying is it's an absolute lie. Because these are officers who know better. So to me, again, my opinion, I feel these officers are on purpose lying about what they're seeing, and lying in their reports, and lying in their conclusions. But why are they doing that? If they have no monkey in this circus, why would they go out of their way to blame a deceased person for a crime that the evidence is showing is impossible he could have committed?
And do we have Stephanie? Does Stephanie have a chance to join us yet? I don't know if she's here or not yet. But Stephanie, if you are there, go ahead and just let us know that, or else we'll keep moving along here. But so they leave the house with 6 casings, like we've talked about, 4 bullets here. So we've talked about item 42, 43, and 44, all tied to Kamel, to nobody else. There's a single source DNA on them. I mean, it just that's baffling.
Yeah, the fragments they left, 3 with Kamel and 1 with Ranya's DNA, and nothing of David. They didn't leave with anything from David, and they've never found anything that connects David to a bullet.
Now, keep in mind that the test results were not back yet. So when they left that first day, they had 3 bullet fragments, right, or 3 or 4.
Correct.
3 or 4, and they assumed that it was 1 for each person, and they were happy with that, and they left. Then they get the results back and say, well, 3 relates to Kamel, 1 relates to Rania, and we don't have any for David. Well, now we're at red alert level 3. third time that things don't make sense, and now we don't have the actual magic bullet of the mastermind, the killer, which is in my mind that's the most important bullet to have, and they never had it. Well, they got it a month later. But at the time that they left, just to point out, they did not know at that time who bullets related to who, and they just know that they had 3 in possession that were 3 or 4 that were bloody. Let's put it that way. The other one in the wall wasn't, but they still, like Greg said, it didn't match the number of casings. And the investigations that I have been researching, you always have to match those up. And so now, if you're out in the woods shooting, or out in the countryside, you're of course not going to match them up. But inside of a house setting like this, a residential area, you should be able to account for all of them.
Correct.
Unless they're, they should all be there. Typically, a single gunshot, you'll find a single casing. 2 gunshots, 2 casings, 2 bullets. In this case, they had 6 who walked out of there with 4, or even one could argue 5. But the answer needed to be 6, right?
Correct, exactly.
So that's what the first level of frustration is for us citizen investigators. It's just, how come that wasn't addressed on day 1? Then when they get the lab results back, they realize they're still missing the 1. And so the questions on that I have, and I'm certainly no detective, but are those questions then raised by the detectives up to their boss or their Sergeant Gummert? And does he say, oh, let it go? Or does he push back and say, you know what, I want you guys to look into that further because it needs to tie. There needs to be the equal amount. That's the kind of conversations that I'm really interested in. Or do they go up to the police chief or the captain? Or does any of this even get up above Gummert at all? Or at this point, are they either in on it and they don't care, or do they have their answer and they don't care? So that's my kind of questions as far as what level of conversation took place around that in their detective meetings, when they got together to meet, put all this together. Did any of these questions even come up is my question.
Yeah, and you bring up such good points, and it could very easily be argued that once, because, and I know it's only one article, but this is what happens when you allow someone to quote you and then don't correct it. But when the chief stated that he knew within 2 hours, okay, that David was guilty, and he hadn't even, I don't even know if he, according to the login sheets, I don't think he was there. However, you know, they didn't write in their notes, there was no note mentioned where, okay, we're missing a fragment. We have this, they just list, okay, what was found. There's actually nothing tying it together, so they're not doing that police and investigative work. So when they walk in, they have their narrative, and so the argument can be made that once they found out their narrative was, it just ran down the drain, but they're going to stick with it because they've already, by this point, put their foot in their mouth and blamed David to the public. They're not going to go back on that now, regardless of what the evidence is saying. Again, my opinion, and I'm saying this is an argument that could be made. So they are then just going to stick to their guns and just say, you know, nope, he's guilty. Don't tell me, don't show me any proof that he's innocent because I said he's guilty.
And whereas I would argue that may be the case, but with these detectives like this, with the training that you go through, and in the city of Apple Valley, there is an average of, you know, basically 0 or 1 homicide per year. Here you get 3, and now you get to put your education and your training and your college education behind you to say, let's really dive into this. I'm guessing one or a couple of these detectives, I don't want to call them lower level, but they are, as far as government's concerned, would have gone back and said, well, we still need to tie this out. This is what we need to do. I know that's publicly, obviously, you know, he did it, is what they may have been thinking, but 1 + 1 still needs to equal 2. So I think at the detective level, I would have to guess that sooner or later someone brought that up, that some of this stuff doesn't match. Now, we know that it never got any farther because you get this chain of command issue, much like the military, where you don't go over and above your superior. And if he says shut it down, you shut it down. But my gut tells me that there were some questions asked at that point, and somehow they all got negated somehow. And they said, let it go, or we don't have the time or energy to spend on this. My gut tells me that someone along the way would have said to another detective, well, don't you think we should run this past Sergeant? Or go to Gummert himself and say, what do you think? Why aren't we doing these basic elementary steps in a huge murder case such as this? Now, homicide detectives are taught from day one, from the very first course they take, treat every suicide or homicide, treat every dead body as the murder of the century. You cannot take lightly anything. You treat it as it's going to be mainstream news, headline news in the national news. You've got to treat every single homicide like that. In this case, it didn't appear to me that anyone really gave 2 shrugs of the shoulders about this case, and they were on to the next thing. And maybe that's where my frustration, I think, comes in, because that's the sense that I get, that nothing was treated with urgency. Nothing was treated with, you know what, let's go back and double check this. Let's get some assistance. Let's get some extra help. Let's get another set of eyes on this. And so my only conclusion is that he was either shut down from the beginning, or no one cared, or they were all in on it from the beginning. And any one of those situations, I have trouble with those answers. The fact that these are public employees, public servants working for your city, and this is how they act.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the whole thing is, like you said, this is when they walk in, all they know at that point, and all they can say with certainty, are there are 3 bodies on the floor. And to assume murder-suicide and then stick to that agenda regardless of what that evidence starts telling you as you're walking around, labeling it, marking it, writing it down, and then supposed to be investigating it, and then as the evidence starts to show you this is a triple homicide, and yet ignore all evidence and stick to whatever the narrative, how that narrative came to be and who came up with it. There has to, I agree, there has to have been some other officer that jumped in and said, this isn't making sense. We need to look at this again. And, I don't know how they work that chain of command. And as you can probably tell, I am not a chain of command follower. I am always that employee that says, no, you're wrong if it's wrong. I'm like, no, you're wrong, and I'm not going to say it's right if it's wrong. So for me, I'm like, where are those officers? Where are they now, and why are they not speaking up? They had to have had questions. They had to have looked at that and said, maybe I could do this independently, or my boss is wrong, or something.
And just to jump in here for the listeners, once again for a visual, I guess, my background, my degree is in accounting, and my training is to account for everything. So I think that's why I take some of this kind of more of a zero tolerance level for some of these mistakes. If I was looking into a case of embezzlement or some bad checks by a small business that were written, and my boss said to me that we have $100,000 of missing funds, checks were written totaling $100,000 that we can't account for, and I come back and say, well, I have 3 checks for $25,000 each that I can account for, which total $75,000. If my boss says, okay, that sounds good, now we have proved the $100,000, I would still say, but we haven't. There's still one other check out there for $25,000 that we need to account for that must have been written, must have went somewhere, must have been cashed, and cleared the bank somewhere. You need to track that down. We have to account for every check that's missing. You can't, and so that's where I get stuck from my background, because it's, for instance, my boss saying, well, we know that $100,000 of bad checks we've got 3 checks, there's probably 1 missing, but that's good enough, let's move forward. And that's where I say, but you don't. You'd never ever go forward with that. If, for instance, in an embezzlement case, you would never do that. In this case, you're dealing with bullets and fragments. That number needs to tie out, and it doesn't. So my question is, if this is their background as detectives, who raised that question, or was it even raised? And my worst question yet, which has really let me down, is if the detectives did ask their boss, that's James Gummert's responsibility as their sergeant to say, you're right, go back, find the missing. We need to prove the case. That's his job. That's what he is paid for. That's his responsibility and his accountability. What I think happened was he says, we're close enough, let it go, let's move on to something else. And that's where my anger level rises when I assume something like that took place at a city public servant.
Exactly. Oh, I feel it. And, it's part of my background too, the last job I had, because I'm not working anymore, was a document control manager. I tracked documents. I created documents. I created a database to track the documents. I did all of that. I had to keep track of massive amount of information for a lot of different government contracting facilities that do defense work. Now, if one of our larger clients, which I'm tracking it on a particular program we're working on. Now, if I had just told them, well, here's line, and they'd say, hey, where's line item such and such? I don't know. It just kind of, we lost track of it. People in R&D don't know, so blah, 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 blah. Would that customer be okay with that? Not at all. You have to, like you were saying, same thing with accounting. You have to keep track of everything, explain how it got there, why it got there, why is it part of this, and it better fit in with the rest of what is going on. And when I'm looking at all of this data, I'm looking at all of these reports, and they do not line up. Nothing lines, okay, not nothing, not never use definitives, but the majority of it does not line up. And so these are huge red flags for me, and that's why I'm questioning every little thing I'm looking at, because by trying to make it, how it seems like they're trying to make it fit, it's almost like the opposite ends of a magnet. The more you try to push it together, the more it's trying to force itself apart, if that analogy makes any sense.
Yes, it does. So, what we keep getting left with here is it coincidental that there were just some random mistakes made along the way? And I think the answer more and more is no. There is no way, because this was done so poorly.
Correct.
that you can't come to that conclusion. We can only be left with it was either done on purpose or it was covered up, because what was the word? I've used this word before. I'm not going to say the Keystone Cops, but the inadequacy of this entire thing was so bad. These guys could not have been this stupid.
Exactly.
So the problem is they did it on purpose, which could be the case. I can't rule it out at this juncture. Or they did do their best work and it was shut down from someone on the chain of command higher than them, which also a very good possibility. Or the last possibility is everyone on this effort did the best they could. I don't see that. I cannot. Right now we can't say that happened. No one could be this dumb on an investigation that they failed this many times.
Exactly. A couple of them, would make
Correct.
sense.
And that's not even a shot on the detectives on the department. That is that we have so much evidence of failures that we're beyond the whole point of are these things just coincidentally wrong. So now we're really going down a bad road, because the only two options left are they know about it and they didn't care, or they covered it up on purpose.
Exactly.
So we've got and this is a triple homicide involving a 5-year-old girl, which I don't think people understand the magnitude of this horrific event. I'll leave it at that.
Right, exactly. And I can only imagine the officers who first got there, well, actually any of the officers, so just anybody who walked in and saw that little baby on the floor. I can guarantee that every last one of them was just struck through the heart. I mean, you can't walk into a scene like that and see a child and then just go, oh, okay, well, whatever. So how did they go from seeing that innocent on the floor to being okay with not following up with all of the evidence? How can they? How did they do that then, and how are they continuing to do that today?
And how do they sleep at night? Is my question.
Yes. Yep.
So all fair questions, I suppose.
Yeah, I think another point is that these officers knew that they were leaving the house and they didn't have all of the bullets that they should have. Obviously, that's not SOP, right? That's not standard. So that goes back again to what you're saying. It's just like they can't be that dumb. Why would they leave the house? First of all, if they know that they leave the house, which Detective Sean McKnight actually recognizes that they knew that they could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from that gun. If they knew this, why... First of all, okay, so where does that lead them? Did that lead them to start looking at missing bullets, missing this, missing that? Because it doesn't sound like it, because they had no intention of coming back into that house. From everything that we're seeing here, it looks like they had no intention of coming back into that house once the crime scene was done, once the cleaners were inside. They were pretty much done.
Yeah.
And yet we know that they will have to come back to that house twice. But I don't understand that. If they know that these numbers are not adding up, unless they're doing some Common Core math or something like that, these numbers are just simply not adding up. How do they justify leaving the house without the same number of bullets matched to these casings? And
Greg, the only thing I can say there, and Catherine, you can chime in. I had done a couple of interviews with the retired detective that's no longer working, but he reiterated to me several times that the general public has got to remember that this is just a job for these detectives. They still want to go home. They want to get to bed. It's been a long day. They've been at this crime scene the whole time. They've got a wife and kids to go home to, spouse. They're not going to stop everything just to solve a flippin' crime. They have a life to live, and they're getting a paycheck. So they want to get home, get into bed, and maybe they'll get up the next morning and look at it, but it's a Sunday morning. He made it sound like, you don't stop everything to solve a crime. You've been there extra hours. you're probably looking at your watch late in the evening, and you want to get out of it. Now, I don't like that tone, I guess, but he said that is what it is. You're there to get a paycheck and put food on the family for the table. You're not there to solve the crimes. Not many detectives are interested in being Sherlock Holmes and becoming famous for their job. They just want to do their job, punch the clock, and go home at the end of the day. And so I think that also is partly true from some of these detectives. I can't assume that's the case, but this was a fact that it was a long day on a Saturday. All day long they were there. And so now it's in past midnight. Does Sean McKnight care if they're a couple bullets short? I don't think so. And that's a sad sight, and I don't think the public understands that, but a retired detective that I spoke with says they're there just punching the clock like the next guy. They do not want overtime, just as an office worker does not want to be told by their boss, we need to come in this weekend and work. Very, very same, very similar. So did they say, hey, boys, let's wrap it up, let's head home, and you know what, let's get a fresh start in the morning and come back and look for that bullet? I don't know if that actually took place. I tend to agree with Greg that I think by the time they packed it up that night and left, they were into the concept that, the BCA was going to handle the rest, and we were going to be more of a filling out forms and assisting on the rest of the investigation. But the main heavy lifting was essentially done. I don't know if they had thoughts of coming back early the next morning after getting some shut-eye to continue the investigation. I believe they wrapped it up. I have no way to prove that, but I also don't think that these guys lost any sleep that night wondering if they're going to find the missing bullets or not. They may have lost sleep for the sight that they saw as far as the mental images, but were they worried about going to bed that night and not having the right amount of bullets? That's the one thing, that's the concept that I fear the most, because this is not a normal job. Being a policeman is not a normal job. You are a public servant. You are a servant to the public. You decided to take this oath to get into this line of work. The rest of us didn't. We all got regular 8-to-5 jobs. But because you took that oath to serve your city, I think that's where you take that extra level. You got to take that extra level to then stay up all night or do what it takes to find the answers or bring in another agency to find those answers. I don't believe that's a good enough answer to say, I've had a long day, I want to head home and have a nice hearty meal and go to bed. So that's generally the way he made it sound.
Do you think they kind of pushed it off on the BCA? Because remember, we got the BCA there too. You have the Apple Valley. You have sheriff's deputies there too. So you got all these different people there. Are they kind of just hoping the other one would kind of solve it? Because the BCA is pretty much done. Once they leave, they don't come back. No, I take that back. They do come back days later, 1 month later, but they're pretty much done. The Apple Valley police are there on January 18th on the following day taking out guns. So they're still there taking out stuff. So if they were going to look for any other bullets, if they had any plans to look for any other bullets, they had a great chance to. The fact that they know that they leave the house on January 17th knowing that they can't count for all of these bullets, and they're back there the following day, to me it seems like they have no intention of looking for any other bullets, which is a big problem. That does not make sense at all. It's one more reason to reopen the case.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Just as an example, one of the ride-alongs that I did with my friend who is the deputy coroner, and it was a single person. I think I've mentioned this case before. It was a single person gunshot. They were shot multiple times, and when it was a similar situation where, they had been looking for hours for a spent bullet. Same thing, cartridges, but not enough bullet fragments to go along. And they spent hours and they just couldn't do it, right? They couldn't find it. So they finally go back out to the van, and then they're looking at their photos, and then they see a part on the body where they hadn't noticed that this person had been shot. So then they're like, oh, that's probably where it is. So what they did at that point is then they contacted the coroner and the police department and said, hey, I think we found it, and I think it's still in the body, and blah, 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 blah. So as they're doing the autopsy, you know, they do find the extra fragment that was quote-unquote missing from the scene. But this person was noting that it was missing, was noting that, you know, we have X amount of casings, we have X amount of fragments, and they're not matching, we're still looking. And I don't see any of that in any of these reports. Not one officer wrote that down.
Sean McKnight actually mentions it 1 month later.
Oh, a month later, yeah.
1 month later. But yeah, and that's only because it's kind of like now they're covering up, maybe not covering up, maybe that's not the right word, but now they're kind of doing some backtracking. They don't mention it before, but now that they know, now that somebody has shown them that there is a bullet that they missed, they start covering up their tracks instead of saying, you know what, we were totally wrong, blah, 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 let's do something. I don't know what you would do at that point. You can't start over. Of course, at this point, they still hadn't done any other tests. You know, the tests weren't done. There was still a lot that had not happened. A lot of the testing, all that stuff, even talking to family, all that stuff doesn't start till at least 1 or 2 months later. So by that time, it's kind of like, well, let's just hope that nobody figures out that we forgot a bullet that rolled out of the carpet, for one thing, which is another ridiculous thing, and let's forget that we forgot a bullet that was in the attic. You know, there's some huge problems there.
Now, if one scenario that may come into play, if there was, in this case, all gunshots to the head, I could see the detective saying, you know what, the remaining ones are maybe lodged inside of the head or inside the bodies somewhere. Now, there was no damage to the body parts, and in this case there was no noticeable heads even left except for Ranny. So I can't see that even coming into play either, by saying, you know, maybe during the autopsy we'll find the missing fragment. You know, you see that kind of a situation like that. But this case, it really wasn't, the bodies, the heads weren't there, and there was no gunshot wounds to any of those 3 bodies from the neck down. So there was little to nothing to speculate on at that point. But yes, Greg, that month later when they came back and found that they were off by that bullet in the attic, then I think fully they were in a cover-up mode at that point. Covering themselves up, sorry.
CYA.
Yes, they were in CYA mode at that point, because then they couldn't, the math didn't tie out. And so they had to keep pushing and dragging their feet and kicking the can down the road until it just went away.
Yep.
They weren't counting on us and parents.
You little troublemakers.
Well, I wasn't counting on us either, to be honest. You know, I didn't think we would have to take it this far, but apparently we do, and that's just the way that things are. My only last point on item 31 is it's still okay if it's a bullet fragment. Let's say that this is a bullet. The cases don't match, because they come back 2 separate times and find 2 extra bullets. So that would put the bullet count at 7 and the casings at 6. So they don't really explain item 31. Weird thing is, I believe item 31 is the item that they use to compare to the bullet found in the attic later on. So there's still, I mean, now do we have an extra casing? Is there a casing missing here? I mean, any way that I look at this, these numbers are, the casings and the bullets are not adding up. Something is missing. Unless they can show that item 31 was part of one of these other bullets. But if that's true, then why did they compare item 57, the bullet found 1 month later, to item 31? And I'm guessing by this time they're just thinking people have moved on to other things, move on to other cases, and they won't ask these simple questions.
Right, and it doesn't make sense because by that point they already had a test-fired cartridge from the gun that they found at the scene. Why did they not test item 31 against 1? Why did they not test 57 against 1? They do, against each other. So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. How they did this doesn't make sense at all. And, yeah. Oh.
Well, and then they have item 7, which is the unspent round that was found there too, and that one really never gets talked about, and it's just found there. And I'll pull up where exactly item 7 was found, which is another interesting area too. So item 7 is again found closer to where David was, where David's feet would be most likely. No, actually no. It is not where David's feet would be. It is. Okay, it is. It's kind of on the side of where, it's way on the other side there. So by David's left hand, closest to his left hand. Kind of close to the gun too. But that one also doesn't make sense. It kind of looks like somebody stepped on item 7. I'll pull that one up here too.
Yeah, and so, and looking at that, that's what caught my attention too, was when you wrote that item 7 is the unspent round compressed into the living room carpet. And when you look at that, it does. It looks like someone had to have stepped on it. It doesn't look like that little dog had enough weight to quote-unquote compress that unspent round into the carpet, because it's in there pretty good when you look at it. But yet again, did it jam and they had to clear the gun, or was it something they were holding and they dropped it and didn't know it, and as they're walking around, they meaning the killers, and then they stepped on it and just didn't even know and ignored it? But this this item 7 is just out of place in so many ways. Yeah.
And it's one more thing that is not tested.
Yep.
Now, is that standard? I mean, if you find a bullet there, I mean, I don't understand that. Why test some bullets and not the other? Either test all of them, like you're saying, test them all, or test nothing, right? It doesn't make sense. I don't get that. I was trying to see if I have anything else here. I think I've basically covered everything that I wanted to cover here. I don't know if you guys have any points here. I'll see if anyone in the chat wants to make any points. We have Derek Davis that's joined us in the live chat room here, making some good points. I've chatted with Derek, and he's the one who kind of got my mind thinking about, well, okay, where these casings are found, that should pretty much help us understand where the gun was fired from, where these shots came from. And the more that I looked at it, it's just a head scratcher where nothing is adding up. Any way that I slice it, like I said, anyway, it is not adding up. So.
And that's the point too, and I'm glad someone else sees it as well, because that's what I was saying earlier. When you see the casing number 30, you know that since his gun ejects to the right, he had to, whoever fired a weapon, because they're trying to say it was David. We know that's not true, but he would have been standing facing the door and the Christmas tree. You see where casing number 3 is. Whoever fired that would have to be standing facing the kitchen. Number 2, where that was at, would have to be pretty close to the recliner, facing the wall and the bodies. They're moving. There's constant movement, and so. And this doesn't even, again, this should be a major bell going off in their head. Whoever is shooting is moving. So then they had to have had either moving targets, or they're just deciding to walk around and shoot for who knows whatever reason. But these casings are telling them movement took place, and they don't even think they don't bat an eye at that.
They don't even talk about when I hear you say that, I keep thinking multiple shooters. You have a shooter from the front door and a shooter from the back door. That's just kind of what keeps coming back into my head. Multiple shooters while they're pretty much caught there. You have a lot of problems with that because the neighbors who heard shots and the dates that they heard shots are very different, but nobody's, I mean, we're talking about at least 6 or 7 shots here. Nobody's hearing that many shots.
Nope.
The 2 neighbors who talk about, hearing the rapid fire shots, well, rapid fire shots to me also show this could be several shooters or possibly David shooting back too, which again shows more proof of intruder, not David killing everyone. There's nothing here that shows that David did any of this. So how they walk into this crime scene and think that David did this is very baffling until you start looking at who they questioned, what the people that they questioned said, and what it seemed like family, friends, that there was a lot of them that were pretty much leading this story, leading the case, when that shouldn't have been happening. The police should not have been taking them at their word, and it looks like that's what they were doing. David was crazy and snapped, and that's what the police chief or the police captain later says. They think David snapped, went to a dark place, and killed them all.
Yeah, and and that to me just screams someone who is either trying to be a writer or has been watching far too many quote-unquote crime scene movies or whatever, because people, they don't just snap. And that's, if you talk to any professional psychologist, therapist, PhD in this field, they will tell you, it's someone like David, he had no history. People who quote-unquote just snap, they have a history. There's a build-up to that behavior, right? There's triggers, there's major losses, blah, 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 blah. Nobody... David just didn't one day go, I'm going to kill everybody, and I'm just going to do away with all of us. And that's what they want us to believe. And
right,
that is not human nature.
Yeah, based on David's views, based on what he was working on, based on Gray State is what they're really saying, that took him to a very dark place, and all of this happened. Nobody else was worried about David going into a dark place from 2011 when this project first started up until 2015, even after his death. Nobody was really worried about this project taking David to a very dark place until he was dead, and until they could actually do something with David's project. Then, all of a sudden, he went to a dark place. It's sad, it's tragic, but let's go ahead and still make money off of David's project, and that'll be it. I mean, he's a child killer, he's a wife killer, but yeah, let's go ahead and do something with it.
And it's horrible that every last one of them all jumped on that bandwagon together. And, here's somebody that they're saying, oh, he's my friend, oh, I spent all this time with them, and immediately jump on the wagon and start screaming, oh, he did this, he's a horrible person. And another thing that irritates me about this case are those who keep bringing up, well, he went to a dark place the last time he was writing, and he's like, the next time I don't do that. You guys know the story. And so now they're trying to say that's what he was doing this time. He must have gone to a dark place because like he did the last time. And to me, that entire conversation is taken out of context. Now, if you're a writer and you were writing something that you're really into, okay, when I actually moved states for a while, I left my home and moved to Oklahoma for 2 years to finish a book. And when I was in the depths of writing this book and getting it done, I didn't eat for days. I sat up writing 24/7, and that's the quote-unquote dark place. It's like, man, I was so involved, and I don't see anything. I forget anything's there. I forget food is supposed to be eaten, and I'm supposed to sleep. And they then turn around and they take David's statement and make it about how he was mentally unstable. He was saying he was afraid. And then fits the narrative of he snapped. When in reality, it could totally have been, his dark place was, oh man, I went 2 days without showering or 3 days without showering. I was so into writing, I couldn't see anything else. Don't let me do that again.
Right.
And that's a far cry from what.
Yeah, because he didn't kill anybody those other times that he was going into this dark place and everything. There was he didn't have any issues then. So why all of a sudden would they think that, okay, yeah, that totally makes sense?
Right.
It's crazy. Derek is also saying that he'd like to see the picture that shows that the hole in the ceiling the day they were there. I know we've talked about that. I still have not heard because of, everything that's happening. The Apple Valley Police Department have promised that they would get me that photo. I'm still waiting for it. So that's where I stand. I know both of you probably stand. You probably lean a little bit to a more certainty.
It's been 5 years and you don't have it. I don't think it exists.
See, they could Photoshop it at this point and just make it.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, they probably should.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing. Is like, okay, they should have just said, okay, well, we don't have it, or we'll get it to you. What they did was first they sent me a picture of the basement, of a hole in the basement, and I said, no, that's not the right one. So then they sent me a picture of the hole in the living room that was taken 1 month later. So I don't know why they would do that. I don't know. Do they not know what the difference is?
Oh, they do.
They have. Who was the officer? Was it Bone? Detective Bone? Either Bone or Booth that said that they went back and they looked at those photos and they realized that there was a bullet hole there. Maybe they looked at the photo from 1 month later.
Well, and it's really funny because in the writing when item 57 was found, the writing is very clear. It states, it was brought to Detective Bone's attention that there was a hole in the ceiling. That tells you he didn't know about a hole in the ceiling.
Correct.
This is where we get, Greg, to the concept of kicking the can down the road. They know. They know exactly what they're doing.
Well, they're not very nice for that.
Nope.
Anything else, you guys, here? I'm just checking the chat. Derek, if you have any other comments or any other questions that you'd like to ask here before we shut this down, go ahead and put those in the chat room now. But Dan or Catherine, any final words here?
Nope, nothing from myself.
Nope, nothing here. I just, again, not blowing smoke up your hiney side, but I really think you did a great job with this book, and it's been very helpful.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
Excellent.
Very well done.
All right. Well, with that, we'll shut this one down here, and next time we'll come back, and the next topic will be the focus on the blood wall and the Quran. We'll talk about those, and maybe we've already talked about the knife, so I think if we focus on the blood wall, the Quran, and then we can move on to some of the other things. This is a pretty long chapter, so we still haven't talked about the floor blood stains and some of the other items that were found in the living room. So maybe we can get all of that done in 1 hour show next time.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Look forward to it.
All right.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining, and God bless you all. Until next time.